We don't want that twice. Hello, hello, welcome everybody. How are you all today? Welcome to day 2 of the Great Awakening Conference. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Hope you're all doing beautifully. Yesterday was an incredible day, and we're going at it again today with some amazing presenters. So hello to everybody. Say hi in the chat room. And let's go ahead and bring on my co-host today. We got Ashley and we have Alan. Welcome,
Hey,
guys.
good to see you again, Neil. Great day, right, Ashley?
Beautiful day.
Yes. Well, I appreciate you, Ashley, for really being there when me and Neil couldn't be there and really sticking with it all and following it. What was one of the highlights of yesterday for you?
I mean, there were so many. I really like when Hillis shared his vulnerability. I could feel the power that he was carrying in his light body. So that was big for me. And I liked Alyssa. And I mean, everybody had something amazing. What you shared about the brain and connecting both hemispheres. I feel like we need that connection between head and heart. And I think yesterday was the perfect conglomeration of like everything, which connected all the dots and really aligned us. I felt really aligned.
Oh, great. Isn't that great, Neil? That's great.
It was beautiful, and I feel all the speakers flowed perfectly. And I just loved, I love the way we ended it too. I loved Ashley's presentation because after all the information that was shared, I felt like, Ashley, you did an experiential thing for us where we all dropped into our heart, and then we ended it with some music, high vibe. It was honestly a beautiful day, and I'm excited because we have, I think there's another 4 speakers today that I haven't come across before. I haven't heard their information before. So I'm excited to, see what other kind of perspectives we're going to be bringing forward today.
Oh, great. Actually, I want to go back and see your presentation, Ashley, because I had to leave, but it sounds great.
That. I'd love some feedback, Alan. Let me know what you feel.
I will, absolutely. Plus, we're all going to be on the cruise. You don't want to forget mentioning that, Neil, for people who didn't.
Yeah, let's get into that. Do you want to speak about that for a bit while I pull it up?
Well, me, Neil, Ashley, Vivian Chavez, Laura Eisenhower. Who else is on that? Deborah Giusti.
Jerry Sargent.
Yeah, Jerry. Jerry Sargent, Ashley? He has quite an intense following. And
I know there's a lot of amazing thought leaders that are going to be joining that container, that collective.
Yeah, right there. JJ and Desiree Hertog. You know who they are? Have you heard of them?
They were new. I think they were on the Lemurian conference, and then one other conference I think I was a part of. I've seen them on. They're amazing. They're amazing.
Well, JJ and Desiree Hertog are the original, I would say, OGs, as Neil likes to say. But, his book, The Keys of Enoch, is sort of a Bible of multidimensionality. And he had an ascension experience in 1973 where he was taken off the planet with his body and came down and downloaded this book. So they're fantastic. And of course, Lori Spanga, Deborah Dassinger. Wait, who was above? Oh, Marilyn Gadwick, who channels Zazar.
Great channel. Is incredible, and we have a few YouTube videos of her. We just have one where she, from the Akashic Records conference, where she breaks down around 5 or 6 different extraterrestrial races and life on their planet, who these beings are. So she is in essence a galactic historian. So she's definitely in alignment with the theme.
I've been following her for a few years.
She's amazing, right?
All these people in one place that you have access to because we're all on this boat together, this cruise, and it's just you get to eat dinner, you hang out. It's like a 7-day hangout, get together sort of party with knowledge. That was the last cruise that we did with Susan.
The excursions, we haven't really ever spoke about the excursions and told everybody about them, but we're going to be going to 4 different locations, I believe. And
we start at the top again, the top excursion, Costa Maya. That's ceremony we're doing in the Mayan ruins there.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Susan talking about that. I've been telling a few people about that as well, the special excursions, and then to have all our hearts in the same place, like there's going to be major awareness and
Oh yeah,
expansion.
I mean, not only information, awareness, experience, adventure,
Yeah.
vacation, you know, it's everything combined in one in the comfort of a luxury cruise liner, which is pretty cool at the same time. So it's just going to be a really empowering and powerful experience. The reason why, like, it's called Galactic Origins Cruise, and obviously that implies connection to the ETs. And I every year, at the beginning of the year, I dub a theme for Portal to Ascension. This year, I dubbed Galactic Origins because of all the UFO stuff that's happening. I love to take the conversation to the next level of who are these beings, how we're connected to them, is there even a connection through ancestry? And you know, I feel all three of us here think there is, believe there is. And so I wanted to do this theme event just to kind of really just take the conversation to the next level. But of course, just like every Portal to Ascension event, we're going to have ancient history information, we're going to have empowering workshops, we're going to have breathwork experiences, meditation. And actually, you're going to be presenting as well. What are you going to be presenting on?
I think I'm going to do an accelerated light body experience. Working on everybody. I'll probably bring my tuning forks for those who choose to join me in that experience and work on everybody's body individually.
Oh, well, nice. I also want to say, Neil, we're going to be in the home of the ancient Mayan civilization. And of course, there's always a mystery about where did those people who are building those temples hundreds of years ago, even before the Spanish arrived, where did that high civilization go? And some people say because they were tracking the calendar so carefully, more accurate than modern day calendar tracking, that they were looking for opening a portal actually in time and space. And some people say with the right alignment, they actually left this world, the high civilizations of the Mayans. So Portal to Ascension is a perfect place to go explore the portals of the Mayans and some of the clues they left behind to these doorways into the other dimensions.
True. So, and you know, and some civilizations, there were specific cities, the Mayan cities, that vanished. Some of them we can track, but there's specific ones. And in Guatemala, Tikal, that's one of the ones that they have no idea where they went.
Also, they honored the Quetzalcoatl bird, the Quetzal, and there's a shape in Uxmal. I don't think we're going there, but the pyramid is shaped with an angle, and when you clap your hands, supposedly
I know, right?
the echo gives the sound of the Quetzal bird.
We have I've been to that one more times than any other site, and I have a documentary that I'd made on my YouTube channel on that place with the sound.
So these Costa Maya, Belize is also the home of Mayan.
Let me speak to that for a second. This is one of the largest sites, and what we're going to do is we're going to take a shuttle for an hour. We're going to jump into a boat going through the jungle into a river, and we're going to make our way into this massive Mayan site that's going to be located in the jungle. So just getting there in itself is kind of like an Indiana Jones adventure. Maybe not that extreme.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
It's going to be really fun on that boat going there as well. Then we have 2 other excursions, so 4 altogether.
And one with the Hurtaks, right? The JJ.
Yeah, the Tulum one. So we land in Cozumel, and which is an island off the coast of Tulum, and then we take a boat to the Tulum excursion, to the Tulum archaeological site, which is also one of my favorite ones because it's just so beautiful. Did we go there together, Alan? I don't think we went that one.
No, but I've been to that site. It's right on the ocean there, right on the sea.
And it's connected to a beach, a really beautiful, pristine beach. So we do the archaeological site, we end up on the beach, and then we do meditation there to connect with the site.
And actually, JJ had a very interesting experience, JJ Hurtak. There's a picture of him in a light beam from that site. So that's a very special site for the Hurtaks to go
That's
visit.
why I wanted them to do it, because he showed me the image of that. It's like one of the sites that he holds closest to his heart. So it's going to be great.
No, this is going to be a great trip. So this conference here we're doing is kind of prelude to some of the things that are going on. This Galactic cruise, December 14th to the 21st. The last, though, excursion will be after the cruise, where we go to Cape Canaveral, where we go to not just the Cape, but not where there's some very mystical elements to when the astronauts came back from outer space and downloaded their information. There's some strange events that happened at Cape Canaveral. So maybe we'll see some of that.
Mm-hmm. So if you guys are interested, galacticorigins.cruise.com, check that out there. And love to see some of you and be part of the biggest event we've ever created at Portal to Ascension. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, good. You put the link in the chat there, right? Do you put the link?
Yeah, I'll post it here for you guys.
Cruise. Great. So, but today we have some amazing things coming up. So I'm really excited about what's coming down the next couple hours here. So
yes, and Ashley, you're going to go ahead and introduce our first guest here, Steve Nobel.
Yes.
I'll just say that I've been following Steve just for the last year, really, and his posts on Instagram and his YouTube channel, and really resonate with a lot of what he's shared. So he's another individual that you guys at Portal to Ascension are going to be introduced to, maybe a lot of you for the first time. And I'm just super honored to be able to finally connect with Steve and bring him on. So Ashley, would you like to officially?
Oh, I just want to say also, after you introduce him, I just want to say a few words about Steve also, Ashley. Okay.
Oh, so you know Steve?
Well, I know Alternatives. Is he the guy who runs Alternatives in London? Is that the same guy?
Maybe. We'll find out.
All right, we'll find out.
Let's go.
All right, let's bring him on.
Go ahead, Ashley.
So our next speaker is Steve and Neil Nobel. He's the author of 6 nonfiction books. The 2 most recent are The Spiritual Entrepreneur and Joy at Work. He was a director of a not-for-profit spiritual organization called Alternatives.
I think that's...
Yep, for 13 years. Leaving on the winter solstice of 2012, subsequently he began his own healing and awakening journey work. He has created a healing system called Soul Matrix Healing for starseeds. He has also created a library of free resources, including meditations and transmissions to help starseeds, which are freely available on his website and YouTube channel. These meditations and transmissions are played all over the world, and so far, the platform has almost 200K subscribers. He regularly runs events in the UK and overseas, and I've personally checked out his meditations. They're amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And yeah, let's bring him on.
Hey, Steve. Welcome.
Hello.
Brother.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Did you run the events at the William Blake Church out there in London? Is that what?
Yeah, I joined as a volunteer in 90. I used to go along in 91 onwards. I joined as a volunteer in 95, became a director in 2000, and left 2012. End of.
Yeah, I've been to alternative talks there at that church in London. They were fantastic. What a great space, and congratulations on such a great production.
We have a mutual friend, Dominique Mirov.
Oh, Dominique, me and Neil stayed with her in Portugal, actually.
Oh, right, cool, very good.
I love that church, and I love what you did there. And give my big hello to Dominique. Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I might be seeing her soon. So, and nice to meet you. Yeah, all of you. Neil for the first time, and
good to meet you,
Ashley.
brother.
Is that right, Ashley? Is that the right?
That works. It's Ashley. It depends.
Oh, Ashley. Okay,
either
Ashley.
One works. I will answer to either.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you all, and I'm here not quite knowing what's happening, other than I'm going to be talking about something.
Great.
Okay.
Whatever you talk about is perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what do you enjoy talking about? What's your kind of niche?
Awakening, ascension, star seeds, what's going on the planet right now, the kind of hero's journey, abundance, spiritual entrepreneurship.
Well, I think the star seeds and what's happening now.
What's happening right now on the planet? Yeah, that'd be good.
Very exciting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want to just present, or do you want us to kind of ask questions? If you can.
Yeah. Well, I'll say some bits, and you just jump in and just ask away, and you can say. Well, yeah. I want to start at the beginning, in the womb of my mother, really, back in 1950s.
That's a good place to start.
It's a good place to start. Good. Bless my mother wherever she is. I was born into a very 3D working class family, and they would not understand anything I'm talking about or going to talk about. I remember my father left in 1991 the planet, and that was my first awakening. Actually, it was almost like I was free to explore my weird self, where I wasn't really free before. So I really dived in. I started going to alternatives. I found a spiritual mentor called Jill Edwards. And maybe some of you have heard of her. She's a brilliant teacher. She's passed over as well. I had a magical journey, trained a lot of beautiful teachers in America, actually. I found lots of channels. The best channels I found in America, Orin and Darben, Lazarus, Seth. Seth, of course, has passed now.
Yeah, I love Lazarus, and Seth is a must read for anyone on the spiritual path. Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, Orin and the channels of Orin and Darben have also left. I mean, they're leaving, unfortunately. But I mean, the great thing in the early days was there was less less out there. But now there's a great deal of choice, and it's harder, I guess, in some ways for people to know, well, what is the right teacher? What is the right platform? There's just a myriad. But in the early days, there was less to choose from, and there are really good teachers out there.
I remember those early days in the 80s, you know, when Lazarus and Ramtha was one of my favorites, and Kevin Ryerson was around, and now, even though some of them are leaving, there's some great information coming to the planet. With
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think it was a great time because, you know, I had a magical time, you know, creating my reality and work. Is it for real? I mean, that's a question in a lot of people's minds. Does it work? And if it works, well, let's try it out. And I really pushed the boat in many, many ways, you know, really pushing the universe. If you really are there, then let's see. And eventually I got the message through in a meditation one day: stop pushing the boat. You've got all your answers. You know, we're here. So I stopped doing my weird, you know, trying to push the boat stuff.
Yeah. But from your mother's womb, I'm just curious, what was the moment where you say, wow, there's this whole other reality that's going on?
Well, as a child, I was into, I mean, I loved the American comics, all the graphic comics that came out. There's loads of them, you know, very sci-fi, fantasy. It was brilliant. Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, Lord of the Rings came along. Doctor Who in England. I mean, Doctor Who for me was a classic moment. I was about 5 when the first episode came out. But by the age of about 13, 14, I got the message from my parents: stop daydreaming and get real. So I thought, oh, I have to get real and study and everything. But when my father passed in 91, I just jumped into everything, you know, everything out there: shamanism, Wicca, light body, you know, everything. And I joined alternatives. I became a director. Very weird synchronicity. I was working in the corporate world, and I got the message, time to resign, and I did resign. There was a double rainbow the next morning. So I'm on the right track. And I became a director of alternatives, a spiritual organization with a great reputation, when really I didn't have the CV to, I wouldn't say I had the great CV to do that. But anyway, I became the director. I dived in. I helped organize about 2,000 author events, met a lot of great teachers. So 30 years of intensity. In 2010, I had another awakening, but this one was a bit darker. This one was, I would say, it led me to a dark night of the soul, which was a very different experience. So after having this magical flowing time, I had 6 years in the dark night of the soul. And in that dark night of the soul, I got to see that there were realms and beings that I never really knew existed. So when I practiced shamanism and was doing, you know, diving into the underworld, I never found any lower astral plane, never found any dark beings. I never found anything like that. But after the dark night, I was being visited and kicked about for, you know, quite a long time. And I had to find resources to help deal with it quite quickly. So when I came out of the dark night, 2016, I got the message one morning from a guide. I hadn't heard any guidance, you know, nothing had come through for 6 years, which is quite traumatic. And, you know, I was thinking, I really need the guidance now. I'm a bit lost. But anyway, I had a voice coming through saying, it's time to teach about ascension and star seeds. And I didn't really know what to talk about, but the kind of voice was, just get on with it. You'll work it out. So I started running workshops. People came, they were like, we love this. This is amazing. I didn't really know if it was amazing, but I was encouraged. I started doing transmissions. There are a lot of transmissions on my YouTube channel. I've got about 560 recordings on my YouTube channel, covering every single possible, you know, area, from health to chakras to goddess to star races and so on. So after a dark night, where I am now, what I've come to see is that the planet is ascending. I wasn't quite sure if it was ascending or whether it was going down, some dark rabbit hole. But now I do believe it is ascending. I do feel there's a lot of darker timelines which are being neutralized. And these darker timelines have been prophesized. For example, in Revelations, we have the timeline of the apocalypse and the four horsemen. All of that is being neutralized, although there are echoes and it's still kind of there. We're passing through a very interesting time of volatility, and that volatility is being created because a lot of light is coming into the planet. The more light that comes into the planet, the more the old darker systems, darker energies are being stirred up and are kind of rising up and resisting the process. There are forces on the planet that don't like the process of ascension very much. They're not interested in it, and they want to actually counter it and block it. What we also have on the side of the light is a lot of star seeds being born here. Now, star seeds, they've been born here from the 40s onwards, probably, or actually World War II actually onwards. But they really have started increasing in number. A starseed is a soul, an old soul who has been round the block many times, who've had lifetimes in many different dimensions and planes of existence. And so the Earth plane is not their natural home, but they come here. It's our temporary home. And many of them are kind of having experiences from different planes. So I do see people talking about, well, a Pleiadian starseed is this and an Orion starseed is that. It's very difficult to actually give absolutely firm descriptions of these, because starseeds tend to be wanderer souls, of having these different experiences. But starseeds would have a primary home, whether Pleiades or Arcturus or Sirius or Orion or wherever, or Lyra or wherever. So I consider myself a nomadic wanderer soul. I actually had a healing session once, and the healer was channeling something and said, "You wanderer soul," and I'm like, at the time thinking, what does that mean? Doesn't sound very nice. I'm a wanderer soul. But now I kind of accept it. So there are all these starseeds here, and they're here to anchor light on the planet and anchoring the new grids of light. And there are two main grids. There are more than two grids, but the two main grids, I would say, are the crystalline grid of the Earth, which is coming up from the Earth. It's holding a new grid of light, a new possibility of light for the Earth. The Earth is ascending. The old grid of the Earth, which a lot of people are grounding into, contains all of the old karma of the Earth, all the old war of the Earth, all of the old history of the Earth, which is difficult. And so I do recommend, when people ground into the Earth, they try to intend to ground into the crystalline 5D grid of the Earth, and not the old grid of the Earth. You can connect to the old grid of the Earth. It is still healing. We can connect to the magma of the Earth and the rocks and the water of the Earth, but it's better to connect to the 5D crystalline grid, especially for star seeds. It's much better. The other grid is coming through from the great central sun down through the stargate of our sun, down into this dimension. This is the cosmic Christ grid, or the Ascension grid. So these two grids are coming and holding, and I tend to see them as the cosmic Christ grid coming down and really anchoring from the heart upwards, and the crystalline grid of the Earth coming up and anchoring in the heart downwards, and they meet in the heart. And this is the meeting place, the heart. So we're being called at this time to have a foot in two worlds, to ground and be in this world, but also to be not of this world and connect to the spirit worlds and the various realms of the spirit worlds. In all my transmissions, I call on 6 archangels. The horizontal plane is East Raphael, Archangel of Air, Healer Magician; South Michael, Warrior Protector; West Gabriel, Messenger Angel, Dreamtime Angel; North Uriel, Archangel of the Earth, of physical body, of the etheric body, of spiritual laws. And I also call on Metatron from the great central sun, and Sandalphon from the crystalline grid of the Earth. These 6 directions hold the space. It's very important to do this, because all magical traditions would hold space, calling in certain energies. In Wicca, they would call the elemental forces of the directions, and they would ground, and they might call down the sun. Now, I still believe there's a lot of value in that, because we need to have strong energetic boundaries for the work we're doing. We need to create a strong container for the work we're doing. And so all the transmissions I do is to create the container. If the container is not strong, then the energies will leak or fracture or whatever's going on. It needs to be a strong container. Our energy fields need to be a strong container. We need to practice spiritual hygiene daily. And because there are these lower forces, we can go into buildings which have thought forms of anger. We can attend bars where there is the kind of thought form around alcohol or whatever it is. There's a lot of thought forms around. There are lost souls around. There are earthbound souls around. There are lower astral forces around. The more we expand our light, the more, this is not to frighten anyone, but it's just the way I think it is actually, the more light we absorb and radiate, the more the kind of lower frequency forces will tend to be attracted to that light, like moths to the flame, you could say. And so a lot of starseeds after the millennium started getting psychic interference. So my 6 years in the dark night of the soul, I didn't get psychic interference. I got full-on psychic attack. And so this was my training. I consider it almost like a Hogwarts training, the dark arts of Hogwarts. And I believe my higher self allowed it because I needed to experience that level of attack. Because in my own work and healing sessions, what I'm also doing is neutralizing black magic. And black magic is a reality on this planet. It's not so well known in the developed world, but of course in the third world, developing worlds, it's well known. But it doesn't mean that black magic doesn't exist in the developed world. Black magic does exist, I believe, and also in the higher echelons, corporate, financial, government, political, and higher black magic. And black magic has been really happening on the planet probably since end Lemurian times, certainly end Atlantean times, and then on into Egypt, Tibet, and these places. So there comes a point in the journey where we start having to clear black magic, psychic interference, ritual magic, blood magic, sex magic, all these kind of things. And clearing it out, we need to clear the muddy path. I think there's a saying, it might have been Hawaiian shamanism, clearing the muddy path between the conscious, unconscious, and superconscious self, these selves, or you could say the conscious, subconscious, unconscious, and superconscious self, where the conscious mind, the left brain, masculine, right brain, intuitive, imaginative, connect. They've been separated for so long in this world, separated. And these are now needing to connect, because when we connect our intuition and logic, we find pure genius starts to emerge. When we start to really access our right hemisphere brain, we can start connecting down into the subconscious. Subconscious is really all the memories of this lifetime, programming imprints, and unconscious, which is all the memories of other lifetimes, and also our ancestral programming, ancestral energies, which we are touched by. I think even in the Bible, they talk about being touched by the sins of the fathers up to 7 generations. But it's not just the sins, it's the energy of the ancestral line. And the more we unify the conscious mind, the more we clear the muddy path down through the subconscious, clearing the stuff out this lifetime, all of our old belief systems and stories and life scripts and agreements. And then down into the unconscious mind, clearing out. This is where the real muddy work becomes visible. We've got other lifetimes. Now, I remember back in the 90s, my first spontaneous other life memory was of being burnt as a witch, and it was really terrifying. I remember, laying in the bath, maybe too much information, lots of bubbles and everything, and just having this meditating, having this memory of being burnt and exploring it. And I believe it was probably in northern France back in the 11, 12, maybe 1300s. Terrifying. I remember looking at the audience of people and thinking, well, there was a mixture of real anger and terror, thinking, oh my God, they're actually going to do this. And out into the field, there were these 3 stacks of wood and poles. And the last bit of the memory, I remember being choked. I wasn't being burnt, I was being choked. And then I researched it, and I found that actually a lot of people who were burnt to death actually died of asphyxiation. So I'm like, oh, right, okay. So we are clearing the muddy path. And one of the things we will encounter in our spiritual awakening, we've got the unseen friends, we've got our higher self, we've got angels, we've got star beings and star races assisting us, we've got specialist teams in spirit assisting us, we've got elemental forces, we've got forces of the earth assisting us. Um, there are overlighting devas of the earth which are assisting us. Um, but what we will find is we will encounter resistance from our own ego mind. So this is part of the clearing process. We start clearing the inner channel, and our own ego mind starts kicking in. And the ego mind is the mind of the parts of us which are fearful, anxious, critical, judgmental, and sabotaging, blocking. We're going to meet these parts, and even we may feel confused as to what is the voice of the higher self and guides, and what is the voice of these blocking ego parts. And we all have ego parts. The ego is not one thing. The personality is not one fixed thing. It's a gestalt of energies. We may have inner children. We may have wounded children, magical children. We have adventurous parts of ourselves, introverted parts of ourselves. We may have parts that just want to chill and not do anything, parts of us which want to achieve and go for it, parts of us which may feel we have to do it perfectly, parts of us which may be afraid of being blamed or judged, all of these parts. And there's a whole, gestalt of them. Some of them are primary and some of them are more distant. So this is the family of cells we start meeting. And there's a healing and upgrading that happens in the ego selves. Our inner children want to be held and loved. And there's protector, controller, managers that want to keep things as they are. There are firefighters that come leaping in to put out any upsets in the family of selves. But light will start disturbing our ego family of selves, and so it's a gradual kind of opening and releasing older, darker energies. So at the moment, this is the process we're on. We're here. Starseeds are here for personal clearing, personal karma clearing, personal reasons. We're here to learn personal lessons. We are here to learn to create our reality. We learn to have fun, have joy. We're learning to raise our vibration. We're learning to perhaps achieve certain things. We come for certain personal reasons. But starseeds have also come for more cosmic reasons. We've come to serve the planet at this time. The planet is shifting and awakening. And there are timelines at this moment, many timelines converging. Some of those timelines are very light and they lead to a new earth, a Garden of Eden in the future. And that timeline, it's very slow. I know some starseeds are impatient. Well, when's it happening? It should have happened in 2012. There's going to be another shift, I believe, on the planet by 2030, 32. Another big shift, more starseeds will be incarnating. The proportion of starseeds will increase because at the moment there are still starseeds and non-starseeds, younger souls still coming into the planet because it's not going to happen overnight. It's a slow shift. And then by 2050, I believe another shift where the majority of beings coming into the planet will be starseeds. By 2070, I believe it will be only starseeds coming here. Can you imagine? If only starseeds are coming here with their higher consciousness, what kind of planet will we have by the end of the century? We will have a planet where there is no war. I mean, hopefully the end of war will happen sooner, because we need to, before we can really advance into the new age properly, we need to end war. And because of this, war is increasing on the planet. There are forces which are stirring up wars in various places. They're very traumatic wars. I've been looking at them, and a lot of people have been sending healing to these places. Ukraine, and particularly the hotspot, really, I think, is the Middle East, because that conflict is linked to a darker timeline, I believe, and there are forces which have been trying to kick off war in that place for a while now. The Syrian war, the civil war, which happened a while ago, was part of this, but it's always being neutralized by the Starseed Collective, by the Family of Light Collective. The moment there's something being triggered, the Starseed family come on board and kind of squash it, push it down. And I think those dark forces are still confused as to why are we not really completely, you know, activating this dark timeline. Really, the 9/11, I think, was the first time those dark forces really majorly stepped out on the world stage in a big way, in a dramatic way. The recent lockdowns we've had is, to my mind, been orchestrated by, it's been an agenda being planned for a number of years. And it's, on the one hand, difficult, but on the other hand, quite brilliant, because every time dark forces try and initiate something, what it does is waking up star seeds, you know, waking them up, really. So I've met people who've been woken up by 9/11. It made me wake up a bit more. The recent lockdown, global lockdown, I went on a march in London. 1 million people were marching, and these are not star seeds. I think just regular people. Now, star seeds wake up through spiritual practice, spiritual revelation. Non-star seeds, meaning those beings which have been here a long time in the reincarnational cycle of the earth, do not wake up through spiritual revelation. They're not particularly interested in spiritual revelation. If they hear it, they'll think it's bonkers. So if any of you've got non-star seed families, and most of my family are non-star seed, if they ask me what I'm up to, I tell them I'm up to no good. You know, we have a laugh. I don't try and get too involved in trying to persuade them, because it's very hard to persuade, or I'm not really into persuading. Anyway, non-star seeds wake up through another kind of revelation. And the kind of revelation that they're waking up to is what, for example, the whistleblowers are doing. Most whistleblowers are star seeds, I believe. The kind of experience of whistleblowing really accelerated after 2012. I think Julian Assange, for all his faults, is an amazing starseed. What he's done, waking up people. Edward Snowden in America, in Russia, I should say. If I look at him, he looks like an angel. He has a kind of face of an angel, and I just feel this high vibration from him. And I believe he had the purest of intentions in revealing what, you know, the governments were up to. So here we are, where star seeds are waking up through spiritual revelation. Non-star seeds are waking up through, you know, other kinds of revelations, WikiLeaks and other kind of things. When we get on our path, there are a number of challenges, and as I mentioned, the ego is being upgraded. Now, one of these challenges is the body consciousness itself is not always 100% on board. That doesn't always 100% know what's going on with us. So I want to do a little exercise for you guys now around the body consciousness. We want to get it on board in terms of the ascension process. So it's a very brief little process, and it's important to get the body consciousness on board so it stops resisting. So if you just take a breath, close your eyes. And I'm going to speak, actually, if you put your non-dominant hand on the belly, which is the center of your body consciousness, body elemental. And I want to speak directly to your body elemental, your body consciousness. Just let this statement in, if you will. Dear body consciousness, we are going through an ascension process, which involves absorbing more higher frequencies of light in the physical and energy bodies. This may feel a challenging process, but there is no reason to be afraid. This may seem a challenging process, but there is no reason to be afraid. We are being upgraded at all layers and levels of our being. All aspects of our being are shifting in light. It is time now to release all fear, all anxiety, all resistance to the process, and allow an upgrade to all protection programs. It's time to release all family and genetic conditioning that limits the ascension process. It's time to release any level of self-sabotage, self-attack. It's safe now to embrace the light, even though it hasn't been safe for many lifetimes. It is safe now to embrace the light, even though it hasn't been safe for many lifetimes. It's time to release anything limiting the light or impeding your path. It's time to release all collective energies weighing you down. It's time to release all old stories, limiting beliefs that originate in this 3D world, in this 3D paradigm, or any system arising therein. It is time now to release all conflict and drama as a means of growth. It's time now to release all conflict and drama as a means of growth. We're entering a new age of light. Slowly but surely, we are entering a new age of light. It is time now to release all old trapped energies and emotions. It is time now to reunite body and spirit, masculine and feminine, power and vulnerability, light and dark, ego and higher self. The true twin flame is the unification of ego and higher self. It is time now to release the load of the 3D matrix and embrace the 5D matrix that's coming on the earth plane. It's time to enter a greater sense of ease, flow, abundance, and grace within the abundance process, within the ascension process, I should say, within the ascension process. Just allow that to go deep into your bones and blood and systems of your body. Allow that statement to go deep into the cells of your body. Allow that statement to go very deep into the very DNA of your body, into the physical strands of your DNA, into the etheric strands that are waiting to activate in your physical body. There are more strands than just two, many more. All the junk DNA is waiting to be reconfigured within these new strands, at least 12, waiting to be rewound in your cells. Your body elemental knows this. Your body consciousness knows this. It just needs to be told it's time now to do this. It's time now to do this. Release the fear of the past. It is safe to be seen, safe to be heard, safe to be visible. I'll say that again. It's now safe to be seen, safe to be heard, safe to be visible. Even though in other lifetimes you may have been punished or killed or harmed, in this lifetime, the light is supporting you. The light is holding you. The universe has your back. 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 Many blessings. And breathe. And breathe. And I think I've got a couple more minutes. I just want to mention a couple of the main challenges that's going on right now. A big challenge for starseeds is in the area of romance, can be very volatile at the moment. Partners can change as your vibration changes. The idea of a twin soul partnership. The twin soul partnership exists in many different dimensions. There is not just one twin soul, twin flame. There is many, and it depends on your own state of vibration. There are also false twin flames. Be careful of that one. False twin flames. Work and money is a big area being activated for many starseeds. Abundance is a very important area. All financial systems have been controlled by dark forces. Now it's time to take control of your own abundance. You can be in the system and not controlled by the system. It is very possible, very possible. The diet is very important. The body is seeking more light and it cannot get this from physical food. Living on light is important. There is a transmission on my YouTube channel called Living on Light Transmission. Be aware of the offenders in your diet: sugar, wheat, gluten, dairy, processed foods, factory farm animals killed in fear. Be aware of all these. Starseeds need especially more minerals and supplements. You need a purer diet. Water needs to be purified. It's important to find your soul tribe, those who are in spirit and in the physical plane, who align with your vibration, align with your soul mission. You are here with a mission. You are here with a mission. And this mission is alignment with your heart and soul. It's an alignment with your true values, alignment with your true identity, alignment with the reason you've come here, your multidimensional gifts, your dreams, your values, your skills and strengths. And all synchronicities which are guiding you forward are signs from the universe to your true soul mission, to your true soul mission, to your true soul mission. So I'm not sure How much more time do I have, guys? Can you just send me a message?
You have 10 minutes, Steve.
Oh, 10 minutes. Great.
Mhm.
Time for a little meditation. Okay. If you close your eyes, Let's do a quick meditation. Again, putting your non-dominant hand this time on your heart. Let's invoke the 6 archangels. Raphael in the east. Symbol is the crystal wand. The energy is emerald green fire. Michael in the south. The symbol is a sword of angelic blue light. The energy is electric blue fire. Gabriel in the west. The symbol is a silver chalice. The energy is diamond white fire. And Uriel in the north. The symbol is a golden pentacle and the energy is ruby red fire. Calling those 4 archangels to hold the space around you right now. I call your teams in spirit, the highest light and resonance, your higher selves. From the 6th dimension to the 12th dimension, come be with you now. All star races, star brothers, star sisters, star family, star councils come be with you now. Those working with you of the purest light. All teams in spirit working with you of the purest light come be with you now. All guides on the earth plane and galactic planes who are working with you at the highest light come be with you now. Let's call Metatron and all angels working with Metatron and the cosmic Christ grid to hold the space from the heart upwards. And Archangel Raphael, the earth below, to bring up that light, ethereal white, up to the heart, anchoring into the heart, allowing all chakras from the heart downwards to anchor into the crystalline grid of the earth. 6 angels, 6 energies and open. 6 angels, 6 energies and open. I want you to imagine that there are almost like 2 pathways running parallel with one another. 2 pathways. One pathway is the 3D world, the old 3D world, with all of its old structures and old dynamics and old systems. And one is the new emerging age of light, 5D emerging age of light. Find yourself with a foot on both paths, a foot on both paths. You have a foot in the 3D world, perhaps. Many of us do have a foot there or a finger there. Just placing one foot there for the moment for this meditation, and one foot in the high frequency, cosmic Christ path, 5D ascension path of light. Feeling these 2 vibrations. They do not sit well with one another. They do not sit well with one another, actually. Just for now in this meditation, just for a moment, I want you to place both feet on the 3D path, the 3D world, the old world of blame and judgment, of separation and war and conflict and empire building and narcissistic abuse, all of that stuff. You know that vibration. I just want you to feel that vibration for a moment. Some of it may be still echoing in your systems. Some of it may still need to be released from you. Just take a moment to feel if there's any of that old energy still echoing down through space and time, through all layers, levels, dimensions of your being. Just take a moment. Is there anything echoing in the physical body, etheric body, emotional or mental bodies, lower mental body, higher mental body? If you feel those echoes, there's still work to be done as you stand on the 3D timeline, the 3D world. Place a foot back on the 5D world, back on the 5D world. And feel that vibration running through you. The 5D connecting to the 3D world. If there's any healing you need, invite the 5D light into any places in your body where you're still holding old 3D energies, dense energies. If there are any energetic cords connecting you to any being or group or organization or situation in the old 3D world, ask these 5D energies of light to begin to upgrade in gold light and dissolve all of them. Dissolve and remove every cord to the 3D world if you're willing, if you're able, if that's your path, if that's what you want to do. Dissolve all of it. Dissolve all of it. And release what needs to be released to that world. Release what needs to be released to that world. You do not need to save the old 3D world. The old 3D world is wobbling badly. It's wobbling badly. Systems are wobbling and collapsing. There are dark forces in that world trying to uphold that world. That is not your world. You don't need to fight dark forces. It's important to know this. Some of you may be doing that. You do not need to fight dark forces. You need to release dark forces. They will collapse on their own merit. Their own karmic destiny is to collapse in this world, the 5D world. They cannot be sustained in the 5D world. Imagine sending a higher vibration 5D light into your family of ego selves, your own ego psyche. The controllers, the managers of your psyche, sending them love for everything they're doing, your personality selves. Telling them it's time to relax, time to increase in light, time to expand in light, time to step onto the path. And also sending light beyond them to the wounded children, the magical children, the wounded adolescent, the magical adolescent, the curious adolescent, those magical parts within you that stand behind the wounded parts, sending light to the wounded parts, allowing the magical aspects of your being to step forward, for these are the ones helping you to step into a new age of light. These are the ones helping you step into a new age of light. Sending that healing light to anywhere you're still connected to the 3D world, perhaps a 3D job, perhaps a 3D relationship, sending light to all of that to upgrade it. But be careful, because some of those connections may dissolve quicker than you wish. So ask for everything to be dissolved in divine time, not too fast to throw you into any chaos. To be done at the right time, right speed, right pace. Not too fast, to enable you to step more fully in the 5D world. Take your foot off the 3D world and bring both feet into the 5D vibration, allowing all of your fields, energy fields, layers of your energy fields of your physical body to begin to vibrate with a higher light, a higher frequency. The destiny of the earth is a new age of light. It's many decades in the future, but you can step into that reality now. You can create a 5D reality. You can create your own reality, one of joy, one of grace, one of abundance now. You don't have to wait for the world to step fully into that paradigm. And just breathing and opening, allowing that vibration of light into the physical body, etheric body, emotional body, lower mental, and higher bodies. And breathing, asking for your higher self to help clear the muddy path, opening the inner channel between higher self, conscious mind, subconscious self, and unconscious mind. Clearing the inner channel, releasing any bleed through energies from any other lifetime that need to be cleared now and released now. Clearing any energies from your parents and grandparents that need to be dissolved that does not help you. But connecting you more powerfully to the deep ancestors, those who live in a higher frequency of light, those who exist beyond all pain and suffering. And breathing and opening and feeling that vibration in your body. I'm just going to leave all of these archangels now for the rest of the day for you, but just allow them to return to the light when you're done with them, holding your space throughout this conference, throughout this day, but staying connected to your higher self, staying grounded, and open your eyes and take a breath and wiggling fingers and toes. Have a wiggle, stay grounded, have a sip of tea. And there we are. I hope that was good for some of you. I hope that's what some of you needed. I certainly enjoyed it. And there we are.
Amazing.
Beautiful, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. How did you accumulate all this kind of access? Was there like where you started to get in touch with these levels and the kind of beings that you're bringing in? How did
Well, I
that come?
trained a lot in the earthy, shamanic, and Wiccan stuff, and I got connected with a lot of the earthy energies. I did a lot of light body metaphysical stuff. I think I've been trained basically as a mind or frequency to be able to tune around. You know, I do envy sometimes these channels who can just tune the channel Arcturians or channel Pleiadians. I can't do that. They kind of come in and we have a love affair for a week and then they go, and then somebody else comes in. It's kind of nice, but it's kind of also nice to hang out a lot more with some of these beings. I kind of fall in love with them. I remember I got connected with Sekhmet, the Egyptian goddess, and
Yeah.
I actually fell in love with this goddess. And she left after 2 weeks. And I'm like, oh, come
Oh
back, come back.
man. Do any of them ever come back, or it's always like that? They just come and go.
Yeah, Isis comes back frequently.
Mhm.
The Egyptians come back a lot. Isis, Horus, Sekhmet, Anubis has come. I haven't put anything out about Anubis, but he comes here and there. The Greek pantheon and the Egyptian I feel very connected to. I think I've had many lifetimes around the Mediterranean. I'm a bit of a Mediterranean soul while I've been on this planet. So yeah, I that's been my partner says, you forgot to do the washing up, and my brain. I said, I'm sorry, I've got 3 downloads in my head. I forgot to do. It's not. She doesn't accept the excuse. It sounds like a good excuse, but she doesn't really accept it. It would be nice if she accepted it, but she doesn't really.
That's too
You
funny.
forgot to get the cucumber, the organic cucumber. Oh, sorry. My mind is constantly. There's several things always going on, and I have to kind of put it on hold sometimes.
I think Alan's muted.
Oh, can I just ask you about? Were you saying something, Ashley? Oh,
I was just pointing out you were muted.
oh, thank you. I'm unmuted, but thanks. Can you talk about the soul matrix, which is something that's behind you? What you mean by that?
Soul Matrix. Well, what I tend to do is I do webinars and sessions with people, and retreats here and there. I might be coming to America next year. I might be going to New York State, probably, and maybe Colorado. I'm not quite sure. But what I do is I tend to blend the earthly coaching, NLP type, hypnotherapy type of things with light body, metaphysical, channeling, transmission. And at the beginning, when the kind of guide said you're going to do this, I said, but they don't really fit together. And I don't, not systems don't always work, but slowly they've kind of gone dunk like that. So now they do connect. I've trained in many different systems, and I try and extract what I think is the best bits of it, but they don't always work well together. I have to sit with them and then they go click. So it's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle, just trying to click things together. So I think I've got a kind of good toolkit when people come with different issues, whether it's psychic surgery they need or even business coaching or something. So I've kind of got a bit of a spectrum of stuff, really.
Yeah, you're bridging the worlds.
I'm what?
You're bridging the worlds, bringing those
bridging the world. Yeah, world bridger. Yeah. Apparently that's what.
You spoke about the people waking up from these things that are happening in the world, and how 9/11 was a huge part for you and so many others. And one level, and we speak about it often here as well, is the system is almost designed to be promote corruption and greed, and the system's like that in so many ways. However, everything they do, something I like to say these days, everything they do backfires, So it's almost like if we, just as the regular people, can see that every time they do something like this, more people wake up, then who are they? Ignorant, or are they actually working for the light and playing their role? And on some higher level, they're actually creating these things, but they consciously know, or maybe the soul knows, that it's just going to wake more people up.
Yeah, the game is ending this way. I think at a conscious level, a lot of these people don't know what they're doing. Maybe at a higher level, they are being moved in a certain way, but I think they're genuinely confused as why is this not working? It should be working. We should be creating more. I think for a lot of starseeds, it's very hard to get into the mindset of people who want to create war or destruction or such mayhem. It's hard. It's even hard for me. I think, well, why would they want to do it? But there is a group of people that is their part of their game. They are doing that, a bit like a game of chess. They're playing the dark side. And at a higher level, of course, all souls will return to the light. But I think for those souls who are following the darker path, it will take them quite a few more lifetimes to come back. I don't think they'll just click in and go, well, and now I'm on the light side, after doing, if you look at some of the stuff some of the people are doing in the world now, there I mentioned the Gates and all of those kind of people. I don't think in a lifetime or two they're going to suddenly go, oh, I'm so sorry, now I'm working for the light. I think it's going to take a lot longer. And some of these beings are actually working satanically, and that is a very difficult energy to work with. It's going to take a lot to come out of that. I never believed in that kind of stuff, but then in the dark night I saw and I got to feel the vibration of these entities. which some of these beings are actually calling upon. And those entities are really fallen angels, and they're very incredibly dark. It's like a dark hole, black hole, and some people get sucked right into them. But again, all souls will come to the light eventually, you know. But I don't think every soul on this planet right now is destined for 5D ascension. There's a lot they're going to go off somewhere else and continue their own 3D schooling, which is a hard schooling. It's a school of hard knocks, you know, really. If you look at the last few thousand years,
Oh,
do you really want
everybody,
to grow
and
through that kind of stuff? You know, war, and it's not been pleasant to go through. But, you know, I think many of us are fed up and bored with that game. I'm totally bored with the game. I want a new game. Let's roll the dice and have a new game.
Right.
Well, I think a new game is coming. That's why we're all gathered here. It's going to look different than anything that's ever come before. So we can't project the past onto the future because that keeps us stuck. We have to be available for something unknown. We have to march into the unknown.
Yeah. A Garden of Eden is there, and what it will look like, we don't quite know yet.
Yes. But
You also spoke about new souls compared to old souls, young souls and earth souls compared to starseed souls. What is a young soul? Is a young soul like one that just came from source, or has it also been traversing the cosmos for a while?
A younger soul is one in the kind of kindergarten stage of, you know, all souls leave source and then go through this, you know, the out breath and in breath of Brahma, leave source and then come back. So starseeds are at that turn. We're past the turning point where we're coming back to the light. We're coming back up. But there are a lot of souls which are still exploring 3D, still exploring stuff, learning about, for example, courage on the battlefield. Starseeds are not learning about courage on the battlefield. We're learning about courage in another way. You know, so there are still a lot of souls, you know, souls who sign up for jihads and religious wars. They go into it fully. We want to do it. They're passionate. They jump in because those souls are still learning in a pretty horrendous way. But we're not doing that. We're kind of, you can learn that somewhere else, but we are not going to do that anymore.
So you think there'll be a bifurcation? Many people talk about this, where, you know, people will no longer, even in a sense, be aware of those levels as we move into these new realities.
Yeah, I think with the splitting of the dimensions, some people say that, you know, well, there's different theories on it, but I think the dimensions have already been splitting for a while, and we're currently living in two worlds. There's a 3D world, which is around us, and the 5D world, which you guys are creating, and I guess I'm part of that 5D world.
You're part of it, Steve.
Well, thank you. We're creating it, but we're living in the worlds of Trump and Biden and Kamala and all of that.
That's the bifurcation. That's like, we won't need politics when we achieve this next level of reality.
Oh, no. Hallelujah. Politics sucks, right?
Well, yeah, that's part of the game of 3D control, power, manipulation. Who's going to be in charge? Like, we need someone to be in charge, you know, like that's still we got
divide
that from
and conquer.
What's that?
Yeah.
The divide and conquer tactics.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's interesting that we called the king and queen the sovereign, right? And it's just a sovereign in another way because it's still hierarchy, right? How often do they say the president of the United States, the term is the most powerful person in the world, right? They're the sovereign. And it's a paradox, really, because ultimately we're claiming our sovereignty and realizing we can be the governors of ourselves.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I heard the word royalty. Reality comes from royalty. Like, your royalty marked the official reality that we could live. So we have to create those other new realities for each of us.
For sure.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I just think I got to say that you guys in America are the advanced party, because America is difficult. You've got the most light and the most darkness in America, and you guys are really holding it. I'm in Britain sipping my tea, you know, by the sea, having, you know, a nice time. In America, I find when I go to America, it's lovely people, fantastic, but the energies there, light and dark, are much more intense. So you guys are the advanced party, I think.
Well, you know what? I was just looking at the convention, all that, but what makes, I think, this country, what I appreciate is the diversity. Like most countries, you know, they have their traditions for hundreds of thousands of years. So it's the sameness of the people that they kind of connect with, but it's the diversity of nationalities, religion, races that make this such an exciting place to be, I think.
Yeah. Well, I hope to meet you guys in person sometime and give you a nice hug.
Yes.
You too, brother.
That would be
Well,
beautiful.
why doesn't he come to Glastonbury if you're there,
Well,
right?
I have him on the list for the next one. We're skipping,
year.
so we're skipping next year. We're going for 2026.
Oh,
Yeah,
Glastonbury you're doing. Aren't you doing Glastonbury in September, Neil?
no, I'm in Bali. But I see you doing San Diego next year. Let me know if it's a space, and I might pop over if you've got space.
I would love for you to come to San Diego. That's going to be the biggest one for the whole.
Yeah. Okay. Well, send me an invite, and I'll come.
We're skipping all live events next year, so 2026 is when it's going to happen now.
Oh, okay.
I'll reach out to you about it.
Drop me a line, and then I'll hug you all in person.
Can't wait. So before you leave, Steve, let everybody know again where they can find more about you, what your YouTube channel is.
That way. thesoulmatrix.com. You find me on Instagram, Steve Nobel 101. YouTube channel is Steve Nobel. There's about 184,000 on there. Facebook. I'm a social media tart. You're gonna Steve Nobel. You'll find me around. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Really good to meet you, brother.
Good to meet
Thanks,
you,
guys.
Steve.
Thank you for bringing all the energy in. Okay, take care.
Pleasure.
That was very nice. I like that guy.
Beautiful.
He's a good
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
Definitely. Good way to start it. And I'm really happy when he called in all the angels, the archangels, and asked them to stay for the whole thing and create that
Still
container.
feel it. It's palpable.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it's great. You're kind of like a talent scout, Neil. You've searched out people that, most of our this community, your portal has not heard about, and it's kind of just widening the community.
Yeah, exactly. And before we bring on our next speaker, actually, that's a good segue to talk about the Awakening of Humanity conference.
Oh, yeah.
Let's share that with everybody, because we are going to be doing a longer version of this. Well, kind of a similar but different topic, because we're going to have so many more speakers here. This is the first time I'm announcing it. I just sent an email out yesterday about this. This is the first announcement here. So this year is the 16th year of Portal to Ascension creations, and been doing this since 2008, summer of 2008. And in honor of our 16th year, we're doing an 11 days, 6 to 7 hours a day, 77 presenters, 11 MCs, free event. You can sign up for free or by donation, October 8th to 18th. And the way you can get to it is you go to our website, go to events, upcoming events, and it's like the second one there. Go ahead and click on that. You can register. And like the reason for this is I wanted to not only honor the journey that it took to get to this point, to create beat the Guinness World Records of conscious streaming events, which I don't think they have, but I think I should apply for it, and 3, infuse the timeline with so much consciousness with some of the most amazing luminaries in 11 days that on day 12 we might literally enter a 5th dimension. I'm kind of kidding, but not really. It's going to be such a powerful event. Not only have schedules all up here already. Not only have I reached out to a good 60% of the people here are people I've worked with before over the last 16 years to celebrate that. But we have a lot of new amazing people. Avi Loeb, he's been doing his thing for a while now, but it's the first time on our platform. Anita Morgiani's first time, Mia Magic's first time, Jonathan Goldman, one of the pioneers of sound therapy in the West, the Hertax, Paul Wallace. So you can, amazing people, Mark Anthony. So I would love for you guys, you're on, actually, a lot of you are streaming on our website right now. So it's very easy for you to just open up in the new window, go ahead and open that up and register for this. And not just for the fun of the experience and all the information going to be shared, but I really want to get over 10,000 people a part of this event. We're at 1,000 right now. I want to get over 10,000 people part of this event so that we could do what the purpose is, infuse the timeline. Imagine all the awareness and consciousness that's going to be shared in these 11 days. Then we're going to cut them up into individual presentations. We're going to relaunch them every single day. The audios are going to go on to 4 different podcasts. But within 6 months, hundreds of thousands of people are going to be connected to the content shared here. And so it is really designed intentionally to just infuse a lot of awareness into the masses, into the public. So please do go ahead and sign up for that. Check it out on our website.
Great, great, great. So that's what's the time? So 8, 10, 11 days from what? 10,
October
1,
8th to 18th, and we start at 8 a.m. Pacific every day.
8 a.m. to what time?
Till like 2:33 Pacific.
And this will be broadcast on our channels too, right? So
We're going to be on like 5 different YouTube channels. We'll have the webinar room as well. And we have 3 panels. We have a Heal the Divide panel.
Oh, great.
We have an Ascension panel, and we have a UFO panel, and we
Oh,
might
great.
have a QHHT panel because we have like 3 or 4 QHHT Dolores Cannon
Oh,
practitioners.
great. That's a good, I think you should have a panel
That'd
like
be pretty
that.
cool.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
let's
thinking about it.
definitely.
Mhm.
Great, great, great. I mean, I think this time of self-reflection, Neil, has given you a lot of new ideas and ways to move forward. So
Yeah, it has.
that's
So
excellent.
do you want to introduce JK?
Well, what I know, we can also read the bio, but I think she is one of the best podcasters around. She has a huge following on Instagram, on TikTok, where she really investigates aspects where I know her from the UFO world. So she has great personal up close interviews with some of the leaders in the UFO field, but she does it in a really creative way where she comments on that material and kind of adds her own understanding and spin, and she makes it very entertaining, her podcasts, her Instagram posts. So I like her because she's such an upbeat, curious, intelligent person that gives a lot back to this community. And she's going to be on our Galactic cruise, which is really fun too.
Yep,
So
she'll be on the cruise, and I'll do her official, just little quick
yeah,
bio
do
here.
that. Yeah.
She's becoming one of my favorite people and presenters as well. She's, as Alan said, just amazing energy, and she's also a bridger of worlds. She's bringing these deeply esoteric and metaphysical component awareness into a palatable understanding, and even bringing logic into to break things down in regards to astral travel, dimensions, so many different topics. And her name is Jennifer Cromartie, and she goes by JK Ultra. She's a TikTok sensation with over 500,000 followers, expert in the realm of the unknown and the unexplained, delving into subjects such as spirituality, metaphysics, conspiracy theories, and aliens. Her unique perspective and ability to make complex subjects easy to understand make her an exciting guide to the mysteries of the universe.
And you know what, Neil, what opened her up was a really early UFO contact experience. I think she was 5, 6 years old with her family in New Jersey. And that's like, she talked about this on Linda Moulton House show, but it was really an awakening that, that she refers back to. So she's one of us. She's a starseed, and she's here to wake us up. Any comments, Ashley?
She's new to me, so I'm really excited to see what she has for us today.
Great, great, great. Okay.
All right, so we have a pre-record for JK, and so you can check her out. If you type in JK Ultra on all platforms, you'll find her. She'll also be on the Galactic Origins cruise, and let's go ahead and play this.
Part of the Great Awakening Conference. My name is JK Ultra, and today I'm going to be talking about a topic that sometimes might fall through the cracks when we're talking about the Great Awakening, because today we are going beyond love and light, and we're talking about the spiritual warrior's path. So oftentimes when we are talking about the Great Awakening, we really tend to focus on the love and light aspect of it. And as much as that is important, there's a very important aspect that we cannot skip over, that we cannot jump over. And anyone who has eyes, ears, or any awareness of what's happening in the world right now, turning a blind eye to the reality that we're currently living in is not the path to the awakening. Now, we might have many messages of spiritual leaders and gurus suggesting that we look the other way, focus on yourself. And there's an aspect of that that is true, because we do have to hold our frequency. Each one of us has an individual frequency, and that is our gift to this world. When our soul's frequency was incarnated in this body, that was our gift to hold on this planet. And we do need to maintain our frequency. We do need to remain who we are in the process. However, anytime you open your phone, turn on the news, read anything, we see the horrors that are happening in the world. And for those of us that are more empathetic, you can only look away for so long. You can only look away at the horrors so long. We have war, we have genocide, we have crazy elections that are going on right now. And even the future of our own country is uncertain right now. So what I wanted to talk about today is not running away from the dark, not being afraid of the dark. So let's talk a little bit first about the spiritual battle. So oftentimes in these new age spiritual spaces, we hear about the battle between light and dark. In religion, we hear about good and evil, God and the devil. We're hearing about this constant fight between good and evil. We're hearing about the Pleiadians versus the reptilians. You know, everybody's acting like the grays are bad. And when we take a closer look, and when we look deeper into consciousness and to what the gurus and great mystics have said, our outer world is a reflection of our inner state. So as everybody starts to talk about the spiritual battle is ramping up, the battle between good and evil is ramping up, Satanism is taking over, there's an agenda, it's trying to win. This is a deep call from our internal state asking us to please look at this, to please look at something within ourselves. Now, there's a famous Maya Angelou quote, and I really love this quote since I heard it, which is, "Nothing human is alien to me. Nothing human is alien to me." And the reason that this quote is so beautiful is because we want to look at the horrors of the world. We want to look and say, that's not me. I would never do that. I would never hurt a person. I would never be in war. I would never kill someone. I would never do that. I would never do that. I would never do that. Actually, I'm an ascended light warrior who's here to save everything. And it's really hard, stressful work coming into this very dark, crazy humanity, which is nothing like me. I would never do such a thing. And this is one of the big downfalls that we're seeing in the spiritual community right now is this, not me, never me, I'm different, I'm separate from the darkness. I'm only love and light. That's not who I am. And it might be triggering to hear it. Some people really like the idea of evil existing because it makes them feel comfortable because they get to position themselves on the light side. Oh no, darkness is separate than me. I'm of the light. I'm only of love. I'm here to help humanity. I'm here to save humanity, actually. I'm here to raise the consciousness. And although that's true, we don't do that through avoidance. We don't do that by being in the human vessel and denying to ourselves that we are human and that every single wrong and every single mistake that the humans are making is somehow separate from us. This is besides the point of coming into the human body and incarnating in this experience. So our emotions actually anchor us into the human experience. So we don't want to look at what's going on in the world and turn and say, you know, I can only focus on myself right now. And there's a level of that. I'm not saying to some people go far on the other side, and we'll talk about that next. But this is the human experience. So that's why I love that quote. Nothing human is alien to me. And until we see that this spiritual battle that is being played out in the world, or this physical battle, this war that's playing out in our physical reality that real humans, real lives are being lost to, Until we can accept that this is a reflection of our own inner state, it will not change. We know that what we're seeing in the outer world is a reflection of our inner state. And now maybe you've worked on some of this, maybe you've done some shadow work, but we're all still human. The human collective is still working on this. So when we look at what's happening in the world, say, for example, the very kind of forbidden topic in the spiritual space of Israel and Palestine, a lot of people, understandably, do not want to address it, don't want to speak about it, because it seems like a lose-lose situation to speak about. And the way that I would like to discuss it is in a metaphor. When we talk about, let's say, a pimple, right? So when a pimple comes up on the skin, it means that there was bacteria and toxins underneath the skin for a while. Those bacteria and those toxins could have been pushing out through the body, could have been underneath the surface, but they've been underneath the surface for a while. And then finally, those toxins come out and they present themselves as a painful, ugly pimple. It's noticeable. You can't not look at it. It hurts. It's painful. You want to look away from it. You want to ignore it, but then you also don't. You want to look right at it because you feel it. It's embarrassing. It's shameful. All of these things. Now, how do we deal with a pimple? You can pop it. And what could that do? That could exacerbate it. That could cause a scar that could be there for the rest of your life. Or you could pop it and spread the bacteria and then create more pimples and have a whole outbreak of what's happening. This is what's happening in the world right now. As we have these battles that are happening in the world, these wars and genocides that are happening in the world, this is a toxin that has been underneath the surface of humanity for a very long time. It's now coming to the surface. And, probably the safest way to deal with a pimple is to allow it to burst on its own and then clean it up as best as possible. And then if you're having a problem, sometimes the best way is to clean the body, to detox the body, to change the diet, to drink more water, to flush out the system. So if what we're seeing in the outer world is a reflection of our inner state, we can't control what's happening in the world. We can't control what world leaders are doing. We can't control what religious wars and different things are happening in the world. What we can control, though, is our inner state and flushing out our inner state. So instead of looking at all of the evils in the world and saying, not me, never me, I would never, I'm a good person, we can start to look at ourselves and start to say, what are my blind spots? What are my triggers? What do I need to reflect on right now? What toxins are inside of me, psychologically, emotionally, because we're carrying thousands of years of stories, thousands of years of trauma, thousands of years in our DNA of everything that has happened on this planet is imprinted on us. We are human. And as much as many of us might feel like we are from somewhere else, a starseed, a light worker, coming here to do this and do that, at the end of the day, the only thing that is 100% provable is our humanness. And we also need to take responsibility for it. There's a reason why, if you are all of those things, you didn't stay that thing and you came here to do this. So what we're seeing right now is history repeating itself in a very dramatic way. Because like that pimple, it's telling you there are toxins underneath the skin. There are toxins underneath the surface that need to come out. And we're seeing this pop up, these pimples pop up all around the world. We're seeing it in the US with this election. We're seeing this same divisiveness where we have Democrats and Republicans fighting against each other. Meanwhile, when you look at the numbers, 43% of people are independent voters anyway. Two smaller groups are being shown as the two opposing sides of whatever side you think one side is good, the other is bad, whatever it is, the reality is that there's a lot more people in the middle. And we need to start focusing on this middle part and not becoming so polarized. Because in a lot of these spiritual teachings, we talk about the new earth, about 5D. And for a long time, I was obsessed with all of this information, and I was like, okay, well, what does this mean? Does that mean we're going to turn into our light bodies and zap out of Earth? Is it going to be a rapture situation? Is it going to be a dissolving of the old timeline right in front of our eyes? What's going to happen? What is this 5D going to look like? Is it going to be utopia? That's what I want. Of course, I want this utopia. And as time goes on and I heal myself more and I go deeper into truth, and not just the truth that I want to be true, not just the truth that feels good, but the ultimate truth. And as I go deeper and deeper into my own truth, I see that this utopia, new earth, I don't believe that it's going to remove the polarities. Of course, we're going to have, right now, our polarities are right here, are so extreme. They're so far from each other that getting from one side to the other seems like so polarizing. However, as we heal this battle of light and dark within us, this battle between polarity and duality within us, this is going to come closer and closer. And it will not be one way, one utopia. But what will happen is that the two polarizing sides will be closer to each other. So instead of the polar opposites being all the way here, they'll be here. So right now, what's happening is we have a pendulum swinging. So a pendulum swings all the way to the left, and we see all this politically divisive stuff. And then it swings all the way to the right, and that's extreme, and all the way back, and then all the way back. And what's happening in this pendulum, it's swinging up and swinging back the other side. But now, if it doesn't have to swing that far, the pendulum doesn't need to gain as much momentum. It will eventually find a nice spot in the middle, and we will still have diversity of opinions and thoughts, but they will be more complementary to each other because the pendulum doesn't have to go so far to the other side. And this is the game of the universe. We are in a rendition of the universe right now that is duality. And, there's many different thoughts and beliefs about why. And, one of the most common within spirituality, within the beliefs of consciousness and things like that is God is light. The universe is light, right? Is one. But in order to experience, it needs to separate from itself in order to know itself. So a common phrase or a common analogy that we will see is, you are light. You are light. However, if God is also light and oneness is also light, if you are one candle in the sun, you don't know where your bounds are. You don't know where your flame is because the light is so bright that you're a part of it, but you really can't see your own light because the light of God, the light of the oneness of source is so overpowering because it's grand, it's everything, and you're a part of it. So how will you know yourself? So what happens is, in order to know yourself, you must create some shadow. There must be some light obscured in order for you to know, oh, okay, here's where the boundary is. This is the end of me and the beginning of you. And this is the illusion of separation. So we create the illusion of separation in order to experience ourselves. And what's happening is, God, the universe, source is one. And then we are every single little perspective. So there's one thing that is happening, existence. But from my perspective, from your perspective, from your perspective, from your perspective, from everyone's perspective is how we see the whole picture. Instead of just seeing from one angle, we see from all the angles, and that's why we need to create the illusion of separateness. So in order for light to know itself, it must experience dark. So we also know that all of this stuff that is happening on the earth right now, we sometimes want to be like, well, I want this to be my last life. Send me back, start 5D. I want to ascend back to, the Arcturian star system, to the Pleiades, to this, to that. I want to ascend back to where I'm from. I want to be back with my people. This is not aligned with me. However, when we look at evolution, the way that it's happened on this planet, it happens through difficulty. It happens through complexity. In order for these extremely complex beings to exist, it comes through adapting. It comes through hard conditions is what makes evolution happen. So if we are here as part of a soul evolution process, it's going to be mirroring the evolutionary process that we're seeing in the physical. And what is that? Extreme weather conditions, extreme, harsh plains, lack of food. Those are the things that force evolution. Extreme predators, extreme conditions is what pushes evolution forward. So what we have to do is in these times right now that we're living through, instead of running from them, instead of avoiding them, really learn how to evolve through it, because this is the true soul evolution that we're going through. Now, on the other side, we have the people who, on the other side of the love and light, who are experiencing the bleeding heart for what's happening in the world. They're looking at the problems in the world and they're saying, I can't live like this. I can't live knowing that babies are suffering, that people are dying. I can't live like this. I'm sick to my stomach. And the empathy has turned into toxic empathy. Toxic empathy is, it's great to be empathetic. It's great to feel for others. It's great to have that feeling of understanding what somebody's going through and truly understanding what they're going through to the point that you feel it. That can be good. However, that can also go too far on the spectrum into toxic empathy. So how do light workers navigate what's happening in the world right now? So one of the number one things, so the thing is with empathy is absorbing. So you're like the outer world is getting absorbed into your inner state. But what's happening is that the outer world has so much toxins that you're absorbing all of this. And then what happens is now your gift to the world, your frequency that you came here with to share with this planet, to anchor into this planet, to help raise the frequency of this planet, is now being taken over by the frequencies that you're here to be defiant of. The very frequencies that you were supposed to be defiant is now taking over you. So you can't go all the way into toxic empathy. So the number one thing to do, if you're experiencing overwhelm by what's happening in the world, is to shift to compassion. Instead of, I feel so bad for what's happening, you go, I have so much compassion for this person. I have so much compassion for what these people are going through. I have so much compassion for what these people are going through. When you see this, you're like, oh God, this is killing me. This is hurting my heart. Catch yourself. I have so much compassion for this. Compassion is one of the most powerful forces in the universe. It is so close to love. And what's happening is when you're absorbing, it's taking over. When you're having compassion, you're taking the inward frequency of what you truly are, that true light worker energy, that true source energy, the true big heart that you have. when you say, I have compassion for, you're sending that outward. Because, at the end of the day, feeling bad for someone's situation that you're seeing on your phone or on the news, it's not helping them. The compassion, sending it out, arguable whether it's helping them in the physical realm. However, energetically, you know that you are doing your job. You know that you are doing what you feel that you came here to do, that you came to share this frequency with the world, that you came to share this love and light with the world. You do that by shifting it to compassion. And compassion is empowering. It's empowering you, and you can trust on the quantum level that it's being received and that it is getting out there. And when you hold yourself in that, that is the resilience. That is the resilience on the soul level. So we're talking about physical evolution happening through difficult situations. That is soul evolution of being, I'm seeing something that is painful, but I am going to hold love and compassion and share that instead of absorbing pain and absorbing sadness and then allowing your light to dim. So what do we know about light, right? Light is everything. Light is information, right? So right now, between me and the camera, it seems like empty space, but the empty space is filled with light. It's filled with light waves because that's how we're able to see. If there was no light, it would be completely invisible. So light is everywhere, every single around you. Even when the lights are off and it's dark, there's still light bouncing around just a little bit, unless it's completely pitch black and has been blacked out for, I think they say for at least 30 minutes of pitch black, there's still light particles bouncing around. So there's almost never a time that we are with no light. No matter, like I said, you need to put yourself into a completely dark chamber and sit in there for over 30 minutes before light particles even stop bouncing around in that situation. So what we know is light is information, because even too, my eyes are able to receive the information that the light waves are transmitting. So light is everywhere all the time. And we go back to that one candle. So the way for that one candle that is your soul's light in the whole is able to know what it truly is through the darkness, is to obscure light, create a shadow so it can find its barriers. So each one of us is a different aspect of light. Some of us, are on the light path of compassion and helping. Some of us are on the light path of bringing new inventions into the world. Some of us are on the light path of creating communities. And so all of us have a different part of light. However, that one candle, it could be a dark room. One little candle is enough to start to see clearly. So this is what we have to remember, that if light is information and darkness is the absence of information, then when we see people in the dark, what we need to do is we need to share our light. So sometimes sharing the light is I have so much compassion. Sometimes sharing the light is holding the space. Sometimes it could be in the form of what we call information, which is like, hey, how about this? Have you ever thought about this? And this is going to bring the darkness less dark and bring it closer to the light. So what we see is this polarity. It only takes that one candle to make the darkest dark in the room be a little bit lighter and bring it a little bit closer. And this is what is going to remove these extreme polarities. Now, with everything going on in the world right now, it's very difficult to not get sucked in to the polarity. And it's normal. We're human. But what we have to remember is in a lot of these spiritual teachings, what they say about the light workers, the 3 waves of volunteers, the star seeds, the way showers, all of them are considered pillars. So you look at a whole house, a whole structure, a lot of times those 4 pillars are enough to hold up the whole structure. You have a table, 4 legs, hold all that heavy stuff on the table. So you don't need a lot of pillars to hold up a lot. And then when we look around at the stuff that's happening in the world, it might have seemed like, say, you felt like you're on this spiritual journey, you feel like you're making a difference. And then all of a sudden, since the end of last year, when the war started and genocide started and all this stuff started, even though, of course, these things have been going on for a very long time, but when it really came, the pimple really popped and became part of the awareness of the collective, and everybody became aware of it. It could feel like we were on this ascension path, and it could feel like we've dropped because of this polarity, because of this heaviness. However, we have to remember ascension, even though the word implies only up, it's not just a linear process. It takes time. And our ego is like, I want to wake up quicker. I want everybody to wake up. I want everyone to be enlightened. I want utopia now. I want the new earth now. I want all the bad and all the wrong and all the evils to be wiped out once and for all. And the reality is that if that happened, we would blow a fuse. If everybody woke up at the same time, like many people are dreaming, we would literally blow a fuse and burn out right away. So what happens is this happens in waves. And these waves have been happening, and each wave grabs new people, and then that goes to the ocean. And then this wave can go and it grabs new people, and that ocean is so vast. So each wave is grabbing more, but it's happening in a way that is frequentially safe for our reality. So instead of thinking of like our process, oh, we were becoming enlightened, and then all of a sudden now I'm down because of all the sad stuff and the horrors, what's happening is actually more like a stair, because you don't go down. You don't go back in your evolutionary process, in your spiritual process. What happens is we can't stay in enlightenment 24/7. We can't stay in oneness 24/7. What it is we get this little peak of it, but we don't drop down. We just stay on that level and we experience it integrating with human life. So when we experience this enlightenment and then it gets integrated with human life, it feels sometimes like going backwards. It feels sometimes like we're going down, but it's not. It's just integrating those human parts back up to that enlightenment level that you're at. So you'll have an enlightenment phase and then feel like, oh man, I was doing so well and now my life, I'm so sad, things are going wrong. But actually you're not. It's human circumstances catching up. Then you're going to have another level of enlightenment, because we don't just have one spiritual awakening. This conference is called the Great Awakening. There's so many awakenings. Each of us have dozens and dozens of spiritual awakenings in our life. And when you continue on your spiritual journey, you see how many awakenings you'll have. So what happens is it's like a stair. And instead of going down, you bringing this up. So you're getting all that stuff brought up. And then once again, you go up and bring that stuff up. And then once again, you go up and bring that stuff up. So this is the process of awakening. And each time, more and more is brought in. Now, I gained a lot of clarity on light and dark and polarity, duality through my journey with ayahuasca. And what I saw on ayahuasca was I saw the beginning of the universe and the end of the universe. And it was very scary. It was overwhelming. But there was a moment. So basically what I saw is the Big Bang. So the Big Bang was basically like source, God's breath. And it was like, and it was expanding the breath, expanding. And through the expanding is all the fractals of experience, fractalizing more and fractalizing more and fractalizing more. And that's how it was expanding. And God's breath and God's expansion was going further and further and further and further. And this was through duality. Through duality, we got to experience two sides. And then it splits again, two sides, like a cell. Splits again, two sides, splits again, two sides, splits again, two sides. And those two sides continue to polarize each other and expand, expand, expand. And then when all of the experiences have happened and each aspect of this reaches awareness of, oh, I'm just one little piece of God. And this is just part of the experience. This is just part of the game. I figured out the game. It would merge back with the one. Merge back with the one, merge back. And then it would start happening quicker because more people were reaching this Christ consciousness and more parts of it would start to go back to the one again and again. And then it would start to happen so quickly to the point where basically at the end of this breath, we would reach like when you're doing breath work. And then at the top of the breath work, they have you hold it for the prana at top. That's what was happening. It was like God was expanding, 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 expanding. And then there was this prana, top of the breath work, top of the breath, where it's like, oh, you experience that euphoric feeling. And it was like, wow, we had this golden age. And then from the golden age, it starts to breathe back, the opposite of the Big Bang. And this is after all of these people reach enlightenment. They start joining back to God and start becoming the one again. And everything starts to suck back in. And as I was seeing everything suck back in, and I was like, no, I don't want the game to be over. And that's when I realized the game of this universe, which was duality, is duality. It could have been over 5,000 years ago. The Vedics, all of them, all the ancient cultures, especially the Vedics, like, they could have ended the game then. They figured it out. You know, what we've experienced in the last 10 years, it's been figured out already. You know, this great awakening, it could have ended the game. But we want to keep playing it. So in that moment, when I saw that the game was ending, and what was told to me is, in all of these spiritual messages, how they say, remember who you are, remember. Every spiritual message, every channeled message, we hear it in meditation, we hear it in automatic writing, we hear it everywhere. We hear it, we're like, remember. I realized this is not remembering your past lives. It's not remembering your purpose. Remember is the opposite of dismember. And we were once one, and we dismembered. And to remember is to remember who you are, which is the fractal of the one. And as everybody remembered who they were, it came back, all sucking back into the one, and then the game would be complete. And then there would be a new game. It showed me, now this I could be wrong about, this was what was shown to me, was that there was once a game of oneness, and we completed it. And then the universe did the game of duality, and we're coming closer to the end of it now. And then the next game will be a game of a trinity. But we can't even fathom what a trinity would be. We can't even fathom what the one would be, because it's a completely different universe. It's a completely different game. And it'll go on for billions and billions of years until we're done playing it. And in that, when I saw all the things getting remembered back to the one, I was like, please, no, I don't want this game to be over. I wasn't done yet. I was still playing. And it made me realize that we have to be grateful for those people who don't want to wake up. We have this urge to wake up the ones. We don't want them to be left behind. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. You can't be an NPC. Everybody needs to wake up, or else you're going to get left behind. There's no getting left behind. They allow the game to keep going. And we need to be grateful for these people who sadly still want to have wars, because they allow us to experience ourselves as a form of light, and experience this frequency and experience this soul evolution in this process. So another one of the revelations that I had with my experience with ayahuasca, and this one is very triggering to people. So, if it triggers you, then maybe it's something to reflect on, is that there is no evil. Not to say that people do not do evil things. However, there is no force of the universe that is evil. There are no dark forces. There is only God, light. There is only the force of love, or the obscuring of the force of love, blocking the light, creating the darkness. But that's not a force of its own. It's just part of the game. And when I was seeing this information, as I'm like, well, what about the Illuminati? What about Bill Gates? What about the reptilians? What about the Loosh? I'm like, what about all of this? And the answer that I was given is that there's two reasons for this. One, these are very brave aspects of consciousness that are willing to sacrifice their own light in order for us to experience ourselves. So, reptilians, etc., they're a brave aspect of consciousness that are willing to reflect our shadow back to us so that we can learn about the shadow of humanity. They are simply teaching us through a role play. And then what about the people on earth who do the horrible things? There's many horrible things. Obviously, people think serial killers and molesters and all the bad, horrible, worst things that a person could do. And I'm like, well, what about that? What is that about? And I was told that these are all God's children. These are all parts of the universe. These are all parts of the one. However, they are so wounded, they are so hurt, and they are so damaged that they cannot find their own light. They're lost in the dark. But it's not because of a devil, of an entity, of demons, of reptilians. It's simply being so wounded that they cannot see the light. They can't see that they are part of God because they were not treated themselves like a part of God. And they're so lost out there. So with us, as the light workers, as the ones who are here to be the pillars, we need to go back to that quote of nothing human is alien to me. So when we look at the worst, the darkest people on this planet, if we truly want to be the true light workers, we need to not shun. I'm not saying to praise these people. I'm not saying to put them on trophies and statues, but be willing to give these people compassion. Be willing to give compassion to the wrong people as much as we're willing to give compassion to the victim. And that's very difficult. And that's some real light worker shit. Like, that's some real love and light shit. It's easy to have compassion for the victim. But can you find yourself to have compassion for the murderer, for the perpetrator, for the bad guy, for the one that hurts people and hurts children and does those things? And a lot of us aren't going to be able to say yes to that. And that's okay. I'm not telling you need to. But truly, if you really want to anchor God's love, the universe's love, the true light, the oneness, then we also know that these people are wounded. And these people also, I'm not going to say deserve compassion, because that might be not the right wording, but that is being a true light warrior. A true light warrior is willing. So that's why I titled this Beyond Love and Light, the Spiritual Warrior's Path, because the true warrior of love is willing to be love when everything else is dark, when it looks like demons and devils are running the show. And we have to remember that everybody is looking at it from their own perspective. The person who was hurt, the person who was wounded, they believe that they're doing the right thing, and they're also tormented by what they're doing, because anyone who does wrong is being tormented by it. So when we look at what's happening in the world, we look at Israel and Palestine, we have to remember these people who are growing up in Israel believe they're doing the right thing. The people who are growing up in Palestine believe they're doing the right thing. Look at what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. The Russians believe they're doing the right thing. The Ukrainians think they're doing the right thing. China and Taiwan right now, they believe they're doing the right thing. These people are so similar. Russian and Ukrainian, they're the same lineage, the same bloodline, they're the same DNA, almost the same culture. A border separates them and they're killing each other. China and Taiwan, they're coming from the same lineage. They're coming from the same DNA. They're coming from the same ancestors. A border separates them. Israel and Palestine, their religions are literally mirrors of each other. There's like two things different. There's so much similarity in what they believe, and a border separates them. And this border, these invisible lines of governments, is forcing these people of the same to kill each other. And this is what we mean when there's a spiritual battle that is happening inside of each and every one of us. And we need to stop turning away and picking sides of every war, picking sides of everything. Republicans and Democrats, both sides think they're right. At the end of the day, they want their people to be safe. Everybody wants their family and their loved ones to be safe, to have food, to have what they need, to have shelter. Everybody wants the same thing. And when we stop with these polarities that are so far from each other, and we start to see there's a lot more in the middle grounds that is the same, we can start to, like I saw in that vision, maybe get to that top of the universe where there's the prana, the top of the breath work, where there's that euphoric state. And it's not going to be 100% utopia. There's still going to be differences. There's going to be different types of people. But the true light work, the true spiritual warrior, is able to overcome this and able to be a pillar and hold that space for whoever, whether the person's right or wrong. Everybody is God's children. Everybody is a fractal of God. Everybody is a part of the oneness. There is nothing else. There is nothing else to be. So we need to start loving and treating everybody that way. And that's why sometimes it's hard with our thoughts and our beliefs to get there. And that's why I said, switch it to compassion. I have compassion for the victim. I have compassion for the one who's doing the harm, who believes they're doing the right thing too. Well, everybody, that's my time. Thank you so much for being part of this Great Awakening conference. Thank you so much to Neil for putting this together. And everybody, I said some things that might be a little triggering. If anything comes up for you, then think about it, journal about it, see how you can find love in these situations that are the hardest to find compassion. Thank you.
All right. What a beautiful presentation.
I love that, Neil.
Perfectly aligned.
She's got it. And that's the power of a true light worker. When you can master neutrality and you can have compassion for the victim and the perpetrator.
Exactly.
That's a whole nother level of conscious awareness.
and when I was in the Vipassana a couple of weeks ago, part of Buddha's teachings was one of the discourses at night said that when you get to a level of equanimity, when you get to a level of being able to observe the good, the bad, and all that, you have compassion for the victim. But then this is Buddha's own teachings. You have even more compassion for the abuser because of the ignorance and the disconnection that this person has. You have so much compassion for them not even being able to see the truth and the ultimate truth, right? And when I first woke up to this, everything that she outlined was basically why Portal Ascension started. Because from 2001 to 2008, I was deep into conspiracy theories, right? I was like following bloodlines. I thought the Illuminati was going to get us.
Yeah, I looked at her page, and it seems like there is a correlation there
with the conspiracy theories, right?
Yeah, the conspiracies.
And then I was even like, when H1N1 came out, the bird flu, the first one, right? Like the first major one came out, there was all this stuff about like kind of like what happened recently with this thing that occurred a couple of years ago. I had that fear back in 2007 when this came out. And I even I bought a gas mask. I was trying to get my sister out of San Diego because it was started in Mexico. I was in so much fear, and I completely believe that we're screwed and we can't do anything about it, right? And I would judge people that were like ignorant. And then 2008, I was at an open mic, first time I ever performed poetry. And I'm sitting there, and then the guy who became my friend later is on stage, and he starts singing a song called My Name is Love. And I'm in the back, I'm just like tripping out. I'm like, all this stuff that I've been learning is spiritual, like consciousness. But why do I feel so in fear, scared, and that we don't have any hope? And that moment was the shift for me. I realized the missing link was love. And I started having a really quick revelation that the what I like to say is the darkness is working for the light. And instead of having as we shared, like the darkness gives us the opportunity to grow. And I realized the people that chose to have kind of ignorant, disconnected experiences chose that experience just like I chose to wake up. And just because I chose in this incarnation to wake up at a specific time and they haven't yet, who am I to judge them? And in that moment, I started having respect for the people that I don't agree with and people that are disconnected. And a month later is when I started Portal to Ascension. It was like, that was kind of the foundational, reality of, I feel, what everything is here. And I love the fact that more people are speaking like that now, right? It's like, seems to be that kind of awareness is going viral.
And Steve mentioned something in his presentation, that you don't have to fight the darkness.
Yeah.
He said that. And you can stand in your light. And I think a lot of starseeds can struggle with that because we're so programmed to drop down and be within an empathy, within a feedback, meeting them where they are vibrationally. Compassion is freedom to allow them to have their experience without stepping into it with them.
Yes, yes, yes. In the early days, I used to want to shake people awake.
Yeah.
And it was coming from that craving of, and when they wouldn't wake up, it would create the other extreme, just like we spoke about today as well. If I didn't get what I wanted, because I felt we all need to wake up, it would create the other extreme. And now it's like at a point where you are so in honor, have reverence for yourself enough to speak your truth, and you speak your truth in a non-attached way that people can be and do whatever they want, but you're not going to stop and dim your light. In that, you're still going to speak whatever you feel is true to yourself.
I love that, Neil. And I can relate with you, wanting to quote unquote wake people up, but who am I to determine what awake is?
Right. And I'm starting to feel all right, so this is something that I haven't shared yet, of one of my new revelations that happened a couple of weeks ago. And as I shared yesterday, I'm creating a shadow workers course. It's going to be 4 months long, and I'm going to have JK Ultra do a segment, a few other people as well. And so I started thinking, we call source light, right? Like light source. And I started doing some ChatGPT research to find out all of the references in ancient scriptures to God being light. Okay. And almost all of them were actually ET descriptions and were actually the bad ETs, like Yahweh. If you know about Yahweh, that guy was not kind of a cool guy, you know. He did some really mean things. And then I started looking at all the references of God being a frequency, a sound. And almost all of them have God referencing sound, and all the sound descriptions are harmonious. So I started thinking, like, is God light, or is light a fragmentation of the frequency? Because there was a source, there was one source. Source split into the duality. The duality coalesced into darkness and light. So did light break into darkness and light, or did something else separate into darkness and light? And is darkness and light both a manifestation of some other thing that we cannot describe as light, that was something beyond that? You know what I mean? And maybe light, because light in itself brings harmony, has the closest connection. It's like brothers compared to darkness being its cousin, you know, because they're both harmonious, so they know each other and understand each other. But then the darkness is almost like the stepchild that was ignored, you know what I mean? That was never brought in. So I'm starting to feel like, yeah, could it be that the light is just a personification of something greater than that?
I think without the dark matter, we couldn't have any physical form. So it's necessary for our experience.
Yeah, true. Because what is physical form? Physical form is the reflection of light on a being, right? And that's physical. That's physical universe, yeah, and it creates the shadow. And so that's the physical universe. So source comes from a reality where there is no physicality. Like, is it just pure light? What is it? It's interesting. Yeah, but then when did evil become evil, right? Because if darkness and light eventually became, now in this world, in this dimension, we're looking at, oh, darkness is evil and light is good. But then in the universe, we have black holes, we have white holes, we have suns, we have space, we have masculine and feminine. The feminine represents the black hole, the masculine represents the white hole. And so we see that duality of light and dark, but we don't have any polarity on that duality, right? And then it seems that we got to a place where it became so dense and so fragmented, we then started looking at the darkness as something to be afraid of.
I think it's all one and the same. Like even a black hole births light.
Yeah, and it absorbs light. And then, well, the thing is, that's interesting because black holes become white holes. That was a discovery in the last 10 years, that after a certain period of time, a black hole actually has it's called the black hole reversal period, where it
So do you
reverses.
imagine, Neil, that as we ascend within this universal construct, that eventually this universe will collapse on itself and birth something else?
You mean like the whole expanding universe and contracting universe theory?
I've
Is that
never
what-
heard of that theory. This is just
Well,
how it's kind of come to me as I've connected with the different angles of consciousness.
Yeah.
to
Well, the
ex-
original theory of the Big Bang was that the Big Bang occurred and then all matter started moving away from each other. And then everything is slowing down. And at one point, it's going to come back together, right? That was what they believed until about 20 years ago, where they started having new sensors in the universe. And they realized that the speed of the distance between stars and nebula and galaxy is increasing exponentially. And it's getting bigger infinitely. And they're like, will it ever end? Is it always going to continue? So now the theory is everything's going to be so far apart from each other, everybody's going to freeze to death. Because there's no sense. That's the new theory. So
well, that's
I don't
really
know.
interesting.
Yeah, I don't really know. And then, like, when you think about it, when you talk about time, like, we're speaking in such a limited perspective because we're speaking in linear time, right?
Mhm.
Like, will this reality always continue? Do we go back to source, or do we go back to source and also continuously exist in all these realities? And if time doesn't exist, are we already with source? You know what I'm saying? Have we already made it?
I like to think of it that way. And that we are just, solidifying timelines and these potentials as we focus on it, as we experience ourselves.
Yeah. Well, and again, to the whole game thing is like really resonate with that. Like, this is just a game. It's just like the computer code in a hard drive for a game. Okay, the computer code, the ones and zeros, the text is source. But when you start using some sort of software to play that source, it plays out into this linearity. You go through this gate, you meet this person, and at every end of every level, what do you meet? You meet the big boss at that level, the shadow, and you get to fight the shadow, well, in the games at least. And then when you conquer the shadow, you go to the next level of the game. It's like, but ultimately, if you open up that hard drive and you start trying to look for that game, you're just going to find the wires and the code that built it.
So at the end of the day, does any of it even matter? What we do, how we move?
Hey, that's the real question, huh? What's the meaning to life, straight up?
Yeah, what do they call that? Like samadhi. Like, have you ever had those moments where you're just like in that space and everything is so still and so hollow, and you're just like, what is the meaning of any of this?
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that for a bit. So, first
What?
of all, our next speaker did not show up. She's 20 minutes behind schedule, so I'm thinking she might not be showing up. So we have time to continue discussing, I think.
I mean, we have some comments over here. We have people, sharing a little bit about Lucifer Enki, and the Demiragos has a lot of technical knowledge and mind control know-how. See, Neil, I don't tap into any of this. I'm not really up on the history. I'm just present with the now, because I believe, time is irrelevant, and where we focus our attention is going to solidify potentials in the now based on collective momentum. So I think that what these are, and maybe we can talk about this, is different entities or intelligence that have, positioned themselves in this space and time to help secure timelines, form, to manifest themselves through different individuals and conscious collective force to become something of itself within form, through the individuals who participate with those angles of consciousness. That's how I see it. I see it as an attempt to solidify timelines and potentials.
Are you saying like a personification of energy to play specific roles to solidify a direction?
Yeah, I think all of it. Like, it's all of it is out there within creation. Like, there's nothing that doesn't exist within creation. But what are we going to bring into form? What are we going to make truth for ourselves as humanity? I think there's so much out there about the ETs and the entities and the histories, but what's really happening is we're creating it now based on where we place our attention, belief, and directed life force.
Right. And something I love to say is that we are actors on a stage that forgot we're acting, and then we forgot we're directors, script writers, and all that. So we're just acting all these things out and completely unaware that we have the ability to change the script. And there's a collective belief system that we are just acting. And when we shift that collectively, and then we can shift the script, that's when we can bring things into form even more so. And then there's people, that are pioneering this work, like yourself and so many people we work with, that are in the process of not only doing it for themselves, but then creating workshops and things to help humanity do it. So I think we're in the in-between right now. We're in the in-between phases for people to start realizing that we can do that stuff. And I feel it's not too far away from Neo from the Matrix, like once that was a documentary in my eyes, like once you get to a point of realizing the quantum reality and how you can control it and shift it to wherever you want, that's when all of our abilities start coming online. Pretty much we can start calling in all these powers when it comes to telepathy, even possibly levitation.
How do you think that we do that? Like physically, like if you were to give someone advice on accessing their full human capabilities, what would you suggest?
And just to really quick, Hillary's in the room. So Hillary, we see you. We'll bring you on in a second here. And I would say what's working for me is something that we're speaking about a lot today is really going through the tunnel and really feeling what it means to be human, and sitting with my emotions, getting away from distractions, because the more things that I utilize to distract me from how I feel within, and a lot of times we're so disconnected from it, we don't even realize that out of the 100 times you pick up a phone a day, around 50 of them are distractions. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're literally just like nothing else to do. Oh my God, sitting with being able to be bored, man, I like this. There's some really grounded practical things you can do besides sound healing and all that stuff as well. But like conquering the ability, the lack of being able to be bored and just sitting there in one place with yourself and feeling. And when you get into a state where you're so connected to your body, that's the paradox. When you're so connected to your body and who you are, that's when you were able to connect to the cosmos even more, and bring that energy in. And that's been mentioned a few times over this weekend as well.
Yeah.
It's the embodiment of it. The embodiment isn't just like we're walking the talk, but it's actually in feeling your body, being in your body, not trying to escape from it. So that's just one out of hundreds of different ways, right?
Yeah, it's powerful.
All right. So I think we should continue this in another break because this is a good topic.
All
right.
Go deep, but I'm excited to hear from the next presenter.
Me too. And Hillary, it's been 2 years actually since Hillary and I corresponded on email, and we've been going back and forth for a lot of time. So I'm really excited to finally present her on Portal to Ascension, introduce her to everyone. Hillary Fay is an intuitive healer, teacher, and mentor for healers who have devoted over 21 years to the path of awakening and healing. She has guided, trained, and certified over 3,000 heart-centered energy healers. Through her lifelong dedication, deep inner work, and learning how to love herself unconditionally, she turned her past trauma into transformation and now holds space for others to do the same. She inspires individuals to remember who they truly are and embody the light of the divine essence. She channels healing transmissions and ascension teachings from her guides, including the Arcturians, Pleiadians, Kuan Yin, Mary Magdalene, and the Fairy Queen Council, amongst others. Hillary has been a teacher of teachers and trainer of healers for over a decade. She's the creator of the Awaken Love Registered Yoga School and multiple intuitive healing certification programs that support people in awakening and empowering their gifts. She spends time in communion with the Arcturians, who have taught her many of their advanced healing techniques that she shares in Crystal Chamber Galactic Healers Academy. Hillary channels vast soul knowledge and unconditional love into everything she offers. So we have another fellow Arcturian joining us now. Hey, Hillary, welcome.
Thank you so much. It was meant to be that I was on the wrong link because I was listening to the epic conversation between you two. Thank you for everything you were just sharing. I really feel that when we sit in this wonder, when we are in the wonder together, because I don't have all the answers to all of this, I don't think anyone does. But when we sit in this wonder together, it is such a transmission and alchemizing experience. So it was incredible to listen to both of you. And I'm really, really excited to be here and feel like a lot of what I will be sharing will be tying into a lot of this. So nice to meet you, Neil. Nice to meet you, Ashley.
Good to meet you too, Hillary. We're excited for what you're going to share too. And since we started a little late, let me give you the updated timings, okay? So we'll go for about 35 minutes. Does that work for you?
Perfect.
Okay, we're ready to receive.
Wonderful. A lot of what has come through in this presentation is really around connecting to the eternal light body and to the eternal self. And when we can recognize who we are as an eternal being on a deeper level, then we can navigate the world around us. And really in that, it is recognizing that we are the essence of love, and that essence is all around us. So some of the previous conversation, which was so powerful, weaving that in, it is through the quote unquote darkness or the shadows that we often get to discover the light that we are, that we become initiated into all that we're meant to be. And I want us to tune in for a moment. And then in this sort of presentation, I will be sharing different stories with you. And these stories are activations and transmissions. And there will be a really powerful experience that I've been guided to offer, where we're going to connect to our soul family, the monad, the 12 groups of 12 of the 144, so we can connect with these different aspects of ourselves, because that is the awakening. In meditating on this, my guides were saying there's so many levels to awakening: the awakening of the inner divinity, the awakening of multidimensional consciousness, the awakening of love within ourselves. Like Neil just shared that powerful story of the creation of this incredible platform, that he realized that frequency of love, and then that shifted to be able to create this. The awakening of who we are as an eternal being, which is a lot of what I will be sharing, the cosmic awakening. Sometimes some of us have our galactic awakening at different times, then we have different levels of awakening. So I wanted to ask, is anybody aware of your galactic nature, your cosmic nature? Anybody in the chat, if you're familiar with your soul's essence, whether that may hold angelic light, fairy light, Arcturian light. And I'll share a little bit more about what my guides have told me about how the different incarnations that we have infuse our soul light. It infuses our eternal light body. So for example, like my cosmic nature, I have had lifetimes on Arcturus with the Arcturians, as a Palladian, as an Andromedan. So those frequencies have infused my eternal light body, and the lifetimes that you've had as well, they infuse your eternal light body as well. So you hold that wisdom. So I see some here. I see an Arcturian. Incredible. This is beautiful. So let's start by grounding in, because we are floating in the wonder, and it is such a beautiful place to be, and I am so grateful to be here. So if it's accessible for you to close your eyes for a moment, I'm going to guide you through how I start my morning meditation every morning to help me set the energy for the day. So you're welcome to close your eyes for a moment. Connect to your tailbone. So receive a long, deep breath in, all the way down to your tailbone, and then dropping a hollow tube from your tailbone all the way down through everything you may be sitting on: a chair, a couch, a bed, through all layers of the floor, all the way down into the second dimension, the crystalline kingdom, and then all the way down to the pink diamond in the core iron crystal. Simply intend that that tube connects to the pink diamond, and it will. And then it is plugged in. You can see it latching in, and then turn it on. This heart of Mother Earth will begin automatically clearing out any energy that you're ready to release at this time, while you receive the love from the soul of Gaia. Allow 2 deep breaths for this. And now connecting the tube of light. There's a second tube of light that connects to your crown chakra and then moves all the way up to the love of the Creator, the heart of Source. Allowing that tube to move towards its home, the heart of the Creator, the light of Source, and plugging in. And now you are this pillar of love, and I want you to inhale the divine love from Source, Creator, the love of the Creator and the love of the Mother Earth from the soul of Gaia. Breathe it into your heart. Breathe it in, hold, and release. And we'll set the energy field with etheric roses. So I work a lot with rose frequency. Rose is the highest living vibration, the highest vibration in the plant kingdom. The rose fairies are coming in to assist you with this, so know that you cannot do it wrong. All you have to do is breathe. And throughout this entire experience together, I want you to focus on the fact that love is in the air that you breathe, and allowing that love in through the breath, to breathe it in through the column of light in the heart of the Creator, through the pink diamond in the heart of Mother Earth. And now placing the etheric roses. So if you're comfortable with your eyes closed, we'll place the first etheric rose. It can be any color you wish, white, red, pink, purple, 2 feet in front of you. The second etheric rose, 2 feet to the right of your right shoulder. The third rose, 2 feet behind your back. The fourth rose, 2 feet to the left of your left shoulder. The fifth rose, 2 feet above your head. And the sixth rose, 2 feet below your feet. And these 6 roses are going to be vacuuming anything that is not of that love vibration, anything that is not of the highest benefit for you throughout this transmission. So you can receive another deep breath in. And when you're ready, gently open your eyes. Beautiful. I see some more shares here that some sense angelic Palladian essences within themselves. Lyran, angelic, Palladian. So that is what we'll be connecting to. But I wanted to start to share a little bit of my story, because we learn so much through stories. The story of how I began to recognize who I was, and how now I feel more of us are discovering that a lot of the beings of light that we resonate most deeply with are reflections of who we are as eternal light beings, or they are aspects of who we are. So my first experience, I've been doing deep metaphysical work for a long time. I heard the previous speaker, and I even grabbed this book that was the first book that I read 20 years ago, The Seth Speaks, on the nature of personal reality. I had been doing a lot of deep work, alchemy, kundalini, energy healing, a lot of deep healing work. But I kind of studied Reiki a little bit later on. I feel like maybe 10 years into my path. And my teacher told me at one point to do distance Reiki, distance energy healing to my younger self in a time in my life where I may have really needed that support. What was really interesting is that I always had this memory. And a little bit about my background story is I feel that I was able to awaken this love within myself and awaken this consciousness within myself through experiencing a lot of adversity or challenges or darkness in my first 18 years of my life. My mom was a drug addict. My dad had been in prison for half of my life. It was a really, really trying time. But there was one particular memory when I was around 12 years old and I was in my closet. It's interesting, I have a closet behind me too, but it wasn't a walk-in closet back then. I was in one of those regular style closets. And I remember thinking this thought that I must be a real piece of shit. I hope I can cuss on here. I'm sorry. I was going to say crap. And that's what my ego consciousness was telling me. I'm 12 years old. My dad's in prison. My mom's a meth addict. I'm being abused. Everything around me is terrible and chaotic. And that's the thought that I used to think. Because of the circumstances and conditions playing out around me, I did not recognize that I was not those circumstances and conditions. And this is when I first remember hearing a voice talk to me. And this voice started explaining that which you see. And this is a message for everyone right now, because I know we are all going through challenges during this great awakening. We are all going through our own challenges, and I hold infinite compassion for whatever challenge you may be facing, and there is no comparison in any of these challenges. But the voice said to me, this which you see around yourself is not who you are. And at 12 years old, literally drowning in the mud of my life experience, where you cannot see beyond the mud of the life experience, I couldn't even comprehend that. Like, this is my life. I am swallowed by this energy. I am absorbed into this experience. How could this experience not be who I am? And the voice kept saying that to me. What you see playing on outside of you, around you, your circumstances and conditions are not who you are. I remember thinking, I couldn't think a thought like this. And the thoughts I was thinking was that I was a piece of crap. So I realized a higher being was talking to me, and the only higher beings I knew of at this time were angels. So I thought, an angel's talking to me. And then I always remembered that experience. It took me a very, very long time to grasp it. I could not comprehend what was being said to me at that time. Flash forward, I'm doing the Reiki level 2, and I'm doing the distance healing in my bedroom. And when I think of the moment that I want to send the distance healing back to, I think of myself in the closet, because I was very suicidal. I would spend a lot of time in the closet contemplating suicide because I was drowning in the mud of the life circumstances and conditions that I was in. So I sent the energy back to that time. And as I did, time and space collapsed. And then I was shown that the voice that I heard at 12 years old, that I've always remembered, the message I was told, was not actually the voice of an angel, but the voice of my higher self. That it was me guiding myself, and that I had been guiding myself all along. And I actually, part of my aspects, which we all have, I believe most of us have a combination. Some are pure angels, some are pure fairies, some may be pure Arcturian, but many of us may be like cosmic mutts of sorts. Like, I actually am like a mutt in my human experience. I'm probably like 17 different things. I'm part Asian and all of these different things. And in my eternal light body is the same, but I do have angelic aspects as a part of my eternal light body. And I share this story, one, to support you through anything you may be going through right now, to recognize that these adversities that we experience through these deep experiences of the shadow consciousness, that they really do birth us into the light and into the awakening that we are. So that was one of my first experiences of what I, at one point in consciousness, you may think of as an angel, but then you realize that it's part of yourself. The other story that really wanted to come through is that I had a dog for 16 years who was like the absolute love of my life. And this is another story of how we think something is one thing and then can end up being a completely different thing. But basically, what happened was my dog was an astral traveling starseed. she was spending all of her time in ascension seats. So there are specific what are called ascension seats, like in the king's chamber in Egypt. There's a grotto in the Pleiades. There's an ascension seat in Telos in the heart of Mount Shasta in Northern California. I knew she was astral traveling because every time I looked at her, I could tell she was also deaf the last 2 years of her life. And when she lost her ability to hear, she became even more mystical. I'm like, where are you? I knew she was astral traveling, but I didn't know where. She spent over 3 years astral traveling to ascension seats and preparing for a full body ascension. And literally, like the conference name, a portal to ascension, she took a step and the star beings came to assist her, and a portal of ascension opened up, and she dissolved from being a physical dog to a being of light, leaving not a trace of her physical body behind. No body left behind. Me and my partner were like, we didn't know it was possible for a dog to full body ascend. It was a massive series of awakenings. I was very attached to her, and it was also a big grieving period for me as well, too. And when I astral traveled to the grotto in the Pleiades, which is an ascension seat, she met me there. And she was no longer in the form of what she was, which was about an 8-pound chihuahua. She was a 16-foot goddess. And then me and everyone close to me, because I do have beautiful healers as friends, and I agreed with what was shared earlier, how community is really important, communities like this. But basically, she showed herself to many people that I knew and showed exactly what happened to many people that I knew, and it blew all of our minds. So one of my friends said, how could a 16-foot goddess have fit in the body of an 8-pound chihuahua? And that was a huge awakening for me. After that, I started channeling many, many messages from the animal kingdom. I started channeling messages from the Lemurians, from Mary Magdalene, from the Fairy Queen Council. And it was another, like, things are not always as they seem. You are not exactly what you may think you may be. Your human self is one thing, but who you are as an eternal light being, with all of the experiences that your soul has had throughout so many lifetimes, awakening to that, then you more deeply understand your purpose here, what you're here to do. And then the whole kind of reality around you shifts once you know yourself. And that's the experience that we're about to go into. But before we do, I wanted to share one last story of the awakening of kind of my fairy self, because I feel a lot of people here have the galactic energy, angelic energy, fairy energy. But I knew I must be a fairy because my middle name is Rosalind Fay. And at 18 years old, I heard a voice say, I was going to create my first email address when I was 18 years old. I'm 39 now. And I heard a voice say, like, research what my middle name means, Rosalind Fay. And it means rose fairy. And I thought, I would just sat there stumped, like, what are the chances that that would be my middle name? Because I think it might be who I actually am. So sometimes the universe gives us little clues. And I used to go to a lot of in-depth trainings with my alchemy teacher, Jim Self, and he would point me out in front of sometimes 500 people and say, do you want to see a fairy in real life? And every time he did, I would kind of hide, or I would immediately want to forget about it. Like, don't think about it. I wasn't ready to accept it. But at a certain point, I did accept that I was a fairy, and I know I work with the frequencies of roses. I was meditating in my garden in Laguna Niguel. I'm in Sarasota, Florida now. I moved here a year and a half ago, but I was living for 3 years in Orange County before that. And 3 fairies came to me and said, we found you, the fairy queen. And I said immediately, I'm a fairy like you, but I'm not a fairy queen. And they're like, yes, we are. Yes, you are. And we found you. And I was so confused. And again, it was one of those when we brush off awakening to who we truly are, brushing it off. I'm not thinking about that again. I don't know why 3 fairies came up to me and said, I'm a fairy queen. I'm definitely not a fairy queen. And then I was driving to a farmer's market, and out of nowhere, I told no one of this experience of the 3 fairies, and they kept insisting again and again, you are. I'm like, I'm not. You are. I'm not. You are. I'm not. And I was driving to the farmer's market, and I told no one of this experience. And then when I arrived there, I saw a text message from a friend, and it said, we weren't talking about fairies. We weren't talking about me. I hadn't mentioned the story to anybody, and I was not planning on it because I was trying to brush it off. And the text said word for word, now you can finally be seen for who you truly are as a queen of the fairies. And I'm like, why did you send this text message to me? Like, what is going on? Again, I tell nobody. I'm like brushing it off, still brushing it off. And then later that day, my husband, Michael, he sings, he's a beautiful singer, and he just started singing to me, and he was making up a song for me. And it's pretty rare. He doesn't sing all the time, and he doesn't make up songs that often. But then out of nowhere, he just started singing, you're a queen of the fairies. You're a queen of the fairies. You're a queen of the fairies. And I had full body goosebumps. I'm like, why are you singing that? And it just hit me like a ton of bricks. And then about a week later, I was meditating in my garden again, and I just heard this voice say, look at your phone. Like, I'm meditating. Look at your phone. Okay, I kind of reach for my phone because I don't keep it right next to me when I'm meditating. And even though it should have been on screen lock, my phone it opened the screen lock. It opened a little box that has different applications in it. It opened a book. It opened a book about angels and fairies. And then it opened a specific page, which I had not opened this book on my phone in probably 5 years. And my phone wasn't even with me. And the first page on the book said Queen of the Fairies. Then I tuned back in. I'm like, what is going on? They're like, finally, we got your attention. There was a meeting of these 22 fairy queens on the Fairy Queen Council who are actually ascended fairies that many, just like my dog, many other animal spirits, the earth, us, we're all going through this ascension process. And there is a council of 22 fairy queens who have also already undergone their ascension process. I took a seat with them and then learned their whole plan to help humanity. By helping humanity ascend, they will help Earth in the ascension process because humanity has such an effect on Earth, and obviously Earth has such an effect on humanity. We're in a symbiotic relationship. So the Fairy Queen Council, including the Fairy Queen of Light, the Fairy Queen of the Forest, the Fairy Queen of Healing. I am a Queen of the Rose Fairies. I work with the light frequencies of roses, but there are many, many flower fairy queens. And how they had completely undergone their ascension process. And it really opened my eyes. They showed me more about Earth's ascension process and how all of us are so much more than we may think that we may be, and how everything, the animals, the fairies, the earth herself, all of us are going through this great awakening, through this ascension process where we are merging with who we are as eternal light beings. And we're slowly kind of waking up and remembering more of that. And then I had many experiences with the Arcturians and all of my star guides where the Arcturians would start coming into my healing sessions saying, we're going to do the nervous system regeneration. We're going to do the aura repair. We're going to do the hormone harmonizer, and the Arcturians are also really assisting humanity in some of these key aspects with the hormones, with the nervous system, with our biofield, our energy field, to support our ascension process as well, that we actually have a tremendous amount of support. And that love, that support from Earth, from Source, from all of our guides, it surrounds us. It is in the air that we breathe. So I really want to invite you to breathe it in and receive it, knowing that these stories that I've shared are all transmissions as well. That often when I come to teach, I don't share a lot of stories. I don't talk about myself. But when I sat to ask, what do we talk about with the Great Awakening? This is what came through. So I want to ask Neil, do I still have maybe 5 to 10 minutes to guide us through this process now?
Yeah, we have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Then we'll do it in 5 minutes. If you're ready, you can receive a nice, long, deep breath. And I want you to tune back in, 1, to the tube of light connecting you to the pink diamond and the core iron crystal. Closing your eyes if that feels comfortable. And then the tube of light connecting to the heart of the Creator, to the love of Source. And then from the heart of the Creator, your soul monad, your soul family, your oversoul, this group, 12 groups of 12, making up 144 aspects of your soul consciousness. And this is surrounding you now. And they're showing me these angelic aspects, fairy aspects, Lyran, Arcturian, Andromedan, Syrian, Palladian, all of these aspects of you, and how some of them are having experiences as star beings. And I'm going to begin a light language transmission. And all you have to do is breathe and begin to open to the reflections of your soul consciousness, reflecting back to you who you are as an eternal being of light. Yeko yamalatika lemia laka yamalakatika yolomania lakiatika ikalemi yomelania lakatika yalamania laka yalamania laka yalamania lakina malaka. Continue breathing long and deep as the guides, your guides, and these soul family members are showing me how they are going to be revealing even more of who you are as an eternal being as the next few weeks unfold. Yamalania lakania lamania lania lakiatika yomalaka. And now allow yourself to merge. The ascension process is your eternal light body merging with your physical body. And allowing the soul essence to infuse every cell of your body. Knowing exactly who you are and why you came to Earth for this great awakening. When you're ready, receive one more deep breath. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. I feel your beautiful soul essence, and it is my highest intention that all that you're meant to know be revealed to you so that you can embody all that you are and not resist it, maybe in some of the ways that I did. Thank you so, so much.
Beautiful, Hillary. Thank you.
I'd like to say, go ahead, Neil.
No, you go first.
I'm just excited to talk to Hillary because when you introduced her and you mentioned the fairy queen, I could feel them. So they started poking me, like, make sure you let her know, like, I recognize your elemental hierarchy work. And then as you brought in more information from the fairy realm, they did it again. My entire body lit up in goosebumps. And I found you on Instagram. I sent you some images that I personally captured of the Fae. And I think it's important that we all recognize the power of the elemental realm. That's the organic technology. They help us with the synchronicities and sustaining our planet. And the planet will communicate its magic to those who seek to serve her preservation. So I just wanted to recognize you, that I see you. And thank you for being here.
I recognize you too. I've been listening to so much of this incredible consciousness. And the second I saw your beautiful face, I thought, what a soul sister.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
You know, the first video I ever watched that got me into this world was Jim Self in 2000. And I watched his thing on, what was it? The Merkaba and the light body, how we can use the Merkaba for transporting instead of using spaceships, you know? So when he said that, not a lot of people speak about Jim Self these days, you know, but he was a pioneer. That was beautiful.
I studied with him for 10 years and he was such a pioneer, and he was the first one who would really tell me who I was. And he would say, go into your heart space and meet the version of you that is a fairy, that is a living fairy. And I appreciate him for that. And for those who want to connect more with the elemental realms, starting 9/9, I am doing a free 4-day experience called Connecting to the Fairy Kingdom, where we'll learn how to connect with the spirits and devas of the elements, how to really activate that soul magic, and a lot of powerful messages and transmissions come through from the Fairy Queen Council. So if I can share, my website is hillaryfay.com. And if anyone wants to go on the website, I'm giving away free Lemurian magnetic receptivity meditations. There's a morning meditation and a guide to sleep meditation. And if anybody registers for that, you'll join my email list. I do have 11,000 other wonderful, incredible people on my email list too. And you'll get the personalized invite to the free 4-day Connecting to the Fairy Kingdom experience, which is one of the most loved and really inspiring events that I do all year. So I would love for any of you to be there for that.
That's beautiful. You know, the stories of Glastonbury and the Fae and the elementals and Avalon, are you familiar with those stories at all? The connection?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah. And so I'm skipping next year, but I'd love to have you in Glastonbury 2026 because I feel that your energy with the fairy kingdom, you know, the terms dwarf, gnome, and fairy came from that area. Wow. You know, around the whole of the world, they had different terms, but those specific terms and the ways that we use it came from that area. And Avalon, you know, when we got to a level of the frequency shift where the elemental beings were at a frequency that was more harmonious in humanity, Avalon was supposedly the portal that they went through in order to go to that kingdom. And then King Arthur, after he transitioned, they took his body to the island of Avalon, which was Glastonbury because it was surrounded by water, through the mist of Avalon to the Tor, which we start our event at. And that was a portal to the elemental kingdom. They took his body over there. you know?
Oh
So
my goodness. I would love that. Some of my bloodline is from England. The fairies have been calling me there again and again. And a big part of their message is a lot of what's out there with fairies, which I had not studied because everything I teach, I've channeled from them, was fear-based. There would be so much fear-based stuff out there with fairies. And then everything I was connecting with, especially from the 22 queens on the High Council, they're like, they're holding angelic essence, even though they are fairies. Fairies are the angels of earth, but they are pure compassion, pure love, wanting to help support humanity, like the conversation before this of holding space for those who are in the shadows and helping people realize their true divine nature, the magic of joy, how the elements can empower our own inner magic. So that would be a dream come true, Neil. Thank you so much.
thank you, Hillary. I'm so happy we finally made it and we're connected now. So looking forward to seeing you at some future events, and we're going to do an interview together in October as well on our channel. So appreciate you and thank you for contributing your beauty and your energy to this experience.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Neil.
Hillary.
Thank you. Okay, talk later.
Bye-bye.
Beautiful. All right, Ashley, let's move on. Do you want to go ahead and introduce our next speaker?
Absolutely. We have Sherry Mosley. Is Alan
And
gonna-
I'm going to bring you on, Alan, but I think there's some noise in your background. Hold on, let me bring you on.
Is it windy?
There we go.
Okay.
Alan, you make that hat look so cool.
Well, I'm at the beach. I'm here, so. But I wanted to ask you about that last interview, that presenter. Who was she talking about? Because I jumped in on that. Was 10 years she said was a big influence. Who was that?
Who? Hillary Fay? Well, who was
Yes,
the
Hillary.
The mentor.
Jim Self. Jim Self.
Oh, Jim Self. Yeah, I interviewed Jim Self. He's
Yeah,
quite an
he's great.
enlightened. He's
So
a
there's a
great
little
person.
feedback on your end, Alan, when you're speaking.
Oh, okay. I'll just listen. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, go for it, Ashley.
We have Sherry Mosley coming up next. Sherry Mosley, MSOM, CSP, is a renowned and greatly appreciated international practitioner, teacher, and author of alternative health and spirituality. With her internationally popular sellers, Akashic Enlightenment, Akashic Records, and the Book of Truth for Divine Knowledge, Healing, and Ascension, and the Origins of Humanity, she has brought life-changing, deep, and powerful spiritual awakening and healing to many. Her clients give rave reviews of receiving clarity on life situations and feeling immediately lighter and totally rebirthed from years or even a lifetime of debilitating life and health situations. She is a powerful intuitive from a shamanic psychic medium lineage and is clairvoyant, claircognizant, clairaudient, clairsentient, and clairliant. She has a master's of science in Oriental medicine, is a certified shamanic healer, practitioner, and counselor. Welcome, Sherry.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Great to be here. Settling into the energy.
I love your plants.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Neil, you're muted.
Here I am. Okay. Sherry, I was saying, good to meet you. Thank you for being here. And I'd love for you to share your journey. I'm curious to know how your gifts came online. Like, what was the process of you remembering your gifts? Was there like a milestone in your life? Was it something that was always prevalent as a child?
Just deciding which gifts you're referring to. The clairvoyance or just all the clairs, is that?
Unless, did they all come at
Yeah.
different points in life?
Well, I was born, you could say, clairvoyant through a blood lineage, through my mother's side. So that was there. And then it also just developed more as I got older. But when I was younger, I definitely had some strange, what I thought was deja vu. And as I got older, more in high school, I realized, oh, okay, something is happening. And it started with seeing passed on souls. And I felt really uncomfortable with that at first. These aren't incarnations or, connections that we are looking to actively participate with. They just kind of happen when you're psychic. It just kind of is occurring. And so it took some time to not want to just shut that off, right? And so I'd say that was probably the biggest switch was, I went through denying it for a while. And then I guess it was probably in 2007 is when I had my Saturn's return. And so there was just this calling to, listen to what is happening. And it was more of a draw to shamanism, which actually then opened the door to a more open dialogue with the spiritual realm, right? Rather than just seeing passed on souls, then there was a sense of, oh, okay, I get to choose the dialogue. I'm not just being asked to do bidding for, things that are left undone, which a lot of passed on souls have. And then once I started doing the shamanic work, then you could say my channel, my frequency changed. And so then what I was engaging with became more high frequency. And then through that, then I received akashic enlightenment, which then opened up the field even larger to allow higher connections with all different types of higher interdimensional beings, extraterrestrials. In shamanism, we tend to call them all spirit teachers and or your power animals. And so then it became a benevolent dialogue. So that was the embracing of the clairvoyance and being intuitive.
Wow. Oh, so what could you break down shamanism a little bit? Like, what's the journey to get into that? And obviously, like, it kind of that's like a broad term because every ancient indigenous culture had their own connection, right? Where we could call it shamanism. So, was it a specific lineage, and how was that practiced?
Yeah, I actually studied with the Foundation for Shamanic Studies with Michael Harner. He's based here in the San Francisco Bay Area. He has passed on at this point, but his foundation is still there and around, and they do a lot of teaching. But they teach a core shamanism. So he went and studied many other shamanic lineages and took the core practices from each of those and just focused on teaching that to all of us. And so it was more of a focus on doing the drumming, going into the altered or deeper brainwave state with the drumming, not using substances to shift the mind, but the sound to shift the consciousness. And then from there, entering into the spirit world, connecting with, well, we did do actually some journey work to passed on souls, but it's very different when you do it through shamanism because you have your spirit guides and your power animals, which are more or less your benevolent, connections in the spiritual realm that are helping you navigate and go through those spiritual dimensional spaces, which can also be referred to as different states of consciousness or frequency that are coming in. Yeah.
You mentioned deja vu, and I'm curious because people I've heard for a while now that deja vu is you remembering your soul contracts before that you created before you incarnated, you know? And I'm curious, what is deja vu? Like, is that what it is, or what do you feel it really is happening there?
Well, the deja vu that I experienced it was more of, I should say, it was a precognition, is how it was for me. So I would get a precognition of something that was going to happen, and then it would happen. So it felt like a deja vu, right? Especially around things like I was in my friend's car, and they got into a very minor car accident, but something big like that that's potentially dangerous, I would get larger precognitions about. But when I was younger, it was more confusing because it felt like a waking dream, and then it would happen, and I thought, wow, how is this possible? Yeah. So that's my experience with deja vu. It's more of a
Wow.
precog.
Yes, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
So, and then with the souls, passed on souls, so were you said something around the lines of you were then able to choose the dialogue, right? And
Yes.
when it comes to pass on souls, so was it that at one point you were kind of like all of these things were happening and you just were being pulled in every direction, and then you just became a master of that energy and were able to choose the dialogue? But how does that connect to souls that have transitioned?
Yes, the souls that have transitioned, in shamanism, it's what we call the middle world, right? And the middle world is basically just through the veil of this current world, which means that souls that are in the middle world still have, you could say, an ego identity. They have their own personal agenda. When souls that are in what are considered the higher or the upper realms or the lower world, those then have a benevolence to them, and they are there to offer assistance to help with spiritual teaching and awakening. So they're there to assist with any healing that would be taking place. Yeah. So when we are psychic, we're just naturally open to, whatever the spirits may be offering or putting forward. So it's kind of like walking down the street, and then all of a sudden, people are coming up to you saying, "Hey, can you help me do this? Can you help me do that?"
Wow.
And so in this case, you become more empowered with knowing that you can choose the dialogue, right? There's a sense of being able to not necessarily feel forced. So for me, it was more that everything was just happening, right? And there was no control over it. So it's a bit of an illusion of when you're psychic, that it's just happening. But really, it's, you just have to learn, oh, I can say no. But
Right,
when it's
right.
happening on the psychic plane, you kind of forget about that. So it's a
Is,
matter of coming back into your power and realizing, oh, okay, no, I don't feel comfortable with this. No, this isn't my highest trajectory to help you personally with this right now. Yeah.
are you speaking about saying no to the people that are coming and asking for guidance or assistance, or the souls that are coming to you?
The souls.
Mm,
Yeah. And I mean, it wasn't that many. It was more of like if I would go to an old place, here in California, we have a lot of, you could say, maybe old hotels or inns, or, when I was in school in Europe, a lot of the buildings there have old existences of other souls. And I would just tell them, okay, I'm going to be living in this space right now. I don't want to be interacting. Yeah. And yeah. So it's more of knowing that you're still in control, even though they're in the space, that you can still choose not to be in fear of it. Yeah,
right. So
instead
I'm,
of
I'm
fear.
curious, 'cause you said there's the middle world and the higher world, right? And the middle world is connected to the ego still. So souls that are connected to the ego, right? And
Yeah,
then the higher
meaning
world
it's
more
not
benevolence.
benevolent. There's a self-serving aspect to it. Yeah.
So is there like, do you ever see apparitions, or do they all come in your mind's eye? Like, is it
At this
spirit
point,
energy?
I don't do any work in any of that. So
Yeah.
at this
Did
point,
you?
it's more of connecting to the higher spiritual consciousnesses
Mm,
and frequencies. And even with extraterrestrials, it's more of the more angelic frequency extraterrestrials. So
mhm.
that's, the benefit of doing this work is, when you're coming into a higher frequency, then it's just the same as in person, right? The more that you raise your consciousness and your awakening, then the people that you interface with, generally speaking, tend to reflect more of that
Yeah.
presence.
Right.
So
Right.
the same thing in the spiritual realm. The more work that you do in the spiritual realm and the more conscious you are, then you're not coming from a place of fear or, a lot of people have these stories of, maybe upsetting extraterrestrial interactions. This is more of their own fears and traumas being played out in the relationships on the psychic plane, right?
Mm.
So that's why a tool like akashic enlightenment or even shamanic work, it helps you to get into that more clear frequency. So it's a benevolent space.
What does the akashic enlightenment look like? Like when you do your work, is it mostly individual insight for the person, or is it collective insight for the planet and our ascension, or both?
I do both. Yeah, so I do personal readings for people who need guidance in their life choices, relationships, career, healing old traumas and wounds. I also train people to become Akashic Enlightenment teachers or readers. But the goal there is focusing on becoming aligned with your true self. When you're aligned with your true self, then there is more of a awareness of the world that you are creating, and it's
Mm-hmm.
not an external identification anymore. You're coming from the soul aligned self, right? And then what was the other question that you had asked?
Well, saying, was it individual or collective?
Oh
So,
yeah, so then I do a lot of events also for the collective with a certain theme where I channel
mhm.
in and transmit frequencies. We just finished one doing Galactic Federation initiation into the new field of light. And so that's an example of like a group event and connecting with the higher frequencies, the higher light fields,
Yeah.
and then allowing that to come in as an energy transmission and meditation for shifting consciousness and frequency.
Are you receiving messages from these beings as well, or downloads in order to like do energy activations, but maybe some insight on their roles, connection to our planet, what's happening right now on the planet?
So for me, it's kind of like they've seen that I'm an open channel for being of service. And so I'll usually just channel in and write down the next event that I am supposed to be hosting and providing. And
Hmm.
so that's how it works for me. The information that is needed to come through at that present time will come through. Although I'll say that, it used to come in like a month at a time, and now I'm getting spans of up to 6 months. So we're going through these larger cycles of transformation, and with them, I'm getting these events that help people bridge through them, support them through them
Mm,
for their, so we're not struggling or living in fear or overwhelm during
yeah,
the great awakening that we're all going through.
right. Is
Yeah.
there anything that you could share? Maybe we can hand it over to you for a little bit, and anything that you could share in regards to the collective that could be a support for, the awakening that we're undergoing right now, or is it, can you even like, are you able to just tap into the energy and tune into the frequency in this moment and kind of see what comes through?
hmm Yeah, you're asking, do you feel the energy already shifting?
No,
Okay.
I can
I
feel it.
feel a feel we're
Yeah,
building up to it.
yeah, yeah. Okay,
Hmm.
so yeah, I'm just going to allow them to bring in. So I'm surprised. I don't usually do much light language anymore, but I'm going to go ahead and do that because that's how it's flowing in right now. So I'll go ahead and I'll bring that through. Shukuna ne esha nakanaku koshe ane ashtakanaku kone ashanaku or kota ananeshta anake ke ashana ke ea tananeshte ke ashina konoko re esha eshta kanana ke eana naku kore ashtaku naku ne eshta ana ashta neke shike a okutuna ata. Aktane e ashanaku kore e shanaku koshia nanaku kone ashana ane anaku shike ere shteke ana koto kene ashanaku ane ke ashanaka ane nake eshe kononea nuku eshe anaku e ana. Just allowing this to shift in a little more. We're actually going to open up the connection more to the Aqualorians. And the Aqualorians are a ninth dimensional, interdimensional being that I work with. And their crystal and light healing is what I work with a lot as well. So we're just going to start to bring that frequency in right now. Okay. And this will help with healing, consciousness, and Ascension. So it looks like they're focusing on clearing deeper core wounds. This is more specifically for the upcoming period that we'll be entering with the eclipse cycle.
That was beautiful, Sherry.
Yeah, the energies are still coming in, but yeah.
It feels like waves, like through the crown, coming down. And someone in the chat says they get tingles when women do this, and they love the light language.
Yeah, the tingles are common. Yeah. Yeah, the energy's still coming through. Yeah, you may feel it coming down all around through the crown, almost like a pillar of light, like you're in one of the, like a crystal healing chamber or tube of light. And the frequencies are just running through the system. There we go. Starting to get a little deeper now. This is also still just a bit helping to shift everybody for the, it's like the next wave of the shift that we're going to be going through for this fall. And then just when we come into 2025, quite the rebirth.
Had to get some water.
Yeah, I was going to say, this may make you thirsty. You may have kind of a natural detox occur. as well as just all the frequencies shifting, you'll need to hydrate. Yeah.
When you were talking earlier about your mediumship, my great grandmother used to call that purgatory.
It's an example of fear. I think they're just starting to finalize some of the frequencies. This may be a time when people can set an intention of what they are wishing to have assistance with.
Can you tell us more about the group that you connected with to bring in those frequencies?
The Aqualorians, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the Aqualorians, I met them in Mount Shasta in 2018. There was a call to come up there. I had met the Arcturians and Pleiadians, many other beings up there before. But this was a deeper calling. And when I went up there, I boarded one of their ships, which was a very beautiful crystalline etheric ship. And they told me they were going to teach me Aqualorian crystal light healing. And then I've been going there every year since then, and I've been attuned to the Aqualorian crystal and light healing. And I train people in that now, but they are very benevolent, angelic level, extraterrestrial race, but they are more of the ethereal types, right? They have the light ships, very kind, very sweet, and they love to help with healing, of course. And so I now teach the Aqualorian crystal light healing, and I also give sessions in the Aqualorian crystal light healing. Yeah, but they're a beautiful race of beings.
Can you share with us some of the transformations that you've been able to help your clients with?
Yeah, so some people have had, a lot of health issues, and they've been on a lot of medications. And I do combine this with Asian medicine, right? So I do have the acupuncture background, so I combine this with the Chinese herbs. But we run these frequencies, and it clears the root of illness and misalignments, and they're able to get over things and come off of the medications. And some people get instant healing. So some people may get some instant healings, like, oh, my back was hurting and now I feel totally fine. Or headaches or sleep issues or tumors, all kinds of things. Yeah, because ultimately it's really, a misalignment of the energy, as well as, a deeper holding on to something that is of our false self. So I'd say the things that are more chronic can take more time to work out, right? More sessions. But for these types of scenarios, little things like a back pain or headaches can go away, as well as emotional upset, traumas, anxieties, nervousness, fears, things that are basically anything that's preventing you from being your true self, being able to move forward in that alignment and to live in that space. Yeah.
You felt it. Did you feel it, Neil?
Definitely. I was just sitting here taking it in, and just the dropping into the silence and just taking a pause is always a great thing to do. And when you're receiving this, especially with so much information being shared, taking that moment to really just sit with it. I'm curious because, now we're in a moment where these gifts are coming online for the world, right? And who knows how long it's going to take, but we're in the process of that unfolding. Do you, you said you train people as well to connect with the akashic records and different things. I love before we close out, if you can maybe take some time here and share what are some tools that people can utilize to harness their own abilities to tap into these frequencies.
I'd say the number one tool is Akashic Enlightenment. It's the prayer that I was given. It's in the book. You can learn how to use it that way. I also offer lots of trainings. Maybe we'll do a workshop together here, Neil, where we can do some training. But learning Akashic Enlightenment is first and foremost. It's putting you into alignment with your true self so that you can have that connection. And the more that you have that connection, then you can connect to your guides, your higher self, your higher dimensional beings. And that's the first step. And then from there on, you'll meet whatever higher beings are meant to connect with you. And then the crystal and light healing, it's more of, it's kind of like how we practice Qigong or Tai Chi, and we're connecting with the breath and the energy centers of the body. So the Aqualorian crystal and light healing attunes these same energy centers that we use in what's called immortal Qigong practices to connect to the immortal Qi, which is connecting to your soul self and that source Qi. But when you go through the attunements, they help you to reactivate the energy centers, and then you're able to run the frequencies in yourself again. So these are really ancient practices, but we're just bringing them into our new modern world, as you said, because so many are awakening now, and it is just a different platform of consciousness that we are awakening in, and on such a large scale, right? So we're making these very accessible for everybody to learn and to receive. And this year's been the busiest. I've been training more people than I can barely keep up with. But I have a lot of online recordings of trainings available as well, webinars and everything like that. So there's lots of different options for learning to do these things, as well as the key thing, though, is getting into your alignment with your true self, and that will open up the higher abilities to come through for yourself personally over time. Yeah. So it's practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Once we get more connected to ourselves and who we truly are, and
Yeah.
solidify that frequency, more of these things are going to come aligned for the rest of the world and for ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the best ways for them to do it is, I mean, there's all types of modalities, of course, to meditate and connect. But with your course, you take them over, you kind of take them into a journey where you have these different affirmations and different tools and techniques to connect better, right?
It's really, so it's kind of based off of like shamanic journey, where you go in, you connect to the spirit world, you learn to receive the guidance and the higher energy, and then you follow that guidance and higher energy. Okay, and it's just, then you just keep repeating that, right? Because then you're coming out of functioning from conditioning, whether it's collective, karmic, ancestral, it's all ego based. And so you're just learning to step out of all of that egoic control and handing it over to your higher self, higher guidance, and then allowing yourself to co-create your life with source from that clear space. And that's what brings the harmonized collective that we all are aiming for New Earth.
Yes, I love that. Co-create your life with source.
Yeah.
Yeah, no need to be a victim to the energies, but realize that we can have a sacred dance and a sacred marriage with that energy and work together to create it. I
Yeah.
love that.
And any challenges that come up, that's why they're there, so that you can listen and then adjust and
Yeah,
move into alignment of who you really are even more.
right. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Ashley, any last thoughts you want to share and comments on Sherry before we move into our next guest?
I thought that was beautiful. I felt the transmission you were bringing through, and I know many others felt it. We have comments in the chat. I was feeling a bit dizzy, lightheaded, which can happen when you bring in those higher vibrational frequencies.
Mm-hmm.
And then Johan was affected during the transmission from head, chin, down to his legs in waves. And I felt it like that too.
Yeah.
I think we all felt the frequencies that you were, drawing into us. Thank you for that
Yeah.
transmission.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Sherry. Before you
Yeah.
leave, I'd love for you to let everyone know. I think you said you have some YouTube videos as well. Where can they find all of your information, your course, and your
Yeah,
website?
everything is sherrymosley.com. Everything is on my website. I also have a YouTube channel that I do. I also have a Patreon membership, and you can sign up. I have an online portal that's linked to sherrymosley.com where you can find all of my trainings and classes, personal sessions, all of that. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Sherry. Thank you for being here and for
Yeah.
bringing the frequency and
Yeah.
helping us drop in a
Yeah.
little deeper. Appreciate you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Take
Love to
care.
all of you.
Same to you.
Okay.
Whoa. This is I love the waves of the conference,
Yeah.
you know?
And we're riding that wave, that
Yeah, straight
portal.
up. Uh-huh.
And
Beautiful.
we can feel each presenter brings something so different.
Right, right. So many different perspectives.
Yeah.
And okay, so let's go ahead and bring Alan on. I think is your mic
Hey,
working?
sorry I missed her. She sounded great. She sounded really fantastic.
Yeah, you should connect. Maybe have her on your channel, interview her.
Was she talking about the chi energy, the Taoist activations?
Well, it was a whole. Yeah, go ahead, Ashley.
She brought in the Aquatalians, I believe. So frequency light spectrum waves through the body to help us clear and align our chakras and light bodies. And she
Right.
has shamanic lineage and went to a shamanic school. So she's got a lot she's working on and doing and to serve the collective.
Right. Mediumship, akashic
Yep.
records as well. Yep.
She
That's good.
sounded really great, very
I'll
centered
connect
and
you. I'll
grounded.
should put her on your channel.
Yeah,
So,
great.
all right. Matthew John's in the green room, so I'm excited to have Matthew on in a moment here. You want to do the official introduction?
Well, I'll do what I know of him. He's a really interesting guy. He's a very funny guy. You know, we did like a whole little comedy thing when I first met him, but he's very serious about astrology, ETs. He really wants to bring an important message to the planet, and he's really just emerging that I've known. I met him at the which was it? The Stairway to the Stars in Las Vegas. Yeah, he did a great presentation there. So he pulls together a lot of different aspects of bringing us into this new way of looking at reality. That's what I like about him. I don't know what his formal introduction is.
I'll do the formal one. And also, before we do the formal one, I'll let you guys know that Matthew John is going to be doing his own solo event on Portal to Ascension on November 9th called A Channeling from Sirius. So that's on our website as well, Channeling from Sirius. Maybe you can speak just a little. Well, definitely going to get into his channeling experiences here, but you can take that look under upcoming events. And a little bit about Matthew. He has been on a 14-year awakening journey. His powerful and effective teachings and healings are a product of many intense awakening experiences, deeply human ordeals, and tens of thousands of hours of study. He receives clear guidance from his guides, which he shares with his followers and clients from around the world. He specializes in helping others to heal their childhood and past life traumas, reading people's life paths from a soul perspective, as well as serving as an activator and mentor for starseeds. As a Syrian, Blue Avian, Orion, and Andromedan starseed, Matthew is intimately familiar with the mission of starseeds on Earth. He guides clients and followers to connect with the starseeded essence to align with the specific divine service work on Earth. He's a spiritual leader for the golden age and the innate ability to see the big picture, and that's why he's so effective in assisting his clients and followers heal, transform, and accelerate their awakening. So let's bring you on, brother. Hey, brother.
Hey there, guys.
Hey,
Good to see you,
Matthew. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Sorry I
I was
missed you in New York. I missed you when you were there.
I know. Well, I'll be there. I'll be there in March if you're
Great.
around. I know that's a little chilly for you, though. You're now the snowbird in the snowbird era of your life.
Well, I don't know about that, but I do like to be in Sedona through those winter and spring months. So
Beautiful. I'll be in Sedona end of January before Conscious Life Expo. I have a retreat that I'm doing there. Actually, the week before Conscious Life. It's end of January and February. You're welcome to stop by. I'd love to have you.
Maybe we'll all be at Conscious Life. Will you be there, Ashley? At
That's
Conscious
right.
Life?
I'm not sure.
Well, you
Not
got to
sure I
be
even
there.
know about that.
It's a great.
Neil, are you going to stop by Conscious Life next year?
Yeah. I'm moving back to
Awesome.
California in December, so I'll be around.
Good, great, good timing. Yeah.
We can
A
hang
little
out.
plug for Conscious Life. It is the biggest mind, body, spirit expo in the country. They get about 10,000 people a weekend, and there's a lot of great people coming this year. I think we're just trying to get Deepak Chopra there. That's just, well, we'll see if he shows up, but we'll see.
Yeah.
A lot of great people coming. So we'll
Beautiful.
see.
Where is it located?
It's in
And
LAX.
LAX Hilton, not even a minute and a half from the airport.
Oh.
Yeah,
Don't
you
try
just
to park
fly
there, though.
LA.
There's
It's right
literally
there.
no parking. Unless you have a DeLorean, you can park on top of the Hilton.
So you just
Yeah,
parking.
it's
if you try.
literally the largest consciousness event in the world. I feel, it's
I think
massive.
I've heard of it. I was invited to that last year with someone, but I didn't end up going.
Well, it's worth going because
Worth going? Okay.
Well,
And you're right. There is parking in the hotel itself, but it's not cheap. Like people, they think they can come like park on the street around there. It's really
No, but if you stay at the hotel, you get a discount on the parking.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's easy just to fly in. And
What,
fly
Leave it to New Yorkers to obsess about parking.
Right.
Because everything's public transportation over there. Right?
Yeah.
Having a car in Manhattan is like near impossible. Do you have a car in Manhattan?
I do. I park it right in front of my apartment building. But let's not talk about the mundane stuff. Let's get
talk
to
about parking for the whole time if you want.
I'm excited
really?
to hear about Matthew. We're talking about parking.
It's we'll do a great workshop on parking there, Matthew. But let's do it.
Yeah. That's actually Neil. I didn't tell you the reason I'm going this direction. I decided to scrap the Discover Your Star Origins, and it's about the future of parking on Earth.
Well, how's parking in the series?
Not only will we have free. Here's my platform when I'm running for some sort of office. Not only free parking on the ground, free parking in the sky, like Back to the Future too.
Oh, dude, straight up, man.
Damn cabbies in the sky.
That's before teleportation, though. Of course, once we got that, then you don't have to.
I'm all for that as well.
Well, your starship is hovering above Earth right now, right?
What's that?
I said your starship, the Syrian starship, is hovering above Earth right now.
Are they?
I don't know. You tell me.
I know, but I know for sure. Here's what they tell me. Here to get serious. Here's what they serious. See it, get it fun. What they tell me, often is that they basically have a blockade around Earth. Okay, because part of their role over the past, especially century, has been to protect the Earth from further infiltration from service to self dark beings, right? So yes, there is something to that. The Syrians don't show their ships as much as some of the other benevolent ET races that help us do. Like, every time people see those triangular ships, those are pretty much the Arcturians, right? And, the Pleiadians often like to show in the saucer ships. The Sasani, I believe, show their ships, and I know, Bashar talks about that. But the Syrians, it's not really their thing. They more work through the context of channelers, but they're on the outside of you. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, what are you going to be sharing today? You going to want to do a channeling or just connect to the information?
Yeah, today we're going to do a great introduction primer on what it means to be a starseed. Being the Great Awakening Conference, I know we have a lot of people that are starseeds, if not almost everyone that's watching. And what's great is whenever you do a conference like this, there's all sorts of new people that are just finding your platform, that are just finding, Alan and Ashley and this type of information. And so I want to really help people understand what it means to be a starseed and kind of dispel some of the misinformation that's out there around starseeds. And also help people to figure out, hopefully by the end of this presentation, where they might be from.
Beautiful. Let's do it.
All right, great. Let's jump into it.
All right. Thank you, Alan. So I guess I should share my screen. This will probably be the most treacherous, trying part of the day. But I'm going to go to the bottom where it says,
present.
Oh, that's my camera. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Present. And then share screen, right?
Yep.
All right. And don't show these tips. select a tab. Okay. And looks like, let me try to share entire screen maybe, and I'll just pop it on.
All right,
let's do that. Let's do that. So then what I'm going to do, so I have it popped on, and it's Mercury retrograding me. I'm trying to click share.
You have to click on the actual window first.
Click on the window.
Yeah, on the window that you want to share, and then click share screen.
There we go.
There, yep, I see it. Actually, no, you're sharing. You're sharing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, got it. Cool. Here we go.
Is it good? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. It was a little meta for a second. Okay. Now, if I click, and then how do I get back to?
So try to click start slideshow so we can see it full screen.
Okay, but can you see me now?
Yeah, we see you and the presentation.
Okay, good. I just can't see myself, but
yeah,
that's
there
okay.
we go.
Okay, so we are going to start with the understanding of what an earth seed is versus what a star seed is. Okay, I really want to simplify this. So if you are a soul that originated from the earth, you're what is known as an earth seed. If you are a soul that originated from the stars, you're what's known as a star seed. It's as simple as that. Is there any way I can see myself while I'm talking, or if I go back to studio?
It would be a different approach. Okay, go ahead and stop screen share.
All right.
The best way to do that would
present. Let me try again. Present.
No, honestly, you'd have to upload this presentation there.
Oh no, it's okay. You know what? I don't need to see myself. It's all right. I know I look good. So let's. I'll just go back to entire screen, and then it's fine. Okay, no worries. All right. Let's resume. Okay. Mercury retrograde. So if your soul originates from Earth, you're an Earth seed. If your soul originates from outside of Earth, you're a star seed. So it's simple as that. It's like it's a switch. It's either you are a star seed or you're not. Okay. There is the possibility that's kind of this minority third category of being what's called a hybrid. And a hybrid is actually someone that is a star seed, but also actually literally has DNA that comes from extraterrestrials. If you are a star seed, right? I mean, look at me. I mean, I can't see myself now, but I don't think I've turned blue. And, I'm Assyrian, but I look human, right? I'm not blue. So, and those of you that are mantis beings, right? You don't literally look like a praying mantis in this life, although mantis beings are pretty eccentric, and you might, like to dress and style yourself in a very eccentric way that isn't, far from what it's like being a mantis, right? But as a star seed, it means your soul comes from somewhere else. It doesn't mean you literally have ET DNA. Now, there's a whole nother, realm, which is more Neil's forte, which is discovering where the whole pool of the DNA of the human race comes from, right? But we would all share in that pool, whether you're a star seed or an earth seed. When I'm talking about star seeds, I'm talking about the soul. Your soul, we all understand, I think if you're finding this sort of material, I'm sure you're at the level of understanding of that we are souls having a human experience, right? Well, what I'm talking about is the origins of that soul. If your soul originates, I mean, this is pretty cool to just examine what a non-star seed is, what an earth seed is, right? And what is a soul? To me, in what I've learned, and I always love to cite one of my best friends in the New Age world, Todd Devarney, authors of 3 books called Expansion for Ascended Conscious, 1, 2, and 3. 3's actually just coming out. And he was such a big part of my development of my teachings around this. A soul begins as a single photon of light. That photon splits into 2, then 4, then 16. Those of you that are good at math, right? So on and so forth, logarithmically. And a soul is simply a collection of light. You can have an equation, soul, S-O-U-L, equals light, L-I-G-H-T. And as an earth seed, you began as a single photon of light donated from a body of light that is able to generate the requisite amount of energy to create a new soul, right? Here on Earth, you know, those of you that are women, right? A lot of you have given birth. What an amazing, incredible experience, just being, you know, part of being alive to be able to give birth to a new being, right? This is a soul birth. So if you're not a starseed, your soul was birthed by a single photon of light donated from the planetary consciousness of Earth, the planetary logos of Earth, Gaia, however you want to term her. If you are a starseed, somewhere, somewhen, you began as a single photon, but it may have been in the Andromeda galaxy. It may have been somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy. And you went through that process of accumulating more photons. And as one accumulates more photons, one is now able to have more and more complex incarnations. And as one has more complex incarnations, one is able to take on more and more complex themes, right? Okay, this is a model of the densities. The first density, and the model of densities is slightly different than the model of dimensions. For example, the fourth dimension is an aspect of the third density, but it's the astral field around Earth. It's the home of angels and demons. It's the home of the dream world, right? That movie Inception, those of you Mercury retrograde thinking about old movies, right? You know, that took place in the fourth dimension. But when I talk about densities, I want you to think of it as like an ascending staircase, okay? And the whole trajectory of being a soul is beginning from nothing or from everything, and it's both, right? A soul is connected to the everything, and then the minute that soul, or the second, or the fraction of a time, you know, whatever moniker, that when that soul is created, it becomes an individuated, separated aspect, a separated consciousness, right? And actually, if we trace all of our wounds, all of the wounds around grief, all the wounds around heartbreak, all the wounds around trauma and being a victim of things, right? If we were to trace those wounds as far back as we could go, we would actually just find the wound of the separation of being an individuated soul. And the journey of a soul is from being separated and individuated all the way up the densities, from the first densities, which the physical expression is literally single-celled microbial life, all the way up to, look what I have here, the 10th density, a galactic consciousness, the 12th density universal consciousness. And it's an infinite cycle of a new soul going up the staircase of densities until one becomes a galaxy. I've had clients over the years, a handful of them, that have seen themselves, when I take them on a regression journey, I have this very special type of regression journey that only I do, called a Starseed Discovery Session. And I guide someone through the astral realms to their home planet or their place of origin. I've had a handful of clients over the years, their home planet or place of origin is literally a galaxy. They are a galaxy. They are a galactic consciousness, right? And the cycle of the life of a soul, so to speak, is from being born as that single photon of light, collecting more photons. At the third density, one develops what is called the toroidal field or the torus field, which looks like that. There's an empty column in the middle. This is the quantum physics of it. And the photons, okay, if you imagine that all of this purple light is photons, these photons are traveling up and around, perpetually up and around, right? With this empty column in the middle. And as one ascends up the step ladder from the fourth, the fifth, the sixth densities, that grows, right? Now, once one has reached that sixth density consciousness, one is now merged with an entire planetary consciousness. Someday on this planet, we'll be there, but it's going to be a long, long road until we get there. But on an ascended planet, for example, some will say that Venus exists, and there's a sixth density aspect to Venus, right? Where long ago there were hundreds of millions of individuated beings. Some of us may have actually had lifetimes on Venus, right? And, we ascended through the densities of Venus. Once one reaches the fifth density, there is no longer a physical vessel. You might look physical. If you were to shake hands with a Pleiadian, although they wouldn't shake hands, they would bow, right? But if, some people have described the experience of meeting a Pleiadian on the streets of New York City, right? And they, describe like just these piercing blue eyes that like look right through them, and they're frozen, with the gaze of the light that's being emitted, right? But they look physical, but inside there's no physical organs. The organs are actually holographic. And this is why the fifth density and higher, there's no disease. If a disease were to develop, it would be a disease that's created from emotion, from negative emotion. And, whether it's the Pleiadians, the Arcturians, the Sirians, the Lyrians, etc., at that level, they have, mechanisms to instantly cure, if you will, whatever dis-ease might arrive. And it's also, a good thing to remember, the fact that all physical disease, it originates from being an emotional disease or an emotional disorder, something out of order, right? And on the fifth density or higher would just be an instant manifestation. Here in the third density, it can take many years. You end up with a, God forbid, cancer diagnosis, but it was 10 or 20 or 30 years of some sort of emotional discombobulation that was creating that, right? So this is the model of densities, right? The first density being single-celled microbial life, the second density being plants and animals, right? Now think about the wide range of experience in the second density. Think about the difference in the themes that can be experienced, the emotional themes, the light themes that can be experienced by a second density mosquito, right? Which is just a parasitic being, and really their modus operandum is just going around looking, for blood, right? Versus a dog. Versus, I was watching last night. I don't know how I stumbled across it. Just Mercury retrograde. You stumble across the coolest videos, right? Especially from the past. And watching a video of magicians doing magic for monkeys and chimpanzees, and they're so smart. They know exactly what's going on, and when or baboons, right? And they do the magic trick for them with the card trick or whatever, or making something disappear, making peanuts appear, and they laugh. They roll on the floor laughing, right? Because they're so intelligent. Pigs, baboons, chimpanzees, dogs, cats, they share so many similarities with us as humans, right? And they're really, in so many ways, just as intelligent. And those super, super intelligent, because it's not this harsh delineation of just you're either in, it's not like astrology where, in astrology we say you're either in or out of a sign, right? The blending is more an illusion, right? When we moved from Leo season to Virgo season this past week, you could feel it immediately that like really egoic, hyper energy. Just as soon as Virgo season hit on Thursday, it was this calm. It was this calm, this earthy, down earth, this quieter energy, right? And that's why in astrology we say you're either in or out of a sign. But it's not like that here. Here there's a blending where you could say there's density 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, so on and so forth. So, your pets, for example, your dog, your cat, who's like showing all these human traits, well, that very well may be because either this is their last lifetime on Earth, last lifetime as an animal on Earth, and next time they're going to come and be a human here on Earth. So they're at that like 2.9 density, and they're about to emerge into 3.0 in the next lifetime. Or there is a possibility of also pets being starseeds as well, which is a whole nother cool little area of inquiry. The fourth density is where we're headed. Okay, here on Earth, those of us that are in human form, we're at varying degrees of the third density. Okay, if you look at people that are really embedded, immersed, stuck, if you will, in separation consciousness, we could say that they're at the lower levels of the third density, 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, right? Whereas those that have started to evolve, like we are evolving here, and those of us that have started to let go of the karma we carried into this life, those of us that have started to emerge into our divine service work, which is a term that you might hear, on this weekend, and I use a lot. And it's a sign and a symptom of being at the upper levels of that third density in preparation to emerge into the fourth. Because emerging into the fourth density is still a physical experience. The difference being, in the fourth density, by definition, you are experiencing oneness. In the third density, by definition, you're experiencing separation. But here, those of us that are at that like 3.9 level, like a lot of us here, right? We're starting to really oscillate between 3.9 and 4.0, where we have hours or days or even weeks of feeling really just completely at peace and feeling a sense of complete oneness with those around us and with the planet itself, right? And those of you that are starting to have those oneness experiences, maybe you've had some on this wonderful conference this weekend, right? But those of you that are starting to have those experiences, it's a sign that you're in that upper level of third density. And the term that I use is the ascension life. If you are at the upper end of that third density, getting ready, perhaps in the next physical lifetime you decide to take, to emerge into the fourth density, you're in the ascension lifetime. And actually, a caveat to that is a lot of us will choose not even to come back to Earth after we're done with the ascension lifetime. We'll get a taste of being a fourth density, being in this lifetime. Literally, there will be parts of us that I believe genetically will fundamentally shift as we actually emerge into the fourth, into sustainable experience of the fourth density consciousness while in this body. And that shift will happen like while we're still in the body, right? And a lot of people talk about that. But a lot of us will say, you know what? That taste was enough. And you head back after this life to wherever you came from, the Pleiades, Sirius, Arcturus, which we'll get into a moment, how to figure out where you came from. But a lot of us will say, you know what? I am so excited about being here on Earth for this transition period as we transition from the planetary age of Pisces to the planetary age of Aquarius. This is so freaking exciting. I want to come back and I want to be of service, right? And the Hindus would call that the Bodhisattva, one who has already become enlightened and decides to reincarnate to come back to simply be a teacher. And I've met people like that. I've met only a handful, 2 or 3. Most people that you think appear to be the Bodhisattvas truly aren't. There's a fakeness that is there's a facade there, right? But I've met a few true ones in this life. The sixth density, okay, I have that written here in the slides. Able to fractalize. And we're going to go over next, what does fractalization mean? But briefly, sixth density being a planetary consciousness, seventh density being a more ascended planetary consciousness, sometimes will be invisible, and eighth density will be a system consciousness, meaning a star. So we could say that the logos or the consciousness of our sun in the solar system is an eighth density consciousness. Now, the ninth density is what happens when a star goes into becoming a red giant and then disappears into a black hole. That's now a ninth density. It still is existing, but it's no longer going to be visible. The 10th density, as I mentioned before, being literally a galactic consciousness. And the 12th density, if we can go that high, is a universe, right? And I like to say, why does it have to end at there just being one universe, right? You remember the ending of one of the Men in Black movies? I think it was the first one where the galaxy is on Orion's belt, and Orion's belt is the cat, right? I know a lot of you have probably seen that movie. It's one of my favorites. And at the end, right, they show that marble on the cat's Orion's belt is simply, there's like these these big ET beings that are just playing with the marbles, and they're playing with galaxies. And I love that, right? Because our scientists know that there's billions of galaxies in our universe, right? And our scientists know that there's some sort of rotation going on, right? There's some sort of rotation around a galactic center, right? And also the fact that the galaxy is always expanding, or the universe is always expanding, right? And then now some of the theories in science lately has been about that it's actually expanding and contracting, like it's breathing, right? Which I believe is probably true. But what if that's not where it ends, right? What if just a universe is another marble, and with a collection of a whole bunch of marbles, and these are all different universes, right? And I know a lot of you are feeling like, whoa, I should have smoked some DMT before this. But you know, I'm just thinking about this as producing the DMT in your head, so don't worry about it. Okay, what is it like to fractalize? Some have seen it as going through a portal. Some have seen it like a conscious spiritual process that requires a lot of training. And you may come from the future. Oh my God, that's a lot of wild information. Let's go over that, right? So I mentioned before, you amazing women, right? A lot of you have done what us men can't do, which is give birth. And thank you. I have no interest in going through that process, right? But yeah, so thank you for perpetuating the human race. We really appreciate it as men. But what an amazing process that is, right? And to fractalize, there's a similarity in it's a birthing, but it's a soul birth. Remember I mentioned before about a brand new soul being essentially birthed or emitted from the planetary consciousness, right? And I was giving the context of Earth, of Gaia, but that can happen anywhere. Well, fractalization is another option, and you can think of it as you are this grand soul, right? You are this mother soul, if you will. You're this big bubble, and you're emitting this smaller bubble. You're emitting this smaller bubble, right? And as you emit this smaller bubble, what's happening is that you're able to now direct that smaller bubble wherever you would like to direct it. So those of us that are star seeds that came from somewhere else and perhaps came from a different, point in time, as I said, a lot of us star seeds actually came from the future. We emitted that smaller bubble and we go, and we send that bubble to Earth. That bubble enters that soul, which carries all the information and history of the mother soul that comes from Sirius, the Pleiades, Arcturus, Lyra, etc., and comes down into the Earth field and enters into that fourth dimension, which I mentioned before, which not only is the dream world and where angels are and where demons are, it's also where the reincarnation process happens. When someday you're done with this physical life, you go back to the fourth dimension, which is everywhere. I'm pointing up, but it's everywhere because literally there's a template of the fourth dimension on top of what we see in the physical 3D world. But you go back to the fourth dimension, and then you have a bit of a period where you're kind of figuring out, all right, this is what this life was about. This is what I learned. This is what I didn't learn. This is what I need to learn next. And you plan out your next lifetime from there, right? So as a star seed, as a fractal, you go and you come into that field of the Earth. You come into that fourth dimensional field of planet Earth, and then you start to reincarnate. You start to plan on incarnations, right? And as a star seed, what's a little different is this. So as an Earth seed, you're native. Your soul is native to Earth. And what you're trying to do is just evolve. So you're planning all these lifetimes. Once you get to third density, some lifetimes you're, trading karma back and forth. Some lifetimes you're learning one thing. Some lifetimes you're learning another thing. But you continue on this path of evolution until you're able to reach the fourth dimension. Okay, fourth density. Star seeds, it's very similar where you're going to the difference is you're artificially, if you will, putting yourself down into a lower density. Okay, it's summertime, when you go swimming in the lake or in the pool, and you play with the buoys, right? And if you push down on the buoy or you sit on the buoy, when I was a kid, that was the most fun thing, to sit on the buoy in the pool, right? Until the lifeguard yells at you. But what happens when you let go of the buoy? It goes and it pops back up, right? Well, that's a good metaphor because as a starseed, we're artificially pushing ourselves down into a much lower frequency density than we're used to, in order to challenge ourselves to pop back up, right? So basically, that's different than being an earth seed, where you've never been at a higher dimension because you're a newer soul. And that's really what the fundamental difference between a new soul and an old soul is. A new soul is an earth seed, an old soul is a star seed. And by the way, let us know in the chat here whether you're in Zoom or whether you're in watching on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or wherever. Let us know, do you think you're a star seed? And let us know, where you think you might be from. And I'm going to go over some of the possibilities in just a moment here. And also let us know if you think you're an earth seed, right? If you're an earth seed, you may not have much memories or feelings of, being from other places in the galaxy or the universe. Or maybe you are a star seed and you just haven't encountered those memories yet. That's the case for most people, right? People, a lot of times people have this illusion that star seeds are very select. They're like, oh, that guy and that lady, but it can't be me. It's only got to be a couple. Bullshit. It is so much more widespread than we might initially think. I was told by some of the beings that talked to me up there about 10 years ago that it's about 42%. But out of that 42% of the 8 billion humans on Earth, 99.5% or something like that have not yet awoken to any aspect of their starseed nature. And a large chunk of them will actually reincarnate one or two more times before they become aware of that, right? So just because you're not necessarily aware of, memories of being from other places doesn't mean you're not. You very well may be. There's something that exists that is above our crown chakra, okay? Of course, we have this egg around us that is the auric field, but above our crown chakra, there's something that's called the barrier membrane. And what it is exactly what it sounds. It's this barrier energetically that keeps it keeps a portion of the possible information, codes, soul essence that could possibly come into the vessel that's incarnated from coming in, but it's intentional for most of the experience of reincarnating on Earth, because it would, if you're planning a life, right, and you're just going to be a serf in the Middle Ages in, I don't know, the Netherlands, Holland, and just the lessons around that life are just lessons of poverty, and they're lessons of disease, and they're lessons of, love lost and love gained, romance, well, it's not going to serve you to have your barrier membrane open in that life and start to have these memories of past lives and of being on Sirius or whatever. So that barrier membrane starts to dissolve in the ascension lifetime. And a lot of you are at that point of that barrier membrane starting to dissolve. And that's why you're finding this sort of information. And that's why you are feeling called to discover this part of self, and why you're starting to randomly get dreams or in meditation or in guided meditations, visions of what life was like for you somewhere else in creation. Reason starseeds come to Earth, okay? One, to experience duality, a novel experience. The game is to intentionally submerge, as I said, and it's kind of this artificial submerging, like you're pushing a buoy down yourself in a low density, and to see how quickly you can ascend out of there and what contribution you can leave behind. In a sense, it is like a game. Let me know in the chat if you guys play video games, right? Or your kids play video games. They probably do. Yeah, it's a part of the intention of coming as a starseed is simply making it a game. How quickly, what's kind of the minimum number of lifetimes that I need to experience all the part of the a feature and an obligation for almost all starseeds of experiencing the Earth experience. And when I say obligation, not that it's a trap, not that there's grays that are forcing you. No. When I say obligation, I mean that you, as the star being, consciously knew this and consciously chose this because it's a feature of the Earth game, is to experience all aspects of karmic themes that are possible to experience on Earth in one way or another. So you got to experience, early deaths. You got to experience grief. You got to experience poverty. You got to experience war. You got to experience peace. You got to experience famine. You got to experience, being highly intelligent. You got to experience being not intelligent. You got to experience all sorts of different, bodies, being short, being tall, right? Sometimes I lament, being a short Jew in this life. Well, it's what I chose for some reason. I want to do my Ascension life as a short Jew, right? But, in other lifetimes, yeah, I was tall, In other lifetimes, I was much shorter, right? So, part of one of the fundamental features and obligations of Earth is experience every karmic theme. Once we've done that, now and in the Ascension life, as we do our work, as we transmute our karma, and how do you know when you're transmuting karma? Well, when overall you're more at peace than you used to be, when overall you're having less conflict with others than you used to be, when overall the problems, the self-sabotage, the sorts of recurring obstacles that seem like you are a victim to are no longer recurring, when you are able to more quickly come to a place of forgiveness, whether it's for others or self, which are both equally important, right? Those are some signs of leaving karma behind. And as you do, that barrier membrane dissolves and you become totally free in a lot of ways to choose your experience, choose your planetary service work, which brings us to number 2. You came to Earth to contribute to the planetary ascension here as an act of service. You're on, Sirius or you're on the Pleiades, and your teachers are showing you what is going on Earth, and you're like, oh my God, this is not good. This is not good. How can I help? And your teachers say, you can be a starseed. You can go there. You can create a fractal, send it there, and you can be of service. So it's a good question to ask if you're a starseed. What is that really, really crucial contribution I need to leave behind on Earth before the end of this life? Let me know in the chat if you know what it is. And if you're not sure what it is, hey, I'm here to help the world with that. So you can always contact me. Bring your codes, energy, knowledge, memories, etc. from your home realm here. For example, as a Syrian being, part of what I'm here to do is to bring a lightness to spiritual studies, bring humor to spiritual studies, because the Syrians, that's exactly what they teach. They teach about lightness and humor and play. They also teach us about working with the water element, and a lot of the work I do is working with the water element, and also to transmit information about Earth back to your home realm. This one sounds kind of goofy, but remember in Star Trek how, they would send the away team to an alien planet that they were exploring. They would bring all their, futuristic devices to be able to measure what's going on there, measure the, how much nitrogen is in the air, etc. Well, as starseeds, especially those of us that are starseeds from less common realms, meaning not the Pleiades, not Arcturus, not Lyra, not Sirius, a lot of times a big part of why we're here is actually in real time. We're being used as transmitters of information about what's going on Earth back to our collective, our sixth density or higher collective, so that our collective can understand the Earth experience and understand the process of lower density planets going through a conscious ascension process better than before. And even those of us that are from Sirius Pleiades, that a lot of times we are also doing that as well. And that's one of the reasons why so many of us find ourselves getting led to different parts of the planet where we may have never intended to go. I've traveled all over the world, and I continue to, and I know Neil, you do, and Alan, you do, and Ashley, you do. And, part of that is because as we're working, whether we know it or not, with our star collectives, to both bring in codes and transmit those codes into the grid points of the Earth where we get led, and also to transmit information back to our home planet. Neil, can you tell me how much time, just so I can kind of plan?
Yes, you have. Let's see here. About just under 10 minutes.
Perfect. That's more than enough time. Okay, so I'm going to go, and everything. I'm looking good here. All good.
You're looking awesome
with the video. Everything good?
Yeah, you look great.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to go over some of the common groups that people come from as starseeds. Okay. And what I want you to do, if these are resonating with you, if I'm talking about one of these and you're like, yeah, that really sounds like me, I want you to type into the chat and tell me what you are, okay? So the Pleiadians, a lot of you have heard this, where they come from, the 7 Pleiadian sisters, which are in the part of the sky that we in Western astrology would label as Taurus. What they look like, they're tall, they're fair skinned, blonde, silver, white hair, piercing blue eyes, and they do wear spacesuits. I guess one of the sometimes disappointing things about learning about what life is like on the higher dimensional realms is, for most of them, they're not really into fashion. And it's a feature of the collectivization, right? As I talked about, as we go up the densities, there's a process of moving towards unity, oneness, and collectivization. And part of that is kind of losing the individuated expressions of fashion. There are, the Pleiadians have art festivals where they like to express themselves with different fashion. But other than that, they kind of dress the same every day. There's one part that's a bit boring about them. But they're so friendly, loving, and welcoming. What's life like on their planets? Tight-knit communities, community farming and schooling, earth homes, friendly with animals, polyamorous relationships for most of their relationships, which is really interesting. Some cities, they're very advanced local and spacefaring travel. Local meaning local to their planet, and spacefaring meaning outside their planet. They do eat. They eat fruits, and they have these colored nutrition drinks. They live a very, very long time, and they step into a new regenerated body halfway through, and they have a conscious death experience. What do they do for Earth? Couple things. They help to direct souls towards Earth from Orion's belt after the catastrophe of the Orion Wars. They did help to save some from the Atlantean catastrophe. Some of you might have memories or might have been told that, you went from Lemuria to Telos, right? Which, by the way, I got to explore back in May, which was incredible. And those are the Pleiadians that were bringing you there. Telos or some, community in the inner Earth. Generally overseeing the Earth experiment of light and dark, meaning the Pleiadians, although, yes, and I know, Neil, this is more and I love your work on this, Neil, and I'm so open to learning more. Going back to the Anunnaki, right, being at the beginning of the Earth experiment, also the aspects of the Lyrians, but also the Pleiadians, my understanding, were there kind of overseeing the Earth experiment, if you will, of extreme duality of light and dark, and they were there at the beginning of Lemuria. And they've been there at every major transition point. They're here now, but they're not doing anything. That they're very careful. They're walking on eggshells this time to not do anything that could potentially interfere with our free will, because it would interfere with our karmic experience as a planetary whole, which was potentially an issue at the end of Lemurian Atlantis. This is a good AI generated drawing of what they look like. Okay. Sirians come from Sirius A and B, and also there's Sirius C, which is not visible. What they look like: tall blue, turquoise, or green skin. As I said, I don't have that, at least not yet. Maybe if I drink some more colloidal silver. I was doing a consultation for someone the other day, and they're like afraid to take more than a teaspoon. I'm like, come on, I take 1 to 2 tablespoons a day. Do I look blue? And while I'm checking, nope, still not blue. Good, okay. But my Sirian form is blue, yes. No hair, blue, turquoise, green, or golden eyes, wearing gowns. So again, they don't have super differentiated fashion, but very different spaces. They look more like gowns, and they're bluish or turquoise or green. They're so friendly. They're so loving. They're so welcoming. They're so humorous. On their planets, these intricate, crowded cities. They love cities. Rural settlements, massive crystal structures, pyramids, underground crystal caves, underwater cities. Some of the Sirian planets are mostly water, actually. And that's, part of the reason for the connection between Sirian starseeds and water. They enjoy community potlucks and theater. They only eat food for special occasions. All the planet civilizations around Sirius A, which is what we see as the dog star, are all light, and around Sirius B can have both light and dark civilizations. They built the pyramids. I know a lot of you know that. They did. They keep a blockade around the planet, as I shared earlier. They transmit energy through crystal deposits. They're incarnated and evolved with whales and dolphins. And they work through channelers like me. Come hang out November 9th, and we're going to do a full hour and a half, 2 hour channeling segment from the Sirians. You can ask your questions, okay, if you join live. And starseeds are funny. I know I'm not funny, but, I've been told once in a while, right? Like to work with crystals, energy healers. Type 2 indigos are the energy healer type, attracted to water. This is a really good AI-generated image of Sirians. Arcturians coming from the Bootes constellation, the star of Arcturus. They're much shorter. They're blue and purple, so they can be conflated with the Sirians, but they're much shorter. No hair, big black eyes. Their planets have the most intricately gridded cities with sacred geometry, very crowded. They also love building these intricate space stations that are around the galaxy. They don't consume anything, no food, no water, except under special circumstances. Sometimes the elderly do. They help to protect sacred wisdom on the planet. They work through channelers. Arcturian stars are super intelligent, cerebral, analytical, good with math, science, and attracted to music. And that is a good AI-generated image of an Arcturian. Orion beings, okay? And by the way, I should mention before my time's up that we can be from many different places, right? You don't have to just be from one. So type in the chat all of these that you think you are. Because, for example, I'm Sirian, I'm Orion, I am from Andromeda, and I'm Blue Avian as well. Orion beings are from Orion's belt. They look very human. They're so friendly, loving, welcoming, humorous, down to earth. The modus operandum of Orion starseeds is truth-seeking. Truth. It's a scorpionic vibration, right? They are the investigators. So if you're one of those truth seekers like you, Neil, you are such a truth seeker and a digger, and you have such an Orion frequency to you. Blue Avians come from a different dimension and an outer ring of the Milky Way. They're bluebirds with 2 feet. They're friendly, loving, welcome, humorous. Their planets are so cool. They're really tropical. They live in these massive, giant tree houses. They eat worms, bugs, leaves, but everything on the planets, at least what I've seen through the Starseed Discovery sessions, they're much bigger. They grow colors on their wings through accumulating experience and wisdom. Okay, think about Thoth or Thoth, however you want to say it, from ancient Egypt. Blue Avian starseeds are innovative. They love birds and they enjoy air travel. I am obsessed with feeding my birds and with flying. I love both, and that's a great depiction of Blue Avian. Lyrans come from the Lyran constellation, look like humans. If you mix a human with a cat or a lion, right? They can have cat or lion heads, or they can have more human faces and more fur up and down their body. Life on their planets is very similar to Earth, except much more elevated. Starseeds, Lyran starseeds, are super earthy. They love to travel. They love food. They love culture. They love language. That's a decent AI depiction. Mantis beings come from, like the Blue Avian, somewhere in the outer rim of the Milky Way, not the same place. They look like giant 9-foot or 10-foot praying mantises, but they are the most loving, caring, wise beings. If you ever see any information out there saying that the mantis beings are like, evil, they're not. It's not true. They're the most beautiful, loving beings. They live in these beautiful huts amongst nature, a simple life. They send healing vibrations through sound frequencies to parts of the galaxy through holographic pools. And a lot of mantis starseeds are super into sound healing. A lot of your sound healers, let me know if you're a sound healer, are mantis ETs. And the biggest sign of being a mantis starseed is that you never felt super comfortable in a human vessel, and you may still not to this day, and you're very eccentric. And just briefly, the Yael, who may end up being those that take part in the official first contact of planet Earth. You can be a Yael starseed, you can be a Zeta Reticulan starseed, and Zeta Reticulan starseeds are super serious. The Zetas and the Greys are totally different, but they look similar. The Zetas are benevolent, but they're very serious. Cassiopeia is the W in the sky. If you're a Cassiopeian starseed, you probably love animals. Tall whites come from Aldebaran and other stars. You're like super empathic if you're a tall white starseed. Okay, some other possibilities. By the way, if you are from more than one place in the Milky Way, it's very likely that your soul originates from the Andromeda Galaxy. If you're like looking at this and be like, oh my God, I feel like I'm 10 of these, well, you could be, but feel free to contact me. I'm happy to do a reading for you. This is what I do for the world, and let you know where you're from in the stars. And I think my time's up, Neil. Let me stop sharing. All good?
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Amazing. I've often wondered, I loved your breakdown of dimensions and densities. And first of all, I'd love for you to just go a little bit deeper into what dimensions are compared to densities, because I've heard different theories. But the whole thing of like the universe being the 12th density, and I've often wondered, how many fragmentations are we from source? Is that just one construct of the 12th dimensional densities? And could it be so many more fragmentations from the original source that we are unaware of it. Because I used to think that the 13th dimension was the connection to the ultimate source, but could there be like compartmentalized, like almost like
I think absolutely,
others,
and that's what I actually lean towards, is that there's more fractalizations or layers or the Russian doll syndrome than we might initially think. And I jokingly mentioned DMT before, but those that are watching that have gone down the road of plant medicine, whether it's DMT or ayahuasca, et cetera, right? A lot of times during those ceremonies, you kind of get these sort of glimpses in a more experiential way versus just an intellectual way, which is what I'm kind of doing here, right? But yeah, I believe that, and everything, one of the principles of reality is everything is a paradox, right? So on one hand, right, and the paradox, you can always think of it in terms of two hands. On one hand, yes, there are so many more layers of separation from source. And on the other hand, there is no separation, because at every single moment, we are also source, right? And that paradox is ubiquitous throughout all of creation, all of reality, all of life, right?
Yeah, that's so beautiful. Yeah, because ultimately, we're sharing before you came on how like a computer hard drive where it has the game on it, where you open up the game, you see the code, and that's all source. That's the source code. But within that, we have these levels, we have these bosses that we meet at each level. So it's like we're also the source code, but we're also this constructed game in which we have the illusion, I guess, of us having to pass certain levels to reconnect there.
And then also there's games within games, right?
Yeah, the Inception.
Think about that. Because and I jokingly before mentioned Inception, right? The movie, from back 2006 or whatever, right? But I mean, every time we go to the fourth dimension, to the dream world, when we sleep, right? We're working things out. We're going on missions. I get a lot of clients, they want me to try to figure it out for them, and I do the best I can. They tell me they wake up exhausted, like they were fighting a war, or like they were going on this mission to another planet to help heal, right? And that's a game within this game, which is the waking reality, which is just one lifetime, which is a game within the Earth game, which is going to be, the bell curve, what I found for star seeds is about 600 lifetimes, which a lot of people are surprised to hear. But once you start doing past life regressions, past life readings, you start to realize that, okay, I just saw these 5 lives. Now there's 5 more. Now there's 5 more. Now, and really it gets to be in the hundreds, right? But anywhere between like 300 and 1,200 lives, what I found to be the usual range for star seeds, right? That's a lot of games. Those are all games within the overarching game, the Earth game. And then someday when I go back to Sirius, or when you go back to wherever, Orion, or Ashley, when you go back to, Lyra or wherever, right? This was another game. It was just a game. That's it. Or a dream.
So could we be convinced? So David Icke came out with a book recently called The Trap, okay, a couple of years ago. And, I loved a lot of David Icke's work. However, a lot of things that I feel are neutral, he takes the victim stand upon it. So
I would agree with that. Yeah.
If you look at his information, you take it neutrally, you see something bigger than what he thinks it is, right? But within that, there's a construct of these games on this earth, and part of that is the different dimensions of ascension, and a part of that is also the realm of ghosts and spirits. And it's basically, like I shared yesterday, it's like playing Mario, and Mario falls into a hole, and then he falls on the ground and dies, and then all of a sudden in the same game he becomes a ghost, and now he's having another experience in that little realm.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good metaphor.
Right. So that's kind of what's happening. So could it be that people wake up to these levels and think that they're now found the ultimate truth, but really it's not even the ultimate truth?
Yeah, that happens all the time. I mean, one of the funny paradoxes of the ascension or awakening journey is that if at any point we think that we have reached the end, it is 100% confirmation we have not. And not only that we have not, we're not even close, right? I think probably all three of us are at the level where we, have experienced that. And now we don't even think about what the end is, because we realize there is no ending, right?
Never
and even when this lifetime's over, it continues.
Well, the best quote from the Rig Veda is, and this is a quote that many people use in different ways, is the destination has been chosen, it's the journey that counts, right? So we know where we're going to go, so let's enjoy the journey.
I love it. I love it.
Ashley, you want to jump in? Any comments?
Yeah, I just thought that was a really great presentation. And is there anything you can share with us about your Syrian connection and the work they're doing with the game here on Earth, connecting to
Absolutely.
the quote unquote matrix? I think there's two. I think there's the organic structured matrix, and then I think there's the AI simulated matrix. So what can you share or expand on that?
I would have to ask them about maybe in our upcoming November 9th full-length channeling session. That's a fascinating question. I'll try to write that one down. But, I connect with them at least once a month to do full-length channelings in my Ascending as One program. And it's different every time what they're talking about, but a lot of what they're discussing is the timeline of events taking place during this very crucial portal on planet Earth. And just they emphasize a lot the free will factor that we have, that although that they are looking from the future, that they are very conscious of trying to remind us through all of the channelers that they work with of the really crucial nature of this particular decade, and how this particular decade is such a huge determining factor in which collective timeline the planet takes. And every collective potential timeline has very different events. And what I've kind of gathered from them is that we're pretty much in that middle or slightly above middle. At scale 1 to 10, we might be at that 6 timeline, which is good, right? 10 being the highest possible timeline that we can take as a collective as we navigate the very difficult programming that is in, and we can see the programming in the stars, right? Meaning in the astrology. COVID, we saw in the stars, right? We saw war in the stars. 2026 has got some interesting things, right? So we can see that it's pre-programmed. The planets are showing the evidence of I would say Gaia, the logos of Gaia, her intention as far as how this all goes. But that being said, because we're intricately connected and one with her, our collective level of consciousness has such a huge impact on the collective timeline we take. And although we're doing pretty well, which actually surprises people because they look at like the wars going on, they're like, well, we must be failing. And it's actually not the truth. We're actually doing pretty well. And this is inevitable, as we see in the astrology, right? But we could do much better. And they really emphasize our free will factor in this and how important it is for mass awakenings to occur, and that the time is over for us to be quiet. We can no longer be quiet about this sort of stuff. And this is why the internet is being of service to us, the Pluto and Aquarius age, right? We're being able to gather in places like this and get this information out to tens and hundreds of thousands of people. And that's so important at this time. It's a throat chakra emergence on the planet. So we need to speak up and speak out about this stuff more fearlessly than ever before. The time to kind of hide in our little communities and because we don't want to look weird is over.
Beautifully said, brother. No holding back.
Yeah, you spoke about the astrological alignments. Have they shared anything with you in regards to that, in regards to shifting of the programming of the astrological alignments that impacts us down here?
Can you clarify a little bit? Clarify and then I'll answer.
So the astrological alignments impacting us, the programs, right? The programs that have already been predetermined, quote unquote, for the timelines. Is there any work being done on those alignments on each of those planets to shift what's
Great
happening?
question. Wonderful question. Thank you. They don't. Okay, and there's this really crucial treaty, one way, so to speak, one way literally, between many of the benevolent ET groups that work with Earth of non-interference. And there are very specific caveats to that. I mentioned, as you asked, Neil, at the beginning, about like the blockade that I talk about, that a blockade is a protective force, but it's not an aggressive force. It's also not a removal of any of the dark being. The reptilians and the grays, they're all allowed to be here. They're all, because in a way, this is their planet too. And that's kind of a difficult truth. It's actually not only our planet, it's also some dark beings' planet as well. They would say it's their planet and not ours. We would say it's our planet and not theirs, right? So there's this really kind of important treaty of non-interference. So that's why the Syrians continue to emphasize the free will factor. And yes, I mean, what we see play out in politics and especially geopolitics is, you know, on the 3D level, the determining force of what occurs in the world, how severe war is versus not severe. But what is underlying that is the collective consciousness, being the Virgo moon. If I were to put it into mathematical terms, right? If 100 is that fourth density consciousness that we're heading towards, and 0 is the very beginning of the third density, which is complete separation, where are we at on a planet right now between 0 and 100 as a whole? Not just us light workers, but all 8 billion. I don't know, 30, 31. We're not, it's not that high yet. And then we see that reflected out in world events. And how astrology works is that the planets set a template, and then it's the free will factor, either the free will of collectives or the free will of individuals. You can look at your own chart and you can put a transit chart, right? You can look at, okay, what are the transit planets doing? Put that as a template on top of your natal chart. And what if Pluto is squaring your Uranus, which, you know, is like horrific? Well, it doesn't have to be, because if you're living your life on, you know, a more ascended level of consciousness, that Pluto square Uranus is going to be you coming out with a wonderful video expressing truth, where when earlier in your life you weren't at that level of consciousness, it was a car accident, right? God forbid, right? So that the interaction between the planets. So to answer your question, there isn't a deliberate shifting, because that would interfere with our karma, which would cause more problems in the long run. What they do, all the benevolents do, they teach. They teach. Now, if there were to be the prospect of, like, God forbid, nuclear war, there's a lot of ideas about that, about the benevolence in these treaties being able to stop that, because that would halt the opportunity for the ascension to take place. And that would be like, you know, okay, now interference is allowed. But up into those extreme points, it's complete non-interference, and it's just teaching.
Yeah, makes sense.
Helping us to learn and evolve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, bro. Thank you so much, Matthew, for being here. And I just want to highlight the most important thing that you said, okay? That in Sirius, they have community potlucks and theater.
Yes! Oh, my God. They love theater. And I know you and I are theater buffs.
Dude, I love theater, so.
Dude. And someday you'll be at the premiere of my musical.
Oh, bro, can't wait. Yeah. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you for everything you are, brother. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Alan, as well, of course. Can't wait to see you, all of you. So, thank you, everybody.
Take care, brother. Beautiful. That was amazing.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into our next guest in a second here, but I just want to take a moment because Matthew did share about a couple things. And so I wanted to take a moment and share a few things at Portal to Ascension coming up. Do you see my screen, Ashley?
Nope. All I see is us.
Okay, hold on one
So
second.
your share screen isn't up yet.
Okay, yeah, here we are. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I think we're good. See it? Okay, yep. So again, Matthew's a channeling from Sirius. Go ahead and events, take a look there. But I want to show you the event page. And some of you have sent in some donations, so thank you so much. Again, anybody who donates for this experience contributes to us being able to do something like this 11-day, 7-hour-day event and creating more of them. And everybody who signs up gets a month of events for free at Portal to Ascension. And I'll tell you which ones those will be. You got the Lyran Conference, you get the Cosmic Dragon. So we put you into a raffle to receive a month of free events. So that month will be this month here. You get the Lyran Conference, you get the Cosmic Dragons Conference, and you get my webinar coming up called based on my regressions, my time on Orion. And it's actually in this presentation, it speaks about the portal to descension that was on Orion, and how the portal to ascension is the response to the portal to descension that I was also a part of over there. It's called the Orion Portal, Reptilians, Galactic Wars, and Stargate to Earth. So you get, those are the 3 ones you get. So for any donation amount, and I'll post the link in a second here. But what I really want to show you is, because we spoke about Orion, and over the last year, my connection to Orion has just going insane. Like, I feel such a deep connection to this star system. And we did a 3-part series on Orions and reptilians on our YouTube. Just go ahead and type in reptilian and Orion separately, and you'll find it. Each one was 4 hours long. We had 3 days in a row, 12 hours of just like Orion information and content that just added another component to my awareness about the star system. And that's not till next year, but I'm letting you guys know now, because even though every event is credible and great, this one is going to be so deep, because not only are we going to talk about what happened there, the DNA wars, the original seeding of humanity, but we're going to speak about galactic trauma and how Earth could be actually, like, for lack of a better way of explaining it, and kind of funny as well, a mental institute for healing galactic trauma. That we're not just here healing our own, we're actually bringing peace to many civilizations in the galaxy, many races throughout our galaxy that have contributed DNA to the earthly experience, so that we can learn how to live in peace together and get over what I call galactic speciesism, and see ourselves in the other. That's part of the experiment of Earth. So this one's the Orion Star System Conference. It's not till March of next year, but 2 days we're going to go deep into there. And perfect segue, because Rebecca Dawson, who's going to be our next speaker, she's going to be one of the presenters there as well. So you get to experience her now. So let's get into our next guest here. I'm very excited to be bringing on Rebecca Dawson. About 5 or 6 months ago, a friend of mine introduced me to her work, and I took a look at it and really resonated with the information. So I reached out to Rebecca and just wanted to bring her onto the platform to share her awareness with all of you guys. And so today is the introduction to Portal to Ascension, and then she's going to be at the Orion Conference as well. So Rebecca Dawson is an international consultant, speaker, and author who has been channeling since a spontaneous event at the age of 18. With nearly 30 years of delivering wisdom and teachings from multiple aspects of Source, including Masters, Serapis Bey, Saint Germain, and Kuthumi, she delivers current leading-edge information about humanity's paradigm shift to multidimensional experience and the mechanics of reality and the human blueprint. Rebecca works internationally and collaboratively in many fields, including natural medicine, business, education, and new technologies, as is becoming recognized as a teacher of teachers, assisting those already working in the field of new energy to amplify their capacity. Rebecca has facilitated thousands of channel sessions and has conducted dozens of workshops, seminars, retreats all over the world, and the author of 4 books: The New Human Experience, The Game of Purpose, The Agreement and Fu, and The Return of the Magnetic Human. Born and raised in Australia, now in the US, she travels the world sharing her perspectives, channel wisdom, and more information at RebeccaDawson.com. So let's go ahead and bring Rebecca on.
Yay, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca, welcome.
Hello, it's so lovely to be here. Thank you for having me in this gorgeous space. I've enjoyed listening along a little bit today. So,
beautiful. It's good to see you, and welcome to Portal to Ascension. Really, really excited for this connection. So I'm happy that you're here.
Me too. Thanks for the invitation.
Definitely. And so what are you feeling called to share?
Well, we would like to dive into some channeled wisdom today as well. I know that there's been a lot of different offerings from different people and all different perspectives on what this awakening really is. I never come prepared for these experiences because everything we do is spontaneous. So we'll just dive in and see what there is to be discussed. Mm-hmm. If you have any specific questions that you would like to address, we can certainly begin with those. Otherwise, I would invite you to join in, and we can create a channeled conversation today.
Beautiful. All right. Yeah, we'll stick around, and then you can just take it away. And whenever we feel like it, we can just step in and ask questions. I'm going to bring Alan on too. Let me introduce you to Alan really quick. He might be interested. Hey, Alan.
Hi. Good to meet you, Rebecca.
Hello, Alan.
I'm interested in your presentation. I'll listen as long as I can. So
great.
You're here. Thank you.
Take it away. We'll be here in the background.
Okay, so and just a brief introduction for those people who haven't engaged with what we do before. I'm what you call a voice channel, so I bring through different aspects of source, so my voice and mannerisms will change a little bit, but I'm still fully conscious throughout. So I will, you'll feel the energy change as well in just a moment. So let's dive in. We'll see what we have for you today. Greetings to you, blessed ones. We are with you. The thirst for knowledge can often overcome a human. And yet this time is a time for great awareness of the self. Even when a human looks to discover more about themselves, they will yearn for more information, more knowledge. The greatest capacity for you at this time is your capacity to increase your awareness of self, to increase your sense of self. And therefore, from that sense, wisdom arises. From that sense, your perspective begins to expand. We would wish for you on this day to know yourselves as aspects of source, to know yourselves as human experience. It's very easy for the human in its experience to see itself as unique and individualized. And this is indeed what the human experience is designed for. Even in terms of your genetic disparity and your genetic diversity, you have come to understand that not only for your own human species, but also for each species within your planetary experience, there is a point of differentiation. No two aspects of life are identical within your human realm. And so, of course, it is natural for the human mind of inquiry to say, well, what is it about me that is unique? What is it about me that I can bring to this experience? The most amplified view of this for the human, from where our perspective sits, is that every human has a unique expression. And if your expression is unique, you are contributing something to the totality of the evolution of human consciousness. Because the evolution of human consciousness, while it may seem, is about bringing disparity into unity, bringing individualism into a unified field of sensation, it is the conjoining, it is the braiding of all aspects into one that truly marks the particular flavor of human evolution itself. We want to be clear that when we speak about the braiding of vibration, it is not to move to one particular vibrationary state of experience and move away from another. Because a braiding is about union. It is about bringing all aspects of human experience, all vibrations, all histories, all future potentials, every experience within the collective human consciousness, every thought, every movement, every action, every desire, every dream, every sound that is expressed, bringing it into one. And as that occurs, there is an evolutionary leap for humanity, because humanity can only pass through the keyhole of evolution into a new paradigm of existence as a whole. So this braiding of consciousness, this braiding of vibration is essential. It is essential because nothing is to be left behind. And we are very clear when we express this. It is the human's desire to love all aspects of self that is perhaps the most challenging desire of all. A human will only come into a desire to love all aspects of oneself when there is struggle, when there is pain. In many ways, this desire for unification within the self is experienced in moments of suffering, in moments of trauma. It is only in this point of pressure that a human would wish to include all aspects of self. And yet, in that moment of deep suffering, it is the human mind that says, let us exclude this part. Let us exclude this piece. Let us exclude that which we no longer desire. It must be forged within that universal fire within so that it melds and fortifies your experience of self. So when you gather in this way to speak about evolution, when you gather in this way to speak about ascension, let us be very aware that we are not speaking about recurrence. Because for humans, revolution often brings humanity back into that which it sought to leave behind. And revolution, of course, involves a push for something new and to leave the old. And in doing so, inevitably, one must go back to collect the old, to once again attempt to evolve. And what you experience on your planet at this time is what many would see a revolution of consciousness, yet the paradigm leap for you is the evolution, which means that it's not worthy for you to be cutting away. It's not worthy for you to be separating yourself from that which you no longer desire, but rather inviting it into the alchemical nature of your vibration and bringing it forth with you. In this way, there is so much knowledge. We go back to the beginning of our conversation. There is so much knowledge here that the human mind and the human sensibility desires. Why is it that you desire knowledge at this time? It is because you are seeking to unify the multidimensional aspects of yourself to move forward in unison into a new paradigm of existence. This is the evolutionary leap for humanity. And in doing so, humanity has more opportunity to begin to express itself beyond revolution cycles of karmic experience, whereby the same blueprints and patterns of experience are repeated over and over and over again. And so many of you at this time who are very evolved already are experiencing a human expression in order to deliberately unify different aspects of multidimensional self within your own field of awareness. And for some of you, this is around information. I have information about different aspects of myself. It is now sitting in my awareness. I now move forward in evolution with these different aspects of self. For some of you, it is about the accumulation and the gathering of what you would call traumas, what we would call emotional memory for the collective humanity. And this is why so many of you who already have a very fine vibration have been confused within this particular life experience about why you have had so much what you would call trauma, why you have had so much what you would call pain and suffering. The suffering, of course, is only the resistance to the pain, but it is because you have the capacity and the awareness and the clarity of field to be able to gather, to be able to braid together these different aspects of the collective human experience. We have heard some of you on this day speaking about what it is to be from another dimensional reality in this earth experience, what it is to be what some of you would call starseeds in this particular experience. And we would say that many of you have had very challenging experiences with trauma and with pain because you have the capacity to be able to weave some of that collective experience through the keyhole of dimensional awareness and into what you would call a fifth dimensional reality and beyond. In other words, you have the capacity to do it for the collective. You have the capacity to do it on behalf of humanity. And so those of you who are sitting in a very intense period at this time in what you call a linear time-space experience, you are gathering so much experience that has been sitting within the collective human blueprints that may not even seem personal to you, and yet you feel it. And many of you are experiencing it in the dream states. Many of you are experiencing it in a physical capacity at this time. There are many of you experiencing physical anomalies at this time, physical discomfort and physical pain as you begin to move through this keyhole, if you will, into a new dimensional awareness, because you are bringing those experiences of collective pain from the human blueprint through and into something completely new. So easy for humans to say, what is it that I am experiencing at this time? What is it that I need to resolve within myself? What is it that I am experiencing at this time? What is it that I need to release? We would be encouraging you to bring your awareness to it and to actually be with it and to welcome it into the great nature of your consciousness, to invite it to sit with you. Because as you know, the more you attempt to separate something, the more it attempts to become a part of your awareness again. This is an experience of unification. And therefore, if you are experiencing pain, discomfort, yes, perhaps what many would call trauma in your experience at this time, simply be with it. Invite it into the glory of your source consciousness. Sit alongside it, because you want it to come with you. This is what alchemy is. And this is why so many of you in your great state of awareness and consciousness are here at this time, because you have the capacity to act as a chaperone, to actually bring the totality of human collective awareness into a new era of existence. This is incredibly important, because if you are at war with your pain, if you are at war with your discomfort, and if you are at war with being human, it's going to be very difficult for you to actually pass through in a state of awareness. And this is important because even though many will say, well, some will pass into a new experience and others won't, if you are clear about the collective nature of consciousness, the shift is inevitable and it is occurring collectively, which means that you will all collectively shift, but some will experience it differently from others. The more readily you are welcoming and chaperoning that which you would seek to distance yourself from, the more easily you can move into a unified sense of strength. And this is what the braiding is. It's a unified field of consciousness that you begin to experience as strength within yourself. There is no coincidence that even the design within your body is very much like a braiding. And as you begin to gather more and have more capacity and patience and compassion to sit with that which you would wish to distance yourself from, there is a reinforcing, there is a great strengthening that begins to happen within your genetic blueprint. And that strengthening enables even more of your cosmic consciousness to begin to flood your awareness, which means that the humanity that passes through into this new era of consciousness is very clear about who and what we are. Now, why is this important? And this is where we come to a very, very powerful point of awareness for humans. Because if you can consider for a moment what it is that prevents you from bringing all aspects of human consciousness and all aspects of your experience with you into a new era of humanity, it is the experience of shame and guilt. Shame and guilt, if you will, standing at the doorway to a new paradigm of existence. And just as it also exists within your genetic coding, particularly on the second pair of chromosomes, what you discover is that the closer you come to moving into a completely new era of experience, shame and guilt are there to greet you. And they act as sentinels, as security guards, if you will, on the doorway into a new paradigm of existence. There is a mechanism that is activated within your genetic capacity that triggers, if you will, a sense of shame and guilt. And so, of course, as you are just about to pass through with all of your experience and all of your accumulated sense of humanity, shame and guilt stop you at the door and they say, not yet, dear friend, not yet. There's more work for you to do. You're not illuminated enough. You're not conscious enough. How is it that you could be experiencing this kind of pain and confusion and believe that you can walk through this door? You must first completely cleanse yourself. Now, this is very important, particularly for this audience, particularly for those who are with us in this moment, because so many of you are so ready to walk through. And then something happens, and I'm not quite there yet. I have this physical experience. I'm not there yet. I still have certain grief or emotion. I'm not there yet. I can still be triggered. I'm not there yet. And yet, if you know that guilt and shame is the mechanism that's designed to keep you in the third, fourth dimensional cycle of repetitive experience, that's the revolution, you will also realize that when you're at the doorway and shame and guilt are your experience, you're so close. And that is your opportunity to say, well, shame and guilt, I'm bringing it all with me. I don't need to go back and start again and work through this. I'm bringing it with me into a new reality of experience, because this is what being human is. And this is so important because humans inherently believe themselves to be flawed. Humans inherently believe that they must experience a certain degree of perfection in their experience before they can move into a new experience. The evolution itself, in our view, is this shift from needing to repeat towards perfection and just moving as if you are perfect and taking all of yourself with you, because that is a gathering of consciousness. And are you not all here at this time as a gathering of consciousness? Are you not here to gather as a collective consciousness? Are you not here to walk through the doorway into a new reality? Because, dear humans, you are the new reality. And if you have the grace and the awareness to walk with your heads high and to know what it is to be human, then you cannot deny any aspect of self. To deny an aspect of self, to deny an aspect of humanity, to deny an aspect of your experience is to deny an aspect of source consciousness. And as long as you are in that experience of exclusion, you cannot evolve beyond the revolution of your karmic cycles. This is what we say to you. So it's important for you to celebrate your existence as a human, because so many of you are here at this time to become as fully sensed as you possibly can, to be able to feel everything. And the more conscious you become as a human, of course, the more you feel. Many humans will say unto us that if we become more conscious, we will not feel these things anymore, and we will feel more these things. We will move away from darkness and into the light. We will move away from negativity and into positivity. And yet, That is a very linear discussion about progression that is only valid within a third dimensional time-space construct of reality. If you truly wish to evolve beyond the containment of what you have been experiencing in your time loop within the earth reality, one must be willing to include all of it. And then, of course, you begin to experience the reality that the more illuminated you become, the more intense everything is. You don't move from one experience of emotion or life reality to the other end of the spectrum. You widen your capacity to be able to experience it all. That's what evolution is. It's not moving along this linear scale. It's widening your perspective, your vibrational bandwidth, so that now you can experience it all, which is why so many of you, particularly in recent months, are feeling as if there's so many different emotions happening for you. There's so many different senses happening for you. There's so much intensity happening for you, because the mark of a very conscious and illuminated human is not one that just experiences what you would call positive experiences and emotions. The mark of a very conscious human is one that experiences everything with intensity. It's like turning the volume up. Isn't that interesting? Because humans will often come to us and say, but if I become more conscious, I will feel everything less. And yet the opposite is true. You become more conscious, you sense everything more, but it becomes less personalized to you. It's no longer personal if you begin to feel a sense of stress or anxiety. You're just feeling what's happening within the collective unified field of humanity. It's no longer personal if you're feeling flashes of frustration or indignation. It's just part of the collective weather. So those of you who are beginning to feel as if you are swinging wildly in your emotions and your senses on a daily basis, take comfort in knowing that your capacity to sense is widening because you are becoming more conscious every day. Every day. There has never been an acceleration of vibrational frequency within the earth reality such as being experienced right now, which means that every day you awaken, it's very important not to assume that you're in the same vibrational condition as the day before. Every day when you awaken, there has been an incremental adjustment in the vibrational field of the planet, which means that every day is a completely new day, and there is a completely new expression of you every day when you awaken. And if you know this to be true, how many of you are living your daily life from memory of what has happened the day before? Making the assumption that you still like the same things as the day before, that you still want to focus on the things that you focused on yesterday. Interesting. Interesting. Very well. It is our great joy to open up a question at this moment. Is there a question?
Yeah, a comment. I'd love for you to go deeper. Alan, do you want to come on? I see you back there. All right, cool. Well, let me.
Yes.
I want to get into. Let me just ask a question, and then you can get on. Go ahead. You have a comment?
I was just saying excellent. No, you were going to say something, Neil. Go ahead.
Let me just look at my notes here. You said widen our perspective to expand to it all. So from what I'm getting is deepening our experience of what we dub as light and dark, and then on this planet, negative and positive even. And then you also said getting to a point of non-personalization. So the thing is, as we expand and we start feeling things deeply, sometimes we get to a place of reaction, emotional triggers. We see the pain and suffering. What are some tools that we can utilize in order to be able to expand and feel it all, right? But not actually fall into the pain and the suffering, observe it and still do something about it, but not be in it. Does that make sense?
Of course. And this is a wonderful question, and we thank you for your question. What is important here to note is that there is a very important distinction here between feeling and sense. Because what humans learn to do from a very young age is sense their environment and then bring it into their own personal experience to discern what it is. And you see this with infants, agree? Because they will put food in the mouth so they can sense it, they can feel it. What is this? And so humans have learned to do this from a very early age. Anything that they experience out there, what is it doing within me? And we see this so often with humans who are beginning to become very conscious because they become extremely sensitive to their environment. They become sensitive to their environment because they haven't learned to distinguish between sensing and bringing into your own personal experience to discern what is this. And so just as another one of your presenters has suggested that many humans are here at this time to bring certain frequencies to the planet, there are many humans that are here at this time to actually be able to sense what's really here and attune themselves to enable the collective to shift. So if you consider this to be true, it's wise for you to view yourself as a barometer. And if you are a barometer, what is the collective weather on this day? I sense that there is some anger here. I sense that there is anxiety. I sense that there is fear. Those are the expressions of sensing the collective vibration. Because, dear one, as you know, we are all one. And it is only when pain and suffering becomes very personalized that it now becomes a problem to be solved. So what is the distinction between sensing and feeling? Sensing is your etheric nervous system moving out into environment. What is this? It touches it. What is it? What it doesn't do is bring it back into your inherent and inherited memory systems of collective human experience to then tell you what it is, why it is. Now it's a problem. Now what do we need to do with it? Because as soon as you do that, now it's something that you have agreed to now solve as a problem. And this is where humans get into that repetition towards perfection. I must get rid of that which I have sensed. Does it make sense to you?
Yes, it does. And I'll hand it over to you in a second. But it's very interesting what you're sharing, because Buddha's teachings were sensing over feeling, and that the feeling we can fall into. And it was all about this feeling. It was more about what is the sensation that comes up in our body, right? And observing the sensations that come up rather than falling into like, this is what this feeling is making me want to do, reacting from it. So yeah, this is a very universal concept that I'm seeing by sensing things, we can get to a place of divine neutrality and really take informed action rather than coming from a place of being triggered. Would you agree?
Of course. Of course. And humans like to collect things, agree? Mm-hmm. Humans like to collect things. You have become a culture of accumulators. Therefore, it's my trauma, it's my pain, it's my story with my mother, and so on. When it's actually just part of the collective human blueprint, nothing that you experience is actually unique to you. You can sense in a unique way, but whatever you feel is happening within yourself personally is never unique to you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I want to pick up on that a little bit, because one thing you said really helped, that whatever guilt and shame we may have, it's not about resolving it or becoming perfect human beings, but we take all those experiences, because the human life can include some of that. So we take that into this higher realm, but there's still a edge that's conflicted within the human being about those experiences. What do you do about that inner conflict?
Of course. And the conflict, of course, is because humans have a way of repetition towards perfection. And with this repetition towards perfection, there are some things that are not perfect, and there are some things that are perfect. But of course, when you begin to see that you are all aspects of source consciousness playing out in a myriad of different ways, dependent on a particular blueprint that has now become saturated with repetitive experience, you realize, of course, that it's all part of the tapestry of life. Yes. And therefore, there is nothing that is not in perfection about it. other than it has reached its point of saturation.
Right. So guilt and shame, whatever they may be connected to, then you just take it with you. I mean, it's part of the movement through human life, in a sense. Would you say that?
Well, we would say that, but we would also suggest that it will be the last two things to move through with you. Because, as you know, the security guards, after the entire population or aspect of self has moved through, they'll realize there's nothing left to stop from moving through the door, and they'll follow through with you. Yes, but they're very clever, and your Orion friends, of course, know all about that, because there are particular mechanisms within your genetic coding that enable that to become a very palpable experience for the human.
Yeah. No, I love your perspective. I just want to say thanks. I do have, I'll pick this up in a little bit. I'll keep listening, but thank you. Very enlightening.
Thank you for your questions.
Alan, and you're sticking around, right? Phil is up next.
Yeah,
so.
I just have to change computers, but yes.
Sounds good. So, and you were saying, to go back to the topic of guilt and shame, I really resonated with that you saying that they're kind of at the gateway. They're like the gatekeepers of this.
Yes.
So we're breaking through that. So when we get to guilt and shame, it could either push us back down. We're like, oh my God, guilt and shame is so heavy. And you feel that shamefulness. Or you can look at it as like, oh my God, I am now at a level, rather than feeling that you're still back in the past. It's like, wow, you're at a level now, you're ready to confront that, right? And if you are able to stand up to your own guilt and shame, standing up to yourself in essence, and you can break through and go into the next dimension. That's kind of like what's going on collectively, right? In this shift.
Of course. And we would encourage you to view guilt and shame rather than feelings or sensations, because remember, the feeling makes it personal, to see it as a mechanism. Because it's actually the mechanism that clicks in to take you back round to resolve things again. So in our view, guilt and shame is the most effective mechanism to keep the third, fourth density time loop intact.
Yeah, I feel that.
And it's why you feel it so strongly within your body. Yeah. You feel it so strongly within your body because it's also genetically encoded.
You know, there's many, I guess, many things that could keep you lower in this in this reality and not stepping into your own empowerment. But I would say for me, guilt and shame are definitely the two biggest, right? That is really even comes up a lot. And you're talking about the mechanism and going back into that feedback loop. I witnessed that a lot of times in my own life. So maybe we can speak about that in particular. How do we break free from that, especially when it's so prevalent in life and it's reaffirmed from those around you? Does that go back to the senses thing, or is there something even more grounded that we can do in order to break free from that guilt and shame?
Well, if we revisit again what we mentioned at the beginning of our conversation, that this time is about humans coming to know themselves and becoming more aware. When you become more aware of yourself, this is no longer a game about, I'm more aware of myself, so now I'm going to try and solve the problem of myself. So awareness allows you to begin to move freely in your vibration and your experience. Awareness is the key to freedom. Therefore, if you are aware that guilt and shame are a mechanism, and you are aware at how strongly and powerfully you feel it within your biology when you are very close to that doorway to freedom, you can witness it, you can be there with it. Hello, guilt, hello, shame, and you walk straight through because you realize it's not a problem to solve, and you are not a problem to solve. Humanity is not a problem to solve.
Whoa. And that makes sense, because a lot of times when we wake up to ourselves and then we start seeing where things came from, what the root is, we could get lost into a lifelong journey of attempting to heal it.
And there's the revolution.
Yeah.
Yes, rather than the evolution.
I like that. And Susie's affirming that as well. And that's a great one too, for all of us to affirm that we are not a problem to solve.
Humanity is not a problem to solve. If you can consider how much more freedom and energy you would have to create if you weren't trying to solve the problems of yourselves.
That's true liberation right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the guilt and the shame, very powerful.
If to take this into the bigger picture and the more philosophical thing, if we're not a problem to solve, what, from what you're bringing forward, what are we?
Well, in our view, you are the greatest creative species that exists. Why? Because you have the point of differentiation. You have the cosmic consciousness of a unified field exerting itself through such refined differentiation. It's incredulous. That makes you the fingertips of a fractalized reality. And if you are at the very forefront, the very frontier of a fractalized consciousness, then you are the ones that can create the next leap of experience, not just for yourselves and your planetary experience, but for the entire cosmic and universal experience. Yes?
Yeah.
If you are the most differentiated, you are the most fractalized aspect of consciousness.
So can we break that down just a little? Differentiated meaning like the diversity of what we've experienced, the most fragmented. So we have so many pieces of ourselves that are experiencing ourselves separately and differently, right? That we're able to pull on all of these experiences to create something that maybe just one thing higher in a dimension isn't able to create.
Of course, because where does the fruit exist on the tree? Only at the very tips.
Yeah.
Agree? And so, of course, humanity is at the fingertips of the great one source consciousness. You feel the most separate from each other, but you are actually just ready to create the fruit, to bring forth the fruit of a new era of consciousness. And this is why so many are gathering at this time. But will humanity allow itself to taste the fruit? Will it allow itself to enjoy the sweetness of being human?
That's beautiful. And to see that we're all we all came from the same tree trunk and all from the same roots.
Yes. You are at the frontier. You are at the forefront of the fractalization of consciousness.
That's beautiful.
And the fingertips are the most sensitive, but they are also the most dexterous and agile.
Right. They allow us to be able to do everything and create.
Of course.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Rebecca. And could we ask who you're bringing forward, or if you want to come back into your body and let us know?
Peace be with you, dear one.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. And who was what was the energy you were connecting to?
So that was my team, the masters. So it's actually I used to bring them through individually, but they come through now more of a collective. So that was Saint Germain, Serapis Bey, and Kuthumi coming through.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Rebecca, thank you so much for bringing forward.
Thank you too.
Energy. It's so great to finally be connected with you, and I'm excited to do a lot more. But thank you for bringing that frequency through.
Great, and I'll see you at the Conscious Life Expo too, because I heard someone mentioning that before. Yeah, I'll be doing a workshop.
Are you in California?
No, I'm in Tennessee.
Okay, so you're gonna fly out? Okay, yeah. I'll see you there then. Okay,
great.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay,
Bye.
Take care. Bye. Beautiful. All right, so we're gonna get into our next guest in a second, but Alan's gonna introduce. So let's see if Alan's available. If not, I'll do a little tap dancing here. Okay, we got Alan. Okay.
No, I'm here,
Ready
Neil. Do you hear me? Okay.
Hear you good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Is our next guest one of my special people?
Yep. Phil is in the house.
Okay. But wait, I just want to say Rebecca was pretty amazing. I mean, I think that's very valuable information. Yeah, I thought we should do more with her. Okay, Neil?
Yeah, she'll be at the Orion conference, but we should definitely have her on some other things too.
The which conference? The Orion?
Yeah, we're doing the Orion conference in March.
Oh, right. Next year. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's bring Mr. Phil on.
Hey, Phil.
Hey.
Good to see you, brother.
We missed you, Phil. Where you been?
Missed you too. Just penetrating the mysteries of consciousness and creation as usual. Physics, metaphysics.
Just a day in the life.
Consciousness and creation, just a day in the life.
Take a day off, Phil. Take a day off.
By the way, I found one of your early galley proofs of your next book.
I heard you
just want to be the first one to show it to everybody. Dating aliens, making contact count.
Thank you, Phil.
spelled. Yeah.
I know. What do you think of the new book, Ashley?
It's a dating guide for contactees and abductees.
That's amazing. I'm just getting back. I had to ground myself. I had to get some real food in my body. Oh, that's cool. I feel like a lot of us can relate with that.
Yeah, that's Phil. You know Phil Gruber? He is a legend for him.
Yes.
I've seen you around. Yeah.
Yeah. He usually rides a horse to the. Do you have your horse with you today?
No, I've got the camel here.
Oh, you got the camel. Okay.
Oh, is that what it is? The camel?
There he is. Yeah. Very good. Well, Phil, I can't wait to hear what you have to say because it's.
I'm excited too. I'm excited too to hear what I have to say this morning, 6:30 in the morning. Thank you very much again, Neil. Thank you.
Well,
really
yes. Well, what is it that you have to say today? What is it the subject of your next?
Well, I thought this being the Great Awakening Conference, a lot of people are awakening to the fact that they have soul contracts, that they've come here for a reason, that there's a purpose for their incarnating on the planet right now. And so I'd like to share something that came from one of our early chart packs. This came from June 1999. Alan, I think you were probably there. I think it was one of our first presentations in New York. I think it was Personal Healing Through Planetary Service. This is about soul agreements and what we call the Living Light Network, since a lot of people are waking up to the fact that they know they're here for a reason.
Great.
And they're just awakening to that. So I think it would be very apropos to talk about these certain soul contracts that I think a lot of people out there are going to vibe to. It's going to really spark a lot of revelations.
I'm glad you had a great awakening this morning at 6:30 to do this presentation.
Well, I'm just off watching all 4 John Wick movies, so I'm in a really rare mood.
That's too funny. This is late for Phil. Normally we're at 4 a.m. You're jumping on.
It's always a great awakening.
I'll let you
It's
sleep in a bit today.
It's been in rarefied company, you all. And I'm so totally psyched for Glastonbury. I'm sorry you're not going to be there, Alan.
Well,
Glastonbury as a reflection of we feel of the Christos on this planet. I'm really excited.
You'll have to tell me about it, but
I will tell you about it.
I had some other fish to fry that weekend, so
I personally don't need the dating guide, but but I'll tell you, if I'm ever single again, I think I do pretty good on the seniors dating apps. I think.
Well, good luck. Good luck.
I just joined a new one for seniors. It's called Carbon Dating. Thank you.
I've heard that one. That was a good one.
Great thing about dating senior women is that I probably don't have to meet their parents. It's.
That's fun.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Okay.
Go for it, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Neil. Ashley, did I pronounce that right?
Yeah.
Great seeing you all. Well, hi, everybody. Let's see if I can do this without glasses. No, I don't think so. Although most of us don't remember, we made choices before we incarnated on Earth. Choices as to what life dramas we would explore for our learning. All learning in the earthly realms, and this is important to remember, is ultimately endeavored in order to move us along our path of evolution. What's our path of evolution? It's dimensional ascension. A dimensional ascension. That is the evolutionary path of human conscious, certainly as we understand it. And the fulfillment and promise of something called the silicate matrix, which is our 12-strand DNA pattern. The framework for our life dramas was certainly chosen from our own higher stations of identity. Why? In order to move us forward upon a multi-dimensional path of evolution. But the thing is, the irony is that once we enter the earthly realms, our memory of these higher choices, they fade. Why? A couple of reasons. First, the parental karma kicks in. Our genetic code is immature and certainly hasn't recently functioned as it was intended to do. It's almost like going through the first phases of dementia. This is why I think children, little babies, they look so pained, the expression on their faces, because they're born fully conscious. Understand this. but they're beginning to consciously remember that they're beginning to forget why they came. And that must be so painful to start to be conscious of the fact that you're beginning to forget. And once we enter these earthly realms, our memory of these higher choices in many times fades. Our genetic code is still somewhat immature. And we lose our memory of self and our relationship to Source, God, the Unisite, because most of our DNA is dormant still. And the strands that are functioning can process higher dimensional experience through its limited structure. But as we work consciously to bring our DNA back to life, and with that, our true identities back to Earth, and the reason that we're here, we may be surprised, although most of us, I'm sure all of us listening to this broadcast and listening to Portal to Ascension, we're not surprised to discover that we have soul agreements. And we made these agreements to play significant roles within this ascension cycle. So numerous groups of souls, oversouls, and avatars have agreed to incarnate or walk in or soul braid, I think was mentioned earlier, during this lifetime to help Earth through its transitions. So some of the roles that will be filled through such soul agreements, we're going to talk about a few of them. So as you begin to awaken, and this is the Great Awakening, you may begin or continue to remember that you agreed to fill such roles. So first, let's talk about avatars, the Christed beings, identities from what we call harmonic universe 2 dimensions 10, 11, and 12. They possess, it's still biology is one, we understand it, but it's their biologies are crystalline liquid light, liquid crystal, liquid silica in their natural state. These avatars incarnate certainly for world service missions, especially during ascension cycle. Term is also used to describe what we call oversouls or archangelic collectives from what we call harmonic universe 3, that's dimensions 7 through 9, who also incarnate for world service missions. Avatars have from 7 to 12 DNA strands of the silicate matrix, operational at birth. The term avatar with the small a usually refers to earthly humans who progressively evolve to embody their avatar or harmonic universe 4, dimensions 10, 11, and 12 identity. How? Again, through progressive activation of DNA strands 7 through 12 in order to fulfill these missions of world service. Now, over the years, I've talked to a lot of people who are beginning to understand these roles. I talk to a lot of people even these days who say, oh, I'm a flame, I'm here to hold the flame. I'm a flame holder or a flame keeper or a placeholder. Well, first we're going to talk about flame holders. If you're a flame holder, you're an individual born of certain soul oversoul groups, what we call the orange, gold, blue, or violet flame soul or oversoul groups from harmonic universe 3 and above, which means you've incarnated here from a higher dimension, from a higher universe. You're not here because of a progression of past lives. I'm not saying that past lives don't exist, but I do think that in many cases there's a confusion between simultaneous incarnations and past lives, a subject that there's really not time to get into, but I would like to get into that. I'm certainly going to get into that in Glastonbury. And I would advise anybody who's on the fence about this conference to just get off the fence and just do it. Go with your gut. And one of the things that one of the multi-pronged approach that we use in our mentorship programs, there's so much stuff out there. People are really not knowing in many cases what to believe. There's so much information that some dovetails, some conflicts with other information or other channels or this or that. One of the approaches that we really do, that we emphasize these days is to cultivate your own dedicated channels to higher intelligence. Okay, and so if there's time at the end, I would like to do a technique which is very, very simple in order to make contact. Okay, I think you'll really appreciate that. So anyway, the flame holders, now they are born of the soul oversoul groups from harmonic universe 3 and above, which means dimensions 7, 8, and 9, which means they've come from oversoul or archangelic collectives. And the thing about flame holders, they hold a very rare recessive gene in their genome. And this recessive gene allows them to pull or ground ultra high frequency from what we call the stellar bridge or the stellar activation cycle during these ascension cycles. This is basically an alignment of interdimensional stargates, which has to do with the opening and closing of the primary major vortexes on the planet. Again, another conversation, but just suffice it to say that these individuals, in their genome, there's a rare recessive gene that with that gene, they can pull or ground the ultra high frequency coming in during these ascension cycles, what we call the stellar bridge. And their mission is to draw in the stellar bridge, hold the frequency in their bodies, and then transmit that frequency to what we're going to talk about next, the flame keepers. So together they serve, if you're one of these, you serve as part of a living light network through which the planetary grids, what we call the planetary shields, can be activated and sustained during these ascension cycles. The opening of the planetary vortexes to receive this ultra high frequency progressively coming in through these interdimensional stargates. It's very important that there's a critical mass of souls on the planet that can pull, ground, and store and hold these frequencies in their bodies. And the grids can be activated and sustained so they don't crash. Then we go to the flame keepers. Now, these are individuals born of the same soul oversoul groups from harmonic universe 3 and above. We've come, if you're one of these flame keepers, you've come from the future. If you've incarnated from a higher dimension or a higher harmonic universe, you've literally come from the future. You've projected yourself out of an oversoul or archangelic collective. And again, just like the flame holders, very similarly, you incarnate with very special configurations, but this time within the electrical helix of the DNA. DNA is a double helix. One is electrical, one is magnetic. One is particle, one is antiparticle. One is matter, one is antimatter. If you're a flame keeper, you incarnate with very special configurations in the electrical DNA helix. And what that does, it allows you to draw in much larger amounts of frequency than average humans, even flame holders during these ascension cycles. They also incarnate at various periods to keep divine knowledge alive within the earthly races. I've talked to people over the years that feel that they're here to be living libraries, living holders of the akasha or the akasha. And so this is the reason. It's because of these special configurations within their DNA. They incarnate at various periods, again, to keep divine knowledge alive within the earthly races. And during ascension cycles that we're in now, flame keepers hold vast amounts of frequency within their bodies. So they serve as transducers, step down transducers. If this ultra high frequency were to go into the planet, to the planetary core, without some method of transduction or stepping down, the planet would just explode, implode, it would just shatter. All life would be vaporized, certainly off of the planet. So these flame keepers, they serve as living transducers of ultra high frequency wave spectra, stepping it down like step down transformers or transducers. So this high frequency may enter the Earth core without major disruption. And there have been certain levels of disruption. It hasn't been a clean process. It rarely is. And they, like the flame holders, and this is a really important function, listen to this, they can serve as host matrices. In other words, their energy fields can carry others into Merkaba during ascension. Most people, most humans, most earth seeds, if you're incarnate from one of the root races, an earthly human, you have important parts to play too. But guess what? For most people, they just have to live good, honest lives of integrity, of kindness, of compassion, mastering forgiveness, gratitude, understanding what the higher spiritual etiquette of mastery is. Or if you're a flame holder or flame keeper especially, you can act as a host. In other words, people can sort of grab onto your coattails and you can carry others into Merkaba with you during these ascension cycles. Many of us come to fulfill that role. Then there are the key holders. And I know a lot of people will talk about they hold certain keys that they'll even refer to themselves as key holders. These are individuals who are members of the flame keeper groups, again, who possess very specific gene configurations. Now, this is really important because of their specialized genetic configurations. They can actually plug in to the planetary grids, to the planetary shields directly. And through this code, they're able to actually mentally direct and command the functioning of the planetary shields or the planetary grid during ascension cycles. These are the ones that are really sought out by both sides, by, let's say, pro-human races and those races, those digressive races that because of eons and eons of improper genetic hybridization without a regard for the sovereignty of the races they were messing with, or inbreeding and stuff like that, they've lost certain codes within their DNA, or they're running in reverse. And so they simply do not understand. They don't get the connection. We can help them. Their purpose, if you're a key holder, is to ensure proper functioning of what's called the shield or the grids, the planetary vortexes, the 7 seals, the frequency seals over the 7 major vortexes of the planet. They have their opening and closing cycle. They've all opened and they needed to stay open during this ascension cycle. Now they're on the flip side. The planetary vortexes are closing now. And just as they needed to open on time and stay open, they need to close on time. And the planetary vortex that's supposed to be closing right now, guess what? Its epicenter is in Russia, in the Caucasus, but there are many secondary sites, guess where? In the Ukraine. Think about that a little bit. You understand that these interdimensional dramas, transdimensional dramas that have been happening for millions, if not billions of years, and the Earth has always seemed to be the staging ground for these conflicts. And these are beings, we used to hear a lot about abductions. You don't hear a lot about abductions anymore because many of these digressive races, they have found ways to synthesize these genes, these special genetic configurations, or these recessive genes. This is why you don't hear a lot about abductions, because these humans, star seeds and earth seeds, the main reason for their abduction was to harvest their DNA. So these digressive races could use them to fulfill their agendas. And the key holders are really prized because given their special genetics, they can literally plug into the planetary, what we call the shields, the grids, directly. They can mentally direct and command the opening and closing of vortexes. And our information is that the original human race was created primarily, first and foremost, the overarching reason we were created in the first place was to act as guardians of the stargates, guardians, custodians of the planetary stargates that give access to the universal or interstellar stargates. They usually incarnate from a minimum level of harmonic universe 4, Christed beings at birth, and are frequently ascended masters from the energy matrix. These are likened also to the indigo type 1s, who have many more ascension codes than the type 1s or the type 2s, and they always come in, incarnate through walk-in agreements. More about that later, okay, or certainly for another time. 3 major types of indigos, the indigo type 1s, that can activate upwards of 48 strands, okay? You can see it in their faces. There is very few of them on the planet because the planet cannot sustain their life force. And if they're being called in through black magic or sorcery, this is what's causing a lot of the disruption in the energy fields on the planet and in our bodies. You remember what happens on the planet, these earth changes when it's not happening, when it's not functioning correctly. The same thing is happening with us. A lot of us feel just beside ourselves. There's dimensional bleed through coming in. There are simultaneous incarnations that are blending with us. We have parallels. We have simultaneous incarnations. There's just so much to understand this. But again, it's all within us. It's in our DNA. Everything we need, all the knowledge that we need to ascend, to achieve true freedom is in our DNA, but it's blocked because of karma we've inherited or self-created karma, because we simply don't understand, haven't been taught, or haven't had the patience to just sit down and understand the attitudes and etiquette of spiritual mastery, okay? Now we go to the indigo children, and we'll talk a little bit about them. We, indigo children, are human alien hybrids. We all are. We're members of what the 6th and 7th root races, the Paradisians, the Melchizedeks. There's no direct translation of the word meek in ancient Aramaic, Canaanite, Hebrew. Meek is an acronym. The meek shall inherit the earth. The meek is the Meek Melchizedek. The earth is our legacy. We've come. This is what we've come to claim. The earth is our inheritance, to bring in the new world, to bring in the new earth, to merge heaven and earth. There are many, many names. We're also incarnates of what's called the cloister race. Many, many different names. We're the Magi Arthurian Grail lines. We're the dominant human Turanusium race strains. From the original human race, one of their terms is the Turanusium, which is a future race on future Earth, which many of us know as Tara in the second harmonic universe, pretty much stationed in the 5th dimension. If you're an indigo, you possess the imprint for a minimum of the 6th DNA strand at birth, which means you are almost fully soul embodied at birth, which normally would rapidly activate by the age of 5 or by the age of 6. They're pretty much fully embodied souls at birth. The cloister strains, of which the indigos are the latest restatement of what? Restatement of a very ancient covenant called the Emerald Covenant. This goes back 950 billion years ago, that the Rishis, the Ra confederations, the Brenau, the Rishi, the living light beings, the pure radiant beings, pure waveform consciousness, the dimension 13 and 14 and 15, they convened, they decided to allow life to evolve within our time matrix cooperatively and co-creatively. That's the Emerald Covenant. When you read The Wizard of Oz, certainly with a metaphysical filter, with a theosophical filter, understand that L. Frank Baum was a confirmed theosophist 8 years before he wrote The Wizard of Oz. When you understand the Dorothy's journey, Dorothea, Theodora, gift of God, her travels in Oz, was really the fulfillment, in a way, of the Emerald Covenant. And we're still here. We're the latest. The indigos, the latest waves of the indigos are the latest restatement of a very, very ancient covenant. Which the full 12 strand normally would have activated at age 33. we knew there was about 150,000 indigos birthing on the Earth between 1999 and 2017. Why? To help keep Earth's core vibration high enough to enter what was called at that time the bridge zone. In about, this again came from an early chart pack, June 1999, just about a month after we were married. I'm referring here to Iesha, the former Anna Hayes Gruber. There was about approximately 2 million indigos of various ages on the planet, and we all serve as placeholders. Placeholders. You can understand that to keep the Earth steady. Our bodies, the morphogenetic fields of us as placeholders, we're living scalar wave grids through which multidimensional frequency can enter Earth's morphogenetic field, and we also help step it down. Our presence alone raises the frequency of the planet, especially when we come in waves. Now, if you're the indigo type 1, I'll tell you, they're very rare. Some of you out there may indeed be indigo type 1s. You would know if you're a type 1. You always come through a walk-in experience. You're very, very psychic at birth. Most of you have had literal physical contact at a very, very early age. The other way, if you make a conscious decision to accelerate your personal evolution, once you assemble a certain critical mass of codes that you inherited from this life, you can choose. You can open communication with your soul family. You can request something called a soul braid. And that takes place when the morphogenetic field of a smaller, a lesser incarnate, we all come in with 11 others that are members of an immediate incarnational or soul family. And us and the 11 others choose different time-space coordinates. The other 11 probably chose space-time coordinates that we would understand as our past. They're not our past lives. Again, I'm not saying that we don't have past lives. I know I don't. I know that I and pretty much everyone I work with understands that we've come from the future, but we are members of an incarnational or soul family of 12. And each of those chose different time-space coordinates. But some of those incarnates have more codes, more genetic potential, more ascension potential than others. With a soul braid, the present incarnate, any one of you out there, you can begin to assemble the codes from your next incarnation into your present body. And you work to fulfill not only the purposes of your life purposes here in this world, but the purposes of your next incarnation here in the present time frame or lifetime. That's a soul braid. I don't know how much time I have left, but I would like to. So that was just a brief kind of, if you want more information on this again, or to join a very wonderful group of kindred spirits and like-minded souls in a personal or private, semi-private mentorship, just get in touch with me, philgruber153@hotmail.com. I'll do my shameless self-promotion a little bit later. But Neil, if I have 5 minutes, I'd just like to run everybody.
Yeah, you have like 6-7 minutes.
Oh, more than enough time. So you can take notes on this, but it's very, very easy to learn. If you desire to begin subtle contact, hopefully with a race or a being that honors the Emerald Order, prior to initiating contact, do some kind of form of protection, because the first contact will usually come in the dream state. And for most of us, we're much more vulnerable in the dream state than we are in our conscious waking state, although that's not necessarily the case anymore. But prior to falling asleep each night, as one of your last thoughts or your last thought before falling asleep, simply mentally repeat several times and really feel this. And to feel it, you've got to breathe deeply to awaken your solar plexus, to really feel the depth of emotion necessary to make all these things happen. When feeling is required, you've got to awaken your solar plexus. Repeat several times, I am ready for Emerald Order contact now. Or you can say, I'm ready for contact now, but it's really good to specify. And an Emerald Order, a being that honors the Emerald Order, you can't go wrong. And also affirm to yourself that you will remember contact on awakening. I am ready for contact for Emerald Order contact now. And I will remember contact on awakening. And certainly keep a journal, paper, and pen next to your bed. Write down any remembered dreams, no matter how insignificant they seem. Here it is. We can even do this now. Begin by visualizing a blue spark of light near the center of the brain at the pineal gland. Now, this represents a portion of your conscious awareness. Visualize an electric blue spark of light, like a match flame or a stove flame. Blue spark of light. This is a portion of your conscious awareness that you've raised to fifth dimensional subharmonics. How? Just by visualizing an electric blue flame. Inhale, then exhale. Move that blue spark down the central vertical current of your body to your tailbone, to the coccyx, and breathe normally for a few moments and visualize that blue spark inside the tailbone. Okay, blue spark at the pineal, exhale it into the tailbone. Inhale again, draw that blue spark up to the pineal gland, then up through the seventh crown chakra at the top of the head. Exhale, and imagine the blue spark on top of your head turning into a 4-inch in diameter disc. A disc like a plate, a disc of electric blue light, just that sits horizontally on top of your head. Okay, so the blue spark, pineal, down to the tailbone, up back to the pineal, out through the top of the head, turning into a 4-inch in diameter blue disc. Now, imagine a small image of yourself as you look in physical reality, just simply sitting on top of the blue disc. This blue disc resting on top of your head is your fifth dimensional contact platform. And simply practice going into this contact space. And most importantly, staying focused there. This is what's missing in a lot of teachings, teaching people how to focus, how to concentrate, to stay focused in these higher dimensional spaces. And when the contact won't be made. If you can't stay focused, they're not going to risk contact. That's why most of this contact happens in the dream state. It's a place we normally naturally go when we detach from our 3-dimensional focus when we sleep. And all they have to do is just unplug themselves a little bit to manifest in the astral. Simply practice going into this contact space and staying focused there. And once you're able to hold this 5th dimensional frequency in consciousness, an Emerald Order member or a member of the Guardian Alliance, a pro-human race member, will gently approach you in your visualization on the blue disc platform to begin subtle communication. Some people have physical contact right away, but it usually happens in the dream state. So that's probably it for tonight, Neil. Do we have time for a couple of questions?
Yes. Beautiful. Thank you, brother.
Hey, thank you very much. I thought it'd be most appropriate tonight to just sort of go over a short outline of people, because I've talked to people over the years and they say, I'm here to hold it. I'm a key holder. I'm a flame holder. I'm here to keep the flame, hold the flame. Well, it's time we get a little more specific about what these roles might be for many of us. Yeah.
Well, if anybody has a couple any questions, go ahead and ask, but I do have one. And you said it's a whole conversation for another day, but maybe we can speak about that a little bit. Simultaneous lives compared to past lives. You mentioned that at the beginning.
It's called the stair-step creation process. Very quickly, let's say you're a member of a consciousness collective in what we call the fifth harmonic universe. We believe that there are 5 three-dimensional universes, higher and higher dimensions, higher and higher states of conscious awareness. We call it, many people call it a rishi, but here's the simple arithmetic. Within that collective of living light consciousness, pure radiance, pure waveform consciousness, it subdivides within itself, like the Russian Matryoshka dolls. And it sends 12 parts of itself into the next lower universe as something we call an avatar or a Buddha or Christed beings. That Christed being and 11 others are part of a larger collective or gestalt called a rishi. Each avatar in turn subdivides itself, creating 12 smaller versions, send them down to the next lower harmonic universe as oversouls or archangelics. Each archangelic then subdivides within itself, sending 12 versions of itself into the next lower harmonic universe as souls or angelics. Now, each of those angelics will subdivide within themselves, send 12 aspects of themselves into our three-dimensional harmonic universe. Those 12 choose different time-space locations. So they are simultaneous incarnations. If they have chosen, relative to our present time, a time-space coordinate that relative to us is in our past, they're not our past lives. They are simultaneous selves that exist right now, but in the past. It's the mystery, it's the paradox of time. Take something that happens in a higher universe 500 million years ago. Well, it happened in the past, but it happened in the future. What needs to be understood is that what happens in the higher dimensions happens in our future. So I think for me personally, I know I'm one of these 1111s. I know I come from Lyra. 11th dimensional Lyra, which used to be called Avion, but through mistranslation and semantic depletion, 11th dimensional Lyra is now known as Avalon. So the mists of Avalon are really the hydroplasmic liquid light dimensions 10, 11, and 12. This is why I'm so excited about Glastonbury, because Glastonbury has always been believed as a reflection of the Christos here. It's very, very special. It's a very special time that we're all collecting there. So I'm really excited. So that's it. I'm not saying that there aren't past lives, that maybe in previous race cycles we've had past lives, but I know in everyone that I've talked to, we have no sense of direct past lives. But our simultaneous incarnations, simultaneous selves are bleeding in. And so we're getting their memories that sometimes mistakenly we interpret as past lives. Although that's not across the board. I'm not saying that they don't exist for people. They certainly can. Certainly for
I want to expand on Neil's question with what you just shared about the 12 simultaneous versions. Would that correlate to a quantum leap where you can actually access dormant knowing abilities, maybe talents that you have from one of those other versions of you and bring it into the now time space?
Absolutely. Gifts, talents, and blessings from all these simultaneous incarnations, they're bleeding in now. And it's really great to have a format or a context to understand what our place in this vast cosmic order is, or else people will begin, if they don't understand, if they don't widen or expand their knowledge base, it may really scare people to look across the street and where there's a Burger King, now there's a crystalline in-out burger or something, you know what I mean? To understand these changes, to understand that the changes in our DNA are going to be reflected on all levels of self. Mental and emotional. And sometimes we just have to ride these changes out. We have to acclimate to new energies, to new fields. But in answer to your direct question, absolutely. I've known people that have never played piano, never played guitar. All of a sudden they're playing like masters because there's a connection incarnationally or reincarnationally or through soul family or over soul families.
Like psychologically, because your logic is trying to catch up to what shift you just made. It can play a psychological game when those simultaneous versions start melding.
Oh, there's a lot of weird stuff is happening. In some ways, you're moving faster than the planet. In some ways, we're moving slower than the planet. There are so many shifts happening now, so many fluctuations in the energy fields of the planet and in ourselves too, that it's really confusing a lot of people. But sometimes we just have to learn to acclimate. And we do this by really understanding the etiquette of spiritual man. We understand patience. We understand that, we understand patience, compassion, mercy, responsibility, impeccability. We just try to be the best people we can. And if we are these placeholders or flame holders, we can bring people with us, people we hold dear, family members, past and future. There's so much healing we can do. And it's never just individually. We stand for whole groups of souls and oversouls and avatars. And all this knowledge it certainly is meant to help people understand that we really all are one, that there's a real unification, and that's happening. And Portal to Ascension, it really, by bringing people together, this is what's helping to reach this critical mass of bringing in higher and grounding higher consciousness, like the flame keepers and the flame holders, to understand your role. Then you could be much more effective. You can consciously, this is the reason we're going to here. This is the reason we're going to Tibet or Giza, and to understand that your place again in this vast cosmic order, it's complex because we're dealing with ascension mechanics and planetary mechanics that used to be easy. But we forget a lot of this when we're born. The parental karma kicks in. That's why I think these babies start to cry, because they're beginning to consciously remember that they're beginning to forget. How painful must that be when you're aware that your memory is beginning to fade of all the stuff that you learned in all these lives. And we're here to remind each other of these amazing potentials that we've always had as individuals and as a race. It's beautiful.
Have you seen, do you remember the movie The One?
Yeah. And all this stuff through popular culture.
You see that?
Well, in that movie, the actor, he jumps into other realities of his other lives, and he kills himself in those lives so that he can take all the powers. And he becomes like almighty. Yeah, it was just a really good quality movie. But
I see it here.
The question is like, does this happen? Because you're talking about this incarnational experience of this construct to whatever source. But if there's parallel realities, we're not even speaking about that. So is that exact thing that you kind of broke down in 12, 12, 12 happening infinitely in parallel realities as well?
Yeah, well, it's happening in our time matrix, but there's also a parallel time matrix. That's a whole nother conversation. The relationship, our relationship with our parallels and the parallel universe and the parallel time matrix and the parallel earth. One thing we really need to do is we need certainly to understand the true nature of karma. We need to clear whatever miasmic content is there. The DNA is activating naturally, and all we really need to do is get out of the way most of the time. It's beginning to activate naturally, and all the memory of who we are, where we come from, and what our purpose is. You want to know your soul's purpose? Well, integrate more with your soul. Allow that soul to integrate. And it happens through love. It happens through the heart. It happens to opening your heart and those special chambers of the heart, the higher love, the love that knows no earthly bounds. Begin to love like the angels love, or now I think even the avatars. I think we're here already because of soul mates coming together. I think we're here to fulfill even higher purposes. Yeah. And the more that we connect with our avatars, our avatar identities, the more we connect with our oversouls and our souls, we birth in almost fully soul embodied. But again, we have to really clear everything that we've inherited and learn to conduct our lives with true forgiveness, true gratitude for all the gifts, like you just said. And these gifts are coming in. So for some of us, it's music. For some of us, it's the word. For some of us, it's both. For some of us, it's painting or poetry, or just walking the earth, being like Jesus said about Mary Magdalene. She is the effulgence of the light. You heal by your presence alone. As you walk the world, you illuminate all the darkest corners just by your light. you know,
that's
to be
beautiful.
presence healers. And you see the Emoto crystals, the most beautiful ones, the most highly structured, come from thoughts of forgiveness and gratitude. So if you become the living embodiment of these higher spiritual qualities, every cell and every crystal and microcrystal in your body will be able to hold and radiate that light. That's when you become a healer just by your presence. You become the revealing vehicle of the Holy Spirit or source or whatever you want to call it.
Beautiful, brother. I just had because Matthew John was on earlier and he spoke about the incarnational process as well. And we have some people talking about it. And it's so intricate and beautiful and all these different aspects are happening. And as you shared, it's kind of complex, you know? And so next year, I just made a note. We're going to do a conference called The Incarnational Process and the True Nature of Karma. And we'll just
man, I tell you, I don't know how you do it, Neil, and stay relatively borderline sane.
I'm actually quite insane.
I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you do it.
I'm not saying, bro.
Thank God for you. Thank God for all of you.
Love you, brother.
Know, we're all in this together, man. We're all in this together. And Ashley, is that how you pronounce it?
Ashley.
Yeah, just and Alan, God bless him. Is Alan still there?
He's here, but I think he's listening, but he can't jump on.
Okay. I love him. He was the best man at my wedding, my second wedding. I love him.
Yeah, and he introduced me to you, and it's been a great friendship that we built since. So.
Yeah, but I heard he just got rid of my futon, so I'm a little depressed.
Oh, he did? No way.
Yeah, but it had been slept on enough, I think. I think it fulfilled its purpose.
It has. Thank you,
but
Phil.
We really
so you don't have a website, but you have an email address, right? And how can people contact you if they want to work with you?
It's Phil Gruber 153 at hotmail.com. Phil Gruber 153 at hotmail.com.
Phil Gruber
153 at hotmail.com. Yeah.
Hi, Phil. I love you, brother. I'll be seeing you in 2 to 3 weeks in Glastonbury.
That'd be awesome. Okay. Lots of love to everyone.
Thank
you. Okay, see you
I'm
soon.
going back to sleep. Bye.
All right. Get some good rest. Bye. Beautiful.
So good. Neil, I feel like you ride that fine line between genius and insanity.
And sometimes I go into one side more than the other.
Yeah. I mean, but I think most of the most brilliant, like expansive minds they're on that fence.
Yeah. So I feel like I can manage it pretty well,
Yeah, you do a great job.
So thank you all again. Just thank you for all your energy and everybody tuning in. It's been a beautiful weekend. We do have one more presenter left for the day. And so just want to take a moment. I think before we get into Donna and Ashley, if you want to pull up her bio, I'd love for you to introduce her. Let's just take a moment and just take 3 breaths together and just kind of absorb the frequencies of everything that's been shared over these 2 days. So I want to invite you all to go ahead and close your eyes. Just slow down a minute. And as we get into the last speaker, it's basically like the icing on the cake, the closing ceremony of this weekend's experience. So just breathe normally. And as we've been sharing about feeling the sensations, being fully human, start to feel how your body is right now. The blood in your veins, the air going in and out of your mouth or through your nostrils, the precipitation, the sweat that might be on your body, the heat, the cold, the discomfort or the comfort, whatever you feel. Let's just get it to a point where we can just feel and observe it. No need to change, no need to shift, but just to accept everything as it is in this moment. Just accept yourself as you are, feelings of gratitude as they are neutrally, feelings of discomfort neutrally, and the sensations going throughout your body. And now we're going to take 3 deep breaths in together, and as we exhale, we're going to expand out of our heart and encompassing the entire planet with our heart frequency, with our heart auras. So just imagine as you're breathing out, imagine your heart expanding out, the field from your heart expanding out and encompassing the whole planet. So after the next exhale, go ahead and take your first deep, deep inhale in. Breathe it out through your heart around the entire planet. Compassion. Breathe in again. And expand your heart, covering every country, every person, every soul, every race, every creed, every animal around the planet. Breathe in one more time. And allow for the planet to reside inside of your heart. Okay, go ahead and open your eyes, everybody. Okay, beautiful. So now we're going to get into Donna Wallace. Ashley, you want to go ahead and bring her on?
Yeah.
Let's do
Our
it.
last presenter. This is so exciting. Donna Wallace. Donna helps people all around the world to switch their lights on. With over 25 years of energy healing experience, Donna has found the most powerful and effective technique for you to heal, and not like healing the layers of an onion where new layers seem to appear, but getting to the heart of the matter and actually fixing it. Her motto is work that works. Her intuition has led her on the most magical carpet ride of life, making a sea change with her family, building houses and starting another fascinating business, creating high quality, high vibe jewelry that energetically activates you. The work Donna does with clients today is twofold. One, she helps people heal deeply from the past and birth family challenges. The deep ache in their heart is replaced with the overflow of love and feeling supported. They cry tears of gratitude for the beauty of life around them and sleep soundly at night. Welcome, Donna.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here with you all.
What a lovely accent you have.
Thank you. I'm from Australia. What a beautiful accent that you have.
Thank you. I'm from the States.
I know. I am so delighted to be here with you all. Thank you for this incredible opportunity. We can't hear you, Neil. You're on mute.
I said, and I'm really excited to have you here. And first thing that stuck out is the House of Orion. So that's kind of curious.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
It's really funny because, well, it's morning here in Melbourne. I woke up really early this morning. It was still dark and my intuition, something said to me like, open up the blinds, Donna. And I opened up the blinds. I looked outside because I could see the light, the sky was light, even though it was still pitch black. I could see the moon. And then I looked up and I saw the Orion constellation and I was like, what are the chances? Right there, right in front of my window. There's no chances.
That's beautiful. So what are you sharing with us today?
So I would love to share about experiencing heaven on earth.
That sounds incredible. All right, so we'll be in the background. We'll just give you the keys and you go ahead and take it away.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So to me, my life journey and what I feel like we're meant to be experiencing as we go is to experience more and more heaven on earth. And so you've heard so many incredible speakers already, and there are so many other dimensions and things that we can access. The way that I connect with Source is that it feels like bliss to me. When I connect with spirit and the divine and other races and beings and, spirit teams, it feels like bliss. And what I've come to realize is the more that I've been able to heal myself and open myself up to being a pure channel and receiving, the more that I can experience what that bliss state feels like in this physical body, in this physical realm. And so I feel like the first part of my spiritual journey was so much about escaping. Do you know, like this life thing is like all a bit challenging and quite a lot painful. And I had this real part of me that just wanted to like eject, get out of here. And so initially my feeling was that, like, my drive was, I just don't want to be on this earthly plane anymore. Like, I want to go home to spirit. And I wonder, for those of you who are listening, can anyone relate to that? Like a sense of discomfort in your body, or like pain in the human realms, in your physical life, like, and just wanting to be with spirit. It doesn't necessarily mean that you want to die, but it can include that. But this feeling of like, I just want like the beauty, I just want the unconditional love. So many Orion past lives. And so what I learned through my own healing process, I at some stage, I think I hit my teenage years and I realized I was quite depressed. I experienced a whole lot of different, trauma, abuse, like physical abuse and sexual abuse and so forth. And what I realized was, like, I had to take some action to figure out, like, how can I feel better? Like, how can I do this life thing a lot better? Because I'm looking out in the world and I'm seeing there are other people who are a lot happier than me. It looks like, at least. And I just always had that feeling like there was something else possible inside of me. And I think that those of us who have that spiritual connection, that have that knowing, even if we can't articulate it when we're younger, or many of you probably can too. Well, I couldn't, but I had this feeling, this knowing that like something else is available and something else was possible. And I wanted to figure out what that was. And so over the course of my own healing journey of trying to like feel better, and what I mean is feel better emotionally, like deal with the depression that I had, deal with the part of me that felt so like faceted, like separated, not faceted, like divided and, segmented, I guess, like fragmented. That's the word that I'm looking for. The part of me that felt so fragmented was like, I'm just reading that. Yes, I would, if I had the chance to feel bliss, I would never want to leave, right? And we see that in like, yogic philosophy, like ultimately it's that samadhi, it's that bliss that we're all seeking through this ascension process, right? So anyway, I digress. That experience of being fragmented, of not feeling like yourself, of knowing that there's something else available and something else possible, but then also still having to live this like daily human life. And, how do we navigate that? And so in seeking like happiness, or I wasn't even striving for happiness, to be honest. I was just striving for like, I've got to feel better than this because life can't continue on in this way. What I realized was I was starting to piece myself back together again. And so when we experience any trauma here on this physical planet, what we're doing is like, what happens is our aura literally fragments. And how many of you have experienced that, where we experience something that's challenging, but you know how I was saying before about like eject, like we just want to get out. What happens in our aura is that our aura fragments, it splits and cracks and shatters, and our soul is like, pop, I'm getting out of here. And so what we have is this sort of dichotomy of like the painful earth experience, the different traumas and things that we can experience, that we can go through, and then also like that wanting to go into bliss, like wanting to return home in some way, like, just want to be. That is a really challenging, like, kind of dichotomy or push and pull in some ways. Like, part of us wants to figure out how to be happy here on earth, and then other part of us like wants to like get out of here. And so when we start to do that emotional healing work, when we start to process the different things that we've experienced that felt like too much at the time, you know, where we can start to heal in a way that's actually really effective, what we're doing is we're bringing those different fragments in our aura back together again. And we're inviting our soul to come back and reside deep within our bodies. And so when we're doing that, and why, okay, I'm going to just pause for a moment. Why I feel like this is so important is because it is really easy to be spiritual but not grounded. Like, it's really easy to be out in like the stars but not have your feet planted on earth, or like want to be meditating 4 hours a day because it feels amazing, but then how do you translate that into your day-to-day life of, I still, you know, I've got a job, or I've got kids, or I'm studying, or like how, you know, all of those sorts of things. And so the invitation, I believe, through these different human, more painful experiences that we have, is that we can actually start to bring all of these different parts back together again. Now, Phil said something really interesting in the last presentation, which was about living multidimensional lives, and like multiple lives at the same time, or like in different dimensions and so forth. I believe that our soul can be like, or parts of us can be, you know, in different places at different times. And so if we can invite all of the parts of us back into here and now, what starts to open up is our true soul radiance, our true expression, our truest self, also our intuition. And this is what I mean by, you heard Ashley read out my bio earlier about helping people switch their lights.
Actually, she frozen for you as well?
Yeah, she's frozen for me. We got a little bit of technical difficulty. Donna, can you hear us?
No, hopefully she knows that she's frozen. Let me just email her, and then we'll go into something else while we wait for her to come back.
Okay.
And let's see if she gets this. Leave her a little message here. Okay, bear with us, everybody.
Technical difficulty. It happens.
You got any comments on what she's sharing so far? While I
mean, she is definitely resonating with the community. A lot of people are resonating with everything she's sharing. You know, absolutely. They just want to be okay. Oh, she's back.
There we go. All right.
Wonderful.
Hi, sorry about that. It must have been my internet. I live in a more remote place in Melbourne, and we just had this huge storm come through, like a huge electrical storm come through last night. It was phenomenal. The power of Mother Earth. Anyway, sometimes our internet goes a little bit dodgy, so my apologies.
Okay.
Sorry, Ash,
glad you're back.
Were you speaking?
Thanks. The community is really resonating with everything you're sharing, and I'm personally resonating with it. I think that, you know, you're dropping some gems, and we can all kind of feel into it. So I'm looking forward to what more you have to share.
Okay, great. I'll keep going. Thank you. And so when we're going through that deep healing and processing all of the things that we've experienced, what we're doing is bringing all those parts of ourselves that are fragmented off in the past. Like, you know, you've experienced something difficult. A part of you gets left in that experience, and unless you can process it properly, a part of you is still residing there. And then parts of us are residing in the future when we're projecting out into the future, wondering, is life going to work out for me? Like, is everything going to be all right? You know, and then we can take that into that next stratosphere of all of those different parts of us in different dimensions, do you know? And so when we do this healing, it is emotional healing, it's energetic healing, but it's a reclamation of the fragments of us that get left in other places and other times. And so once we start to bring that back in, that then we really awaken our light and we really awaken our radiance. What happens is then we also can connect with Mother Earth in a deeper way. We're no longer trying to eject. We're no longer trying to get out anymore. What we're doing is feeling like, okay, so now my emotions are back in check. They feel like they're in balance again. And what I mean by balance is the beautiful ebb and flow that our emotional state has. It means that we also have mental clarity, but possibly even more important than that is that we can connect down into Mother Earth again. And as we do that, then Mother Earth, there will be feelings of being guided to be in certain places at certain times. And that's when those synchronicities start happening. But it's also when you start to appreciate, or like you can start to see now that you're not like preoccupied with the trauma that you've gone through, what opens up is the beauty of that's all around you. The love that's right in front of you in your relationships with people, in the flowers, or the way that the stars are shining at night, or the way that, the sun hits the water in the ocean and those waves touching the shore. You start to really appreciate and receive all of the beauty and the magic that's already around us. So that healing process is really activating the experience of heaven on earth. We become our most radiant souls, our light switches on, but then we have this ability to receive so much more because we're this whole clear vessel now. Yes. And so, yes, we can go out and we can, connect with the star beings, and we can do this, incredible spiritual work, if you like. But we also can be grounded and bring the magic of that energetic bliss, of the source bliss, into this life now. So what does that feel like? What is that conversation about? And this is a conversation I'm obviously really passionate about it. How can you experience heaven on earth now? How can you allow that source energy to fill you up and clear you out and have you connected with Mother Earth, so you're guided to be in the right place at the right time, meeting the right people, the synchronicities switch back on. This path of awakening that we're all going through is so powerful and pivotal, and like Phil was saying, we take all the people around us that want to join that journey. They come along on board with us just by us being us, just by us going through that awakening and being the vibrational beings that we are. It opens that same thing up in other people. So I've been doing energy and emotional healing work for over 20 years now. And about 3.5 years ago, you heard Ashley share in my bio that I was called to move to the beach to live by the sea. And so me and my family all moved down here. And what happened is, as I was guided and followed my intuition, and this is, I believe that we're meant to be in certain places at certain times. So, Glastonbury, we're meant to be in certain places at certain times, and that those places act as portals for us to open up something even, the next layer. It's like we are unlocking the next, level of Mario Kart, and sometimes I feel like that life is a bit of a game like that, a fun game. And when I moved down here to the beach, and I was energetically supported by this sacred land and by the ocean. Don't get me started on the ocean. But what happened was I had a whole new business drop into me. It was a complete divine download, which is what the House of Orion is. And the House of Orion is, you heard me talk about the Orion constellation, and many of you know about the Orion place beings. For me, I don't connect with the great wars of Orion. Actually, what I connect with is the power of the stars that shamans have visited for eons to, eons, at least centuries, to connect with the magic and bring those specific energies down to the earth. The House of Orion is actually custom-made jewelry that activates your soul. So gemstones. So for me, the stars and the ocean and Atlantis and Lemuria and my Palladian self and Palladian beings and Actuarians are all connected and all wound into my work. But this is the thing, we can bring an experience of heaven, of bliss, of you understanding who you are on that soul level into this life, into a physical experience like a gemstone in a ring on your finger, or it can be an inner experience, like it activates an inner experience of you absolutely knowing your soul. Like your soul is bliss, your soul is pure. And I feel like the more that we can create this very strong, steady, grounded foundation within ourselves, which includes emotional healing and energy healing, of course, we want to open up our spaces, channels, that then we really can have an experience of bliss, of heaven on earth. And maybe our paths are simply that. Maybe our paths are all like, us moving towards what feels absolutely amazing, truly amazing for our souls. Maybe what we're meant to all be experiencing here is bliss, is joy and bliss through the human form. So, I'm curious, for those of you who are listening, how do you experience bliss and how do you experience heaven on earth? Pop this in the comments. Pop in the comments, like, how do you experience heaven on earth? And would you like to experience more of it? Because like someone said, Celeste said earlier, remember that these physical bodies are designed to process and release it. Yes, it's part of the human experience. Exactly. And we are helping restore Mother Earth's garden, and also the garden of our hearts. Like, as we restore the garden of our hearts, we're also restoring Mother Earth. And yeah, like there is this connection. We're not separate. Like Mother Earth and us, we are not separate. Maybe Earth truly is heaven. Absolutely. We get to create it. Like we get to create that here. Joy is simple things, a hug from my pups, a good cup of coffee, a great conversation with people I connect with. Yes. And like, what is that igniting in you? What is that light? I can see that as you extract joy from those simple things in life, that there is like this ignition of light, but also love within you. Synchronicity and flow in every experience. Exactly. Oh yes, so the birds. I'm outside in my sacred healing space. So yes, there are plenty of birds around here that are sharing the joy of that too. All right, so let's see. I would love to open up to any questions that you may have now. Yes, love, right? Love. When you're in that, I just want to, if you have any questions, please pop them in the comments and we'll open that space up too. I do want to talk about something else, and that's love. I want to talk about unconditional love. I want to talk about true love. And I feel like so many of us growing up or living our human lives haven't really experienced like that true unconditional love, and so many of us are craving it. So many of us are yearning for that. And here you are listening to this incredible conference. I can only assume that you are all light workers, that you're all here to lead the way, and that you are all here to experience something more than what has been created on earth so far. maybe another way of talking about bliss and talking about heaven on earth is unconditional love. And I had just recently, this reminds me, I had one of my clients who connected with that bliss state, with that pure unconditional love state for the first time, and she could not stop crying, but she was also laughing at the same time, like, you know, those streams of tears, and was like, she just kept saying to me over and over again, Donna, I never want to leave this place. I never want to leave. I never want to leave like this. Just let this feel like this forever. And that's what we can do. You are all open to spirit. You are all open to magic and miracles. And we can bring in that unconditional love as a download from spirit. Everything that you have always yearned for and desired is available to you. So if you've always desired like pure unconditional love, being accepted for who you truly are, you can download that as an experience from source. You know, if you've always wanted to be seen and felt and heard and like validated and acknowledged, you can also bring that as a download in from source. So, but what's important is that you start to clear the way and clear the clutter and stuff that's in the way of you being that open channel. So you can start to download, bring into your body that magic, that bliss, that pure love. I mean, imagine if everyone around the world was being that pure channel. Imagine how much of a different place this world would be if everyone healed like the stuff that they went through, you know? So we could just be radiant beings of love, like truly love and light radiating out of us. What if we were all like that? What if we were all sitting in our fullest soul potential as an expression of our divinity? It would be a magical world to live in, would it not? But there are so many of us already doing that. And I just want to remind you that, you know, you can experience whatever you want here on earth. You can experience, and I'm not saying to ignore or invalidate like the horror that goes on this planet and that you can't do anything about it. You absolutely can, but you also get to choose what your reality is here. You also get to choose, like, what are you tuning into, like a radio station? What is your experience? Are you experiencing the pain of Mother Earth, or are you experiencing the pure, unadulterated, like unfiltered love that she gives you? And so what is your next step to experiencing heaven on earth? Like, what do you know either needs healed within you, or like, is it just this conversation of opening up to experiencing bliss in your body, experiencing pure, true love in your body and in your life and even in your relationships? It can absolutely be experienced with other humans too. And I feel like this conference is such a beautiful space of bringing all of these like-minded souls together. Ashley and Neil, would you like to come back on? We can see if anyone's got any questions.
Yeah, I love everything that you're sharing and you're talking about. And for myself personally, and I'm sure some people can relate, it's so easy to be in that bliss state when you're alone. But when you go into public spaces and you're interacting with other people's energy and you're feeling, you know, sometimes we're really empathic, you're feeling what they feel, or you're seeing things that are not of unconditional love, it drops you down. So I find it really easy to remain blissful when I'm alone or in nature. Yeah. But when I move into environments, it's really challenging. So what advice do you have to navigate?
Yeah, that is such a great question, Ashley. And I think so many of us experience that because the people who are in this space, we're all empaths, right? We all are super sensitive. We can feel energy so much that it can be really overwhelming, or we can find it draining too. And so what I've learned to do is like really build my aura. So, and I've done that by all of that emotional healing that I've spoken about, but also like energetically building my grid around me, like building my energy field so it's really strong. But also, like, I want to say, also building my sense of self so much, like really, to me, it's so bizarre. Like in my head, this is so bizarre, but this is what's happened. Like the building of my self-esteem has allowed my aura to also build. And so and when I say self-esteem, I mean like, because I'm not saying you don't have self-esteem, Ashley. I'm just sharing my personal like journey with this, but it's like getting to know who I really am and being absolutely okay with that has also meant that my energetic boundaries are much stronger. And so instead of me, like, I'm a Piscean, so I can like really be a chameleon, you know, like I will camouflage and I will join you with whatever energy and conversation you've got going on. I can be very flexible like that. And you know, probably a lot of us in this area can. But what we want to do actually is, instead of us like dropping down energetically to meet other people, we want to hold our vibration so they come up to us. Yeah, so we want to be strong and we like want to love ourselves so much that people actually, you know, we are the light. Like we are the ones who are leading that way. We're those way showers. So we can be really strong and hold that energy without having to like blend out, like not dumb down, but you know, like move into murkier energy. Like then it is so powerful because we will always, like, energy's always wanting homeostasis. It always wants to balance out. And so what if people just came up to meet you, Ashley?
Oof. I love that. Yeah. Did it take you a while to get to that point?
Ages. Like, so long.
There we go. So is it okay for those who aren't there, who can't really claim their sovereignty in those situations and need that time to step away and build their light back up?
Absolutely. And I still do that too. Like I also like love myself enough to be like, I'm done now. You know, went out with some friends on the weekend and I got there at 7 or something. And by 9 o'clock, I was just like, okay, that's enough. Like I'm taking myself home now. 9 o'clock, 2 hours I was there for. And something inside me was like, okay, done. And so we get to honor those boundaries of like, if you need all the time to yourself, then that's what you need. And that's still like, you know, it gets to be a work in progress and it's perfect. It's still a work in progress for me. I haven't nailed it.
Yeah. Having that reverence for yourself, right? And that deep respect. And what you're sharing about self-esteem and basically stepping into confidence, the more you have that, the more you stand in your truth and you're grounded in your truth. And that just your self-worth, your self-identity, what you believe, you lead with that. Right. And that's what leads into us not allowing ourselves to, I guess, for lack of a better explanation, like falling into a frequency of information or awareness that we're not about, or not speaking our truth fully. I would say that's my one more, especially around family, right? Like, what's this event about? You get that one a lot, right? And just not even explaining it to the fullest. And I could see like sometimes the way I explain it kind of maybe seems like a little belittling to my parents because I'm like, I kind of just brush it off, you know, but I'm aware that a lot of these times that there's certain doubts in myself from my own upbringing that I haven't owned who I fully am. And then that carries out into my other, you know, communicating with others. And I guess it goes down to maybe a fear of not being accepted by the group, that tribal feeling and not being loved and accepted by your family.
Right. And that's such a huge thing, Neil, like that acceptance, especially from our birth families. We're meant to belong to our birth families. Like biologically, we have a need to belong to our birth families. So we always have this sense of loyalty and wanting to belong. And when that can be challenging when we're trying to create, or when we are living a life that's quite different from them. And so that speaking your truth, I feel like is such a big thing for so many of us have had that throat chakra journey. Yeah. But the more that we can accept ourselves fully, I feel like that really just takes us into like our soul path, our soul purpose. What is our mission for this lifetime? And if our process is, healing all those different parts of us along the way so we can be more connected and like fulfill that mission that we were born here to do, then that's everything, isn't it? That's how we get that level of fulfillment and contentment, and navigating, speaking up and maintaining our energetic boundaries and not getting drained by other people's energy. That's all part of that, because we're all born for a particular reason. And it's so important to stay true and strong to ourselves.
Yeah. And the more we do that, I think the more our discernment builds. And we really begin to understand like what is for us and what is not, when to say yes, when to say no.
Yeah, it's so true.
Yeah. We're at a time right now where, as we know, there's a shift going on, and the shift is rapidly increasing, and so many things are coming to the surface. Like JK Ultra shared today, like a pimple popping, like everything's coming out to the surface. We can either clean it up or we can spread the bacteria and continue that way. And as that's happening, we're getting to a point where there is no holding back anymore. And a lot of the industries around the world that are fueling an outdated matrix system, an outdated system, plus literally are just there so that we can generate income, generate money, and they're useless products, useless services that aren't really helping humans or the planet, right? As we're awakening, a lot of those are going to start fading away. And what is the next step? People are going to have the opportunity to start doing things they're more passionate about and love, right? And so that's why I feel like a lot of everybody tuning in here and people I work with are definitely, it's time for us to really just have that message, right? Of like, there's no holding back for ourselves, because this system that we used to be a part of, or that used to be so prevalent, is on its way out. And everybody is going to be creating, there's going to be jobs and industries that we can't even fathom that are going to come on the planet very, very soon. So it's the preparation phase, really. And part of that is really stepping into our truth and really identifying who we are and what we really want.
I couldn't agree more. How exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How exciting things to be dropping away.
Speaking of systems that serve, Donna, I looked at your website and some of the jewelry that you make that helps serve us, right? It's intentional jewelry that helps us specific to our soul blueprint. Can you share a little bit more about that? Because I found it to be really beautiful when I looked into a little bit more about you while you were speaking. Your
Thank you so much. Thank you. I believe that we all have soulmate gemstones. I believe that we are now beginning to remember the power of gemstones as energy and light sources. And I have had this remembering of how to attune gemstones to really activate people's soul. And so I take people on this really personalized journey of connecting with your soul in a way that perhaps you never have before. And you get to feel like, what does your soul want for you? Who are you as a soul? But also, what does it want you to experience? And through the process, you will get a like divine download of what your ring or your pendant is meant to look like. I use colored gemstones. So, this also relates to the colors in your aura. And so I believe that we've got two main soul colors that we incarnate with. And often the jewelry is one of those. Like people often choose one of their main soul colors. And basically, the jewelry is all handmade here in Melbourne, Australia. They're ethically sourced gemstones, and they're meant to be they're made to be heirloom pieces. So they're handmade, but they're really beautiful quality. But more than that, people, when they wear them, so when I first had the vision of the House of Orion, what I saw was a hand up in the stars and a ring sliding onto someone's finger, and then electrical currents, like light, rippling through their body, and then bing, like their whole light-filled like just turned on. And I was like, oh my gosh, what is this? And so I found a way to make that happen. So now when my customers first receive their jewelry, they're like, oh my gosh, and they put it on their body and they can feel the energy rippling through them. And the miracles that have happened in my customers' lives from wearing their jewelry is just amazing. It absolutely like up levels their life because the jewelry acts as a North Star for their soul. Yeah.
Like that's old world technology. It reminds me of some of the teachings from the mystery schools back in Egypt and the way they would use the gems to help them with their spiritual work.
Yeah. And so for me, it's like I just keep diving into Atlantis and connecting with, you know, what we were doing down there and perhaps still are doing there. And it's just this, you're right, it's old wine, new bottles.
Very special.
Yeah.
Bringing that frequency down.
Absolutely.
And people,
can I say one more thing about that? Sorry.
Yeah,
the other thing that we're doing is, and just this other little thing, but my aim is to create the world's largest crystal grid using the jewelry as anchor points in the earth. So I've already created the House of Orion crystalline energetic grid. It sits just above Mother Earth. And every 6 months, my customers come into a group call with me and we do this live activation work. Basically, the grid is to support the ascension of Mother Earth and all of her inhabitants and habitats. And so it's got this bigger picture that we all get to work with and get to be a part of. And I know that like this is part of my soul path. This is part of my soul mission. But so like, I'm just the person facilitating it. All of my customers, like they all know they're meant to be coming in and doing this grid work too.
That's beautiful. And so the jewelry can be found on your website, right? donnawallace.com.au?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a link into my House of Orion website from there. Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. Donna, before we let you go, I'd love for you just to share any closing thoughts, whether it's a meditation, whether it's an activation, or just what your feelings about the world and where we're heading.
I really just want to share with you all that if you're going through something that feels challenging, or if there's a sense of like you want life to feel better than what it is, I want you to know that that's absolutely not just possible, but like you can do that. You can create like something else that you don't have right now. I know what it's like to go through difficult challenges, but if you are wanting to move your life into another space, you absolutely can do that. And so what's on my heart to share is just that reminder that that inkling that you have that something else is possible is absolutely available for you. Keep going.
Ooh, we feel your heart when you say that. Like, feel it. I feel it. And I think we all need that reminder sometimes.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much for having me here.
So much. You're muted, Neil.
Donna, thank you so much. It's so good to have you here. And thank you for bringing your frequency. And I love the fact that the closing presentation was how to create heaven on earth. You know, like it really brings it full circle. So I appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
And there we have it, folks.
What a production. Day 2, the awakening.
Yeah. How are you feeling, Ashley?
I feel great. And I am so excited to go look at Donna's jewelry. Like that resonates with me because I do a lot of crystal work.
Mm-hmm. I got to take a look at that. Yeah, I feel mission accomplished for this weekend. We did some good work, guys. All of us coming in together, setting the grid. You know, we had over 1,300 people registered. A lot of people are going to see the replay, and we'll keep getting this awareness out. But this is just another event that we're infusing the timeline. You know, this is the beginning of a whole new age. And as we're getting together, you know, we're all waking each other up and walking home together. So I'm just so grateful that we got to experience this. And Ashley, I love emceeing with you. It's been really fun.
Yeah, we vibe. We have a great synergy. And
it's a good balance.
I want to encourage everyone who is watching this to support Portal to Ascension. Donate to the mission because Neil puts a ton of work into these productions. And there's so much free content on Portal to Ascension. There's so much that goes into it that people don't really realize. I just want to make sure that I'm doing my part to encourage the support to the Portal to Ascension team, which is basically Neil. So, and then some of us that come sometimes, but yeah, I enjoyed myself so much. I love Portal to Ascension community. Like, these are the new leaders of New Earth. Like, they're downloading the knowledge, they're walking in it and bringing that in. Yeah.
Exactly. We had a couple of speakers this weekend that their bio said that they're the teachers of teachers, that they support the other healers, right? And that's how I see everybody, because a lot of people are awake, but close to half of them on this level of consciousness where they're aware of the star family and everything, maybe not so much consciously, right? And however, so a lot of this is going to be, as I shared, the industry of the world. Pretty soon, everyone's going to know we're not alone in the universe. Very soon, and I feel in our lifetimes, we're going to know our ancestry to the cosmos as well. And so all the individuals, the millions of people, that are doing this right now are here. We are providing awareness for the teachers, and hopefully it's not too much of a burden to put on you guys, because it's not really a burden. It's something to be embraced and a gift that everybody tuning in. There's going to be a day where the industries in the planet is going to be literally the number one industry is the awakening.
Yeah. And your frequency is your currency. So right now, what Neil's created with Portal to Ascension, the currency, the frequency that we're entangling with in these containers with these leaders, these conscious, thought leaders, that's a whole new level of energetic awakening. Like, the frequencies are the medicine through their voice and their education. Like, you really are doing something big here. Like, and I'm excited to be here.
Yeah. And so all of you guys are going to be, as we all step into our own divine potential more and our gifts come online, we're at the beginning phases of this all. And unless something I like to share, because I love to come with science and ancient history, information that backs the fact that this super metaphysical, esoteric thing is happening on the planet, is that if you look at the zodiac shifts, which we know happens, right, every 2,000 years on the planet, every 2,000 years plus or minus, at those times, if you track it back, and I've had presentations where I've done this, there's a whole new religion on the planet. It happens almost right then and there, okay? So, and it's like, I'll give you one example, going off on a tangent, but it all comes together. One example is when Moses went up Mount Sinai, okay, he got a new covenant from God, from Yahweh. That's a whole other story, who Yahweh is. And as he was coming down, do you guys remember what happened? What he saw and that was occurring at the bottom of Mount Sinai? They were worshiping the bull. When did this occur? Well, this happened right at the end of Taurus. They were worshiping the old gods for the old age. But the Taurus constellation is directly connected to Pleiades. And the god that they were worshiping is Asherah, where in ancient Hebrew text is a god from the Pleiades, right? So what was happening was they were worshiping the old zodiac. They were worshiping a connection to a Pleiadian goddess, and then this patriarchal energy of Yahweh and this kind of war conquering mentality that Moses brought with the 10 Commandments came down. And the reason why the earthquake happened and everybody fell underground, which I don't think is the actual story, is because they were worshiping the old zodiac. And that is just one example of every time there's a zodiac shift, there's a new covenant on the planet. What happened? Why is the fish the number one thing for Jesus in Christianity? Well, Pisces. Well, how does astrology connect to Christianity, right? Well, they started during the Piscean age. They've been using the symbol. So what's happening now? We are now in the turn of another zodiac. And as a new zodiac happens, a new covenant comes in the planet. It's unfortunate that many times these new covenants have come about, the truth comes out, but then humans and corruption occurs and they become religions, become cults, they become, controlled. And what I like to say is that this is the new covenant, the new religion is is non-dogmatic spiritualism, is spirituality without the dogma. And so just looking back at that, we can see that's what happens. And if you look back as well, there's always a select few individuals on the planet that are awakening in the beginning phases of it all. When it comes to Jesus and the apostles, when it comes to the time of Moses and before that, there's always a select few individuals. And then they're going around having conversations, having meetings, going into secret orders, talking about this stuff. And then lo and behold, 100, 200 years later, it takes over the entire planet. And where we don't have secret caves, we don't have, we're not doing secret cults or hiding the information. Our secret caves is webinars. We're coming together and sharing this. So this is the modern version of what was happening at all those times.
And see if you can make your way to a live in-person event with Portal to Ascension.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole nother level of energetic entanglement and awakening and activation.
Straight up. When we come in person, it's just so powerful. And Ashley will be at the Galactic Origins Cruise. So hope to see some of you guys there. And just to close out with some announcements and some events. Again, if you want to support our work, I put the link in the chat. The link's also there. PayPal.me/portal to ascension. Everybody who donates gets put into a raffle to 2 people are going to be drawn to, I'll draw in a couple days, that will receive 1 month of free events, which concludes the Lyran Conference, the Dragon Conference, and my own webinar on the Ryan Portal. And then we have AscensionGlastonbury.com. Okay, so GalacticOriginsCruise.com for our cruise in December, AscensionGlastonbury.com for our event that's going to be in 3 weeks from now in the United Kingdom in Glastonbury. And then also, as Ashley said, you guys get a lot of free content. Everyone that signed up, you have a username and password, log in, explore the website. And if you're on YouTube or another platform not signed up, go ahead and tune into our website, sign up there, and explore all the things we have. It's a one-stop shop for consciousness. And it's really, really a great resource. And that it's a gift to you guys, so please use it. All right. Any closing words, Ashley? I'll close out with a sound spoken word.
I want to acknowledge Alan, the OG. I know he can't really pop on, but everyone in the chat also wanted to just acknowledge him and let him know how much we appreciate everything he brings to MC. I also love connecting with Alan. He knows everybody.
I know, right? Even people you don't know.
He's the glue. There's people that are glue, and they can connect everyone with everyone, and just a really cool guy. Like the whole Portal to Ascension community is amazing.
Yeah, and to speak more about Alan is the most valuable person in my life, and the person that I'm so happy that I'm connected with, that has provided me so much love, support, and connection and friendship, that I don't even know what this would look like without him. He pretty much MCs like half of our events, and he's a master of what he does. So definitely hats off to Alan.
We love Alan.
And we love you all too. Thank you all so much for being here. You get unlimited replay access. It'll be on our website in a couple of days, but it's on YouTube right now. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe. We got some amazing things coming up over there as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to transition over to a spoken word MP3 of myself. And that's it for today. So thank you all so much. Anything else, Ashley?
I'm complete. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Love you all. Have a beautiful rest of your day. We'll see you soon. And do not forget the 11-Day Awakening Conference, 11daysofawakening.com, 11daysofawakening.com. That one, really hoping to create a 5th dimensional portal on day 12, on day 11, we all enter it together. Kind of kidding, but I think we can do it. Exactly. So hope to see you guys there, and see you soon. Here we go. Let's play this now. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Om Bhurбhava Swaha Yasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat Intavoakatia Noa Iamuna Watina Kiamumpa Ufania Katia Noantina Okambalat Kia Kumpalaya Inamuatina Kaniam Watatsao Yakatuatiana Iamakatu Inze Awakala Kumpali Atara Kumpala Kumpala. The road goes on for generations. The travelers will disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what of the ones that didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves, the ego to control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, Dark One, into the lap of luxury followed by pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences creates a creature only exists in the mind. Our desires are one creature, full feature ego that keeps the loyal self faith in the divine. Intellect. On a perfect understanding we will have of one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears you for duality back in ether's imagination. I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended just to gain these experiences. And I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure. Here's a social security card, you may live. Reincarnated to a kid and live, give it back to the society. When I'm locked in borders, I smolder through the ash comes a horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost, a spirit, but just is. An enlightened individual, equality minus elitist political goals, the cynical flow, and pain and woes of shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise. The yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine, lovers intertwined. Spit worse than the chocolate points in my spine. Relentless but still find inner peace, so down the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, getting drunk and high. About the consequence, know why am I really here? But now I know is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. Remember, the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future. The mass landings will help us souls really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, we've always been. Ya muakini azina waha inakni umana tialoa itam wakatina tsamuma kia ufana ianiaka inza uakini atsia uma faelniaka ualeando andekia uanamiani atanu iakawa Uantia.